Imagine holding a small, delicate glass vial right in the palm of your hand.
Okay.
And inside this vial is just ordinary sand, like a handful of dry dirt from a faraway desert.
Just regular sand, right?
Yeah, but you've been told by an absolutely infallible source
Yeah.
that the very moment this sand turns blood red, your beloved son, or, well, your grandson, will be brutally slaughtered,
Oh, wow.
right? You place this vial on a shelf in your home,
Oh,
and you look at it every single day. Decades pass.
that's a heavy burden.
Exactly. You watch the child grow into a man, you watch him laugh, learn, lead, but that vial is always there in the background, a silent ticking clock counting down to an inescapable, deeply agonizing fate.
It's just a profoundly heavy image. I mean, a psychological burden that most of us simply cannot comprehend.
No, not at all.
Living your entire life and raising a family in the permanent shadow of a guaranteed violent tragedy.
And today's deep dive is about the people who actually lived that nightmare. We're unpacking the incredibly complex historical, political, and theological buildup to one of the most agonizing moments in human history, which is the tragedy of Karbala.
Yeah, the buildup is just as crucial as the event itself.
Definitely. And we're pulling our insights today from an Islamic Lifestyle Solutions publication. It's titled Shaam-e-Karbala, Parts 1 and 2. It's authored by Sheikh Fahim and based on the extensive works of Hadhrat Maulana Shafee Okarvi.
Right.
And just to orient you, the listener, before we plunge into this, the sources we're exploring today present a highly specific theological and historical lens on Islamic history and the early events that crystallized the Sunni-Shia divide.
That's a really important distinction to make right up front.
Yeah, because our goal today isn't to litigate those religious viewpoints,
Right.
or to take sides on the political factions of the 7th century.
Right, absolutely not.
We are just here to act as your tour guides through the architecture of this specific narrative, to impartially report and analyze the fascinating ideas contained exactly within the text we've been provided.
Precisely. We're essentially examining the mechanics of a historical epic.
Yeah.
And to truly understand the architecture of this narrative, we actually can't start in the year 60 AH, which is the 60th year after the Hijra, the Prophet's migration to Medina.
Right, the start of the Islamic calendar.
Exactly. We actually have to start much earlier. We have to examine a specific day that was already, steeped in profound historical and spiritual significance long before the name Karbala meant anything to anyone.
You're talking about the day of Ashura.
I am, the 10th day of the Islamic month of Muharram.
Okay.
The historical records we're examining go out of their way to ground the later tragedy of Karbala within a much older foundational tradition of, liberation and sacrifice. So the narrative explains that when the Prophet Muhammad first arrived in the city of Medina after his migration, he observed the local Jewish community fasting on the day of Ashura.
Okay.
And when he inquired about the significance of this fast, they explained that it was a day of profound celebration and gratitude. It was the exact day that God rescued Moses, Nabi Musa, and the Israelites from the tyranny of Pharaoh.
I want to drill down into that for a second because the prophet's reaction to this discovery is fascinating.
It really is.
He doesn't just dismiss it as the practice of another community. He actively leans into it and claims it.
He does. The historical account notes that the prophet stated, "We have more claim over Moses than you."
Wow.
Yeah, and he immediately adopted the fast of Ashura and actually made it a mandatory obligation for the nascent Muslim community.
Which is a massive deal.
Huge. This wasn't just a casual gesture, right? It was a profound theological statement. It connected the newly formed Muslim community directly to the long, ancient lineage of previous prophets and their historical struggles against tyrannical rulers.
But it didn't stay a mandatory obligation forever, did it? Like the fasting rules evolved.
Correct, they did. Once the divine command to fast during the entire month of Ramadan was revealed, the fast of Ashura shifted. It went from being obligatory to being highly recommended, but ultimately optional.
Okay, that makes sense.
The prophet made it clear that whoever wished to fast on that day could do so, and whoever chose not to was, free to abstain.
Right.
But the core mechanism at play here is that for the 50 or so years leading up to the events of Karbala, the 10th of Muharram was already universally recognized by the companions and the Prophet's family as a day of solemnity, historical deliverance from oppression, and spiritual fasting.
So when the tragedy of Karbala later unfolds on this exact same calendar date, It is not just a random coincidence in the historical record.
Not at all.
It lands on a day already heavily coded with the theme of facing down absolute tyranny,
Yeah.
which is honestly an incredibly powerful narrative setup.
It really frames everything that follows.
It does. But before we get to the political machinations that lead to the battle itself, the theology we are exploring today dives into a really intricate definition of what it actually means to be a martyr.
Yes, it does.
And honestly, this framework totally shifted my perspective on the entire era.
It is a vital foundational framework for everything that follows in this history. The narrative relies heavily on the definition provided by the prominent scholar Imam Fakhruddin Razi.
Okay, tell us about his definition.
Well, usually when we hear the word martyr or shaheed in the Arabic terminology, our minds immediately conjure a very specific, violent image.
Right, like a soldier falling on a blood-soaked battlefield with a sword in hand, fighting an enemy.
Exactly. It's an inherently physical, combat-oriented image. But Razi's definition is significantly broader. It's far more nuanced and much more active.
How so?
He defines a shaheed as an active participant who attests to the absolute truthfulness of God's religion. And critically, he categorizes this testimony, this attestation, into three distinct methods: by speech, by proof, or by the sword.
Okay, let's pause on that mechanism for a second.
Yeah.
So, dedicating your entire life to speaking the truth against power,
Yes.
or providing rigorous intellectual and theological proofs for the faith, is categorized alongside falling in physical combat.
Exactly. Because in sacrificing their life, whether literally offering their neck on a battlefield or by dedicating every waking breath and intellectual effort to upholding the truth against severe opposition, they bear ultimate testimony.
That's a really beautiful way to look at it.
It is. And the theological framework uses this robust definition to categorize martyrdom into two distinct overarching types: open martyrdom and concealed martyrdom.
Open martyrdom seems pretty self-explanatory. That's the classic definition, right? Fighting physical enemies, falling by the sword, dying in the path of God in a highly visible public manner.
Yes, exactly. But concealed martyrdom is where the theology gets deeply profound.
Okay, unpack that for us.
Concealed martyrdom is defined as a sudden or lingering occurrence of death through means that are not inherently combative.
Like what?
This includes passing away from poisoning, falling victim to a sudden plague, dying in a fire, or even, a woman tragically passing away during childbirth.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it is a death that is perhaps less publicly spectacular or politically dramatic, but it is equally elevated and recognized as a profound sacrifice in the eyes of God.
Here is where this framework is really compelling for me. The narrative then applies this dual concept directly to the Prophet Muhammad himself,
It does.
arguing that his singular life encompassed both forms of martyrdom perfectly.
It's a deeply layered argument. The premise is that because the prophet is viewed as the ultimate source of all spiritual excellence, like the root of the tree from which all other blessings branch out, he inherently had to embody every conceivable form of divine favor.
Right, including the ultimate favor of martyrdom.
Exactly. For open martyrdom, the history highlights his relentless physical struggles. It points to his 13 years of enduring intolerable, often violent oppression in the city of Makkah.
Yeah, that was a brutal period.
It was, and it points to the specific event in the city of Taif, where he was pelted with stones until his shoes filled with blood. And it heavily emphasizes his active participation in the various defensive battles after migrating to Medina.
Where he actually sustained severe physical injuries, right?
Yes, including a famous incident where his tooth was martyred in combat.
But, and I have to push back here on the terminology, he didn't actually die in battle. He survived all of those military campaigns.
And that is a crucial, non-negotiable theological point within this narrative. The framework explains that he absolutely could not have been killed in battle by an opposing force,
Why not?
because that would have directly contradicted a specific divine promise made in the Quran. The verse explicitly states, "And Allah will save your life from the people."
I see.
If a non-Muslim combatant had managed to take his soul on the battlefield, it would have given the opposition a permanent historical claim to belie the Quranic promise.
So his soul could not be extracted in the chaotic public violence of a battlefield. But to fulfill the ultimate spiritual rank, he still needed to encompass concealed martyrdom.
Correct.
And the historical account points to a very specific, chilling espionage event to explain how this was achieved.
Yes, the infamous incident following the Battle of Khaybar.
Right.
After the battle concluded, a Jewish woman named Zainab bint Harith approached the prophet under the guise of hospitality. She sent him a gift of roasted meat,
Okay.
but she had meticulously laced it with a highly potent, deadly poison.
And the details of this event are incredibly cinematic.
Hmm?
He takes a bite of the roasted meat, but before he can even swallow a significant portion, a miracle occurs.
Yes.
The narrative states that the meat itself miraculously informs him that it is poisoned, so he immediately stops eating and orders his companions to stop.
But one of the companions who was eating right next to him.
Right, a man named Bishir ibn Bara. He had already swallowed a piece, and Bashir dies almost instantly from the sheer overwhelming toxicity of the poison.
It was a massive lethal dose specifically engineered to kill on the spot. It wasn't a slow-acting agent. It was meant to be an immediate assassination.
Oh.
When the prophet summoned Zainab and demanded to know her reasoning, her explanation was essentially a theological stress test.
What did she say?
She openly admitted to the plot and said, "If you are truly a prophet, you will be informed of the poison and will not be harmed. But if you are just a worldly king desiring conquest, I will have saved the people from you."
And this is where the expert analysis of causality really shines. Because the prophet doesn't die right then in Khaybar. He survives the assassination attempt and lives for several more years, continuing to lead and expand the community.
Right. And scholars like Allama Zarqani explain the profound mechanism behind this exact phenomenon.
Okay.
The fact that the prophet survived that initial, instantly lethal dose of poison, a dose that literally dropped a healthy man dead next to him, was a profound prophetic miracle.
It proved unequivocally to Zainab and to the historical record that he was indeed a prophet divinely protected from immediate malicious elimination.
Exactly. However, the theology argues that the poison was never fully neutralized within his body. It lingered.
Oh, I see.
It remained a source of severe internal discomfort and physical degradation for the rest of his natural life.
The accounts even quote the prophet's wife, Sayyida Aisha, who reported that years later, during his final fatal illness, the prophet explicitly stated that he could still feel the agonizing pain from that poisoned meat at Khaybar, severing his aorta,
Yes.
and that the time had finally come for his life to end due to its lingering effects.
Therefore, the theology concludes, his ultimate passing in Medina was the final culmination of that concealed martyrdom.
Right.
He survived the poison miraculously long enough to fulfill his prophetic mission, establish the community, and protect the Quranic promise of not being eliminated by the people. But he ultimately died as a martyr from the long-term concealed effects of that assassination attempt.
So he perfectly, comprehensively embodied both the visible, physical struggle of open martyrdom and the quiet internal sacrifice of concealed martyrdom.
Exactly.
Okay, let's unpack this mechanism, because understanding this dual nature is absolutely vital for understanding the eventual fates of his grandsons.
It is the key to the whole narrative.
If the prophet comprehensively encompassed all these forms of martyrdom within his singular life, how does this trait pass down the generational line?
Right.
I keep thinking of it like a prism. You have this pure, intense beam of white light, which represents the prophet's comprehensive experiences, his perfections, his dual martyrdom.
I like where this is going.
But when that concentrated white light hits a prism, it naturally splits into distinct, separate, vibrant colors. It seems like the narrative is arguing that the prophet's dual martyrdom hit the prism of his lineage and split into two distinct parallel paths for his descendants.
That is a brilliant analogy, and it perfectly maps onto how the theological framework transitions from the prophet to his two grandsons, Imam Hussain and Imam Hussain. The prophet famously and affectionately referred to them publicly as his two flowers in the world.
And obviously a flower's beauty, its scent, its very nature comes directly from its source, from its roots.
Exactly. The narrative emphasizes repeatedly that these two princes were the direct, unadulterated reflections of the prophet's splendor.
Yeah.
There's even a beautiful, highly specific physical detail noted in the historical record by their father, Ali.
What was it?
He observed that the elder brother, Hassan, physically resembled the prophet perfectly from the chest up to the head. His face, his demeanor, his speech.
Okay.
Meanwhile, the younger brother, Hussein, resembled the prophet from the chest down to his feet, his gait, his stance.
Wow. It is quite literally a split reflection, the ultimate physical manifestation of your prism analogy.
And just as his physical resemblance was distributed and divided between the two brothers, the theology argues that his prophetic grandeur, specifically the heavy burden of his dual nature of martyrdom, was also distributed between them.
So, following the logic of the prism, the elder brother, Imam Hassan, inherits and takes on the path of concealed martyrdom.
Yes. Decades later, Imam Hussain was tragically assassinated via poisoning.
Right.
And in a profound reflection of that concealed, internalized nature of his martyrdom, when he was on his deathbed suffering immensely, he actively refused to publicly name his killer to his furious supporters.
Really? He wouldn't tell them who did it?
No, he wouldn't. He chose to leave the vengeance and the justice entirely to God, the ultimate judge. His martyrdom was quiet, internal, hidden from the battlefield, and deeply stoic.
Which inherently leads the younger brother, Imam Hussain, to inherit the mantle of open martyrdom, the highly visible, declarative, violently public sacrifice on the battlefield.
And what makes this particular history so haunting, what gives it that ticking clock tension you mentioned in the introduction, is that this open martyrdom wasn't a sudden, unexpected political tragedy.
It wasn't just an ambush.
No. It was a cosmic certainty. The historical records we are reviewing outline an astonishing series of highly detailed prophecies regarding Hussein's eventual death.
Yeah, these prophecies are intense.
It wasn't just a vague premonition that he would die violently, but exact geographic and temporal knowledge of where and how and who would be responsible.
Let's get into those specific prophecies because they are chilling in their precision. The texts describe visitations by angels, specifically Jibreel, or Gabriel, as he's known in the Judeo-Christian tradition.
Yes, the accounts state that Jibreel comes to the prophet, and instead of delivering a verse of scripture, he delivers a devastating geopolitical and spiritual forecast.
Right?
He informs the prophet that his own ummah, his own religious and political community, the very people he is currently leading and sacrificing for, will eventually turn and martyr his beloved grandson Hussein.
Unbelievable.
And to provide absolute proof of this future event, Jibreel physically brings the prophet a handful of distinct red sand from the exact geographic location where the slaughter will take place. A desolate tract of land in Iraq called Taf, which is universally known today as Karbala.
The psychological terror of that is profound. The prophet is literally handed the physical dirt of his infant grandson's future grave.
Yes.
And it's not an isolated incident. There is another recorded instance with a different celestial entity, the angel specifically appointed over rainfall.
That's right. The narrative describes a moment where the angel of rain seeks special divine permission to visit the prophet in Medina.
Okay.
During this relatively peaceful visit, little Hussein, who's just a toddler at this point, wanders into the room and playfully climbs onto the prophet's shoulders.
Ah.
The angel watches this and asks the prophet a seemingly simple question. Do you love this child?
And of course he does.
Upon hearing the prophet confirm his deep love, the angel delivers the exact same devastating news. Your community will kill him.
Wow.
The angel then claps his hand and miraculously produces that same unmistakable red sand from Karbala.
And the prophet's wife, Salama, is present for this, right? She witnesses this exchange.
Yes, she does.
She takes this red sand, and the accounts say she carefully ties it in a corner of her clothing and later transfers it to a glass bottle for safekeeping.
That's the vial you mentioned earlier.
Exactly. And the prophet gives her a very specific metric.
Yeah.
He tells her, when this sand turns red or turns into liquid blood, know that my son has been martyred.
Think about the psychological weight of that object existing in a home. Salama checked that bottle every single day for decades.
It's terrifying.
It was a physical, tangible manifestation of an inescapable doom sitting right there on a shelf. It wasn't an abstract fear, it was a guaranteed future.
It's unimaginable anxiety.
Yeah.
And this prophecy wasn't just a secret kept confined between the prophet and his wives behind closed doors. The text details a specific military journey taken by Ali, Hussein's father, many years later.
Yes, this occurs during the journey to the Battle of Siffin. Ali is leading his army, and they reach a specific location called Nainwa, situated right on the banks of the Euphrates River in Iraq. Suddenly, without warning, Ali begins to weep openly. He cries out to his men, "Have patience on the banks of the Euphrates."
And his men must have been so confused.
They were. When his confused commanders ask him why he is weeping at an empty stretch of desert, he reveals the prophecy. He points to the barren ground and says, this is where their camels will rest, this is where their baggage will be offloaded, and this is where their blood will flow. He literally mapped out the exact topography of the tragedy on the very ground it would happen years before the fact, while his son Hussein was likely riding right there in the caravan with him.
Wait, okay, I have to stop you there because as a parent, or just as a human being, this is completely incomprehensible.
It is difficult to grasp.
You have an entire family a family of what the theological texts call perfect individuals.
Mm.
These are people whose prayers, whose dua, are considered so incredibly spiritually potent that they are known in the tradition to alter destiny and change inescapable fate. If you have that level of spiritual capital, and you know with absolute certainty that your child is going to be slaughtered in a desert, your first, most primal instinct is to beg God to change the future. Why didn't they? How does the theology possibly justify that level of passive acceptance to violence?
That is the ultimate central theological question the narrative addresses, and the answer requires a massive fundamental paradigm shift in how we view suffering, pain, and divine love.
Okay, lay it on me.
The text explicitly points out a glaring absence in the historical record. There is no narration anywhere of the Prophet, of Ali, of Sayyidah Fatima, the mother, of Hassan, or even of Hussein himself ever raising their hands to make a prayer to avert this specific tragedy.
Why? I mean, it defies human nature.
Because they understood it completely from the very beginning as a divine test of the highest order.
A test?
And in this specific theological framework, a severe test from God is not viewed as a punishment or a sign of divine anger. It is actually a profound marker of love, spiritual elevation, and absolute nearness to the divine.
That's a huge shift in perspective.
It is. The text quotes several verses from the Quran to establish this foundational premise. One verse explicitly asks the believers, do people think they will be left alone simply because they say, we believe and will not be tested?
So, mere lip service to faith isn't enough? The theology dictates that faith has to be violently forged in the fire.
Exactly. The core argument is that everyone is tested proportionately to the intensity of their faith. The stronger the faith, the exponentially harder the test.
I see.
The prophet himself is quoted in the tradition as saying that the prophets undergo the most severe testing of all humanity, followed by the most virtuous, and so on down the line.
There is a really striking, almost poetic metaphor used in the text here to explain their mindset. It refers to these highly elevated, beloved servants of God as mesmerized lovers.
Yes, the Arabic term is ushak. It describes them as existing in a unique, highly elevated physical and spiritual state where they actually experience a profound relish, a deep spiritual satisfaction in undergoing immense difficulties and pain in the path of their beloved, meaning God.
It sounds paradoxical, almost masochistic to the modern pragmatic ear.
It does sound that way, yes.
But the theology argues that the more they are seemingly debased, broken, and humiliated in the physical temporary world for the sake of upholding God's truth, the more absolute eternal greatness they acquire in the spiritual realm.
They provide a really visceral historical example of this concept with the prophet's own uncle, Hamza, right?
They do, and it perfectly illustrates the mindset.
Mm.
Decades prior, after the brutal Battle of Uhud, Hamza's body was heavily, barbarically mutilated by the opposing forces.
Yes, it was awful.
His chest was cut open. The prophet arrived and saw this horrific sight. And according to the historical accounts, his initial desire was actually to leave his fiercely beloved uncle's body unburied on the battlefield, to be openly consumed by birds of prey and wild animals.
Which sounds incredibly shocking and disrespectful at first glance.
It absolutely does. But the prophet's specific reasoning reveals the entire theological framework.
What did he say?
He stated that he wanted Hamza to be resurrected on the day of judgment, directly from the bellies of the birds and the beasts.
Yeah.
Because undergoing that ultimate level of physical degradation and worldly indignity in the path of God would elevate Hamza to an unimaginably lofty rank of grandeur in the afterlife.
Wow. That's intense.
He ultimately only changed his mind and ordered the burial because he realized that leaving the body would cause unbearable, culturally devastating grief to Hamza's sister, Safiya.
So, bringing this profound theological lens back to Hussein, the family didn't pray to stop Karbala because they didn't view it as a tragedy to be avoided.
Right.
They viewed it as an ultimate spiritual ascension. They actively accepted this brutal test.
Yes. The narrative eventually quotes a soldier from the opposing Umayyad army, a man named Zar ibn Qais, who later travels to Damascus to describe the aftermath of Karbala to the king, Yazid. He paints a picture of absolute horror. He describes Hussein's camp as having bodies stripped naked, clothes completely drenched in blood, faces stained with the dirt of the desert, left completely unburied to bake in the scorching sun while birds of prey circle overhead.
It is the absolute ultimate picture of worldly defeat, humiliation, and dishonor.
Exactly. But the theological argument we are unpacking posits that this very image of absolute physical devastation is precisely the mechanism that earned them unparalleled eternal excellence in the sight of God.
Right.
They didn't use their spiritual capital to avoid the test. They willingly embraced the fire to prove their absolute devotion.
Wow. Okay, so the spiritual, prophetic, and theological groundwork is now fully laid out. We understand the why from a sweeping cosmic perspective.
Go.
But history doesn't just happen in a vacuum of prophecies and metaphors. What was the actual earthly trigger? What was the political match that finally set this decades-old prophecy's powder keg to violently explode?
To understand the earthly trigger, we have to transition from the cosmic realm of angels and prophecies to the intensely gritty, pragmatic world of 7th century politics.
Okay, take us there.
The historical narrative moves us specifically to the Islamic month of Rajab in the year 60 AH.
Right.
The current long-standing ruler of the expansive Islamic Empire, Amir Muawiyah, passes away in the capital city of Damascus, and he has arranged for his son, Yazid, to take the throne and assume the title of caliph.
And Yazid has an immediate, massive, existential, geopolitical problem on his hands the moment his father's heart stops beating.
A catastrophic problem. Yazid is acutely aware that his ascension to the caliphate is highly controversial. The transition from a somewhat consultative leadership model to a direct hereditary Umayyad dynasty is causing deep fractures.
Understandably.
The text points out that there are 3 major, highly influential figures residing in the spiritual capital of Medina who do not accept Yazid as a rightful, moral, or legal successor: Imam Hussain, Abdullah ibn Zubair, and Abdullah ibn Umar.
Okay, those are big names.
Yazid is terrified because these aren't just local dissidents. They are the sons of the most prominent early leaders of Islam. If any one of them makes a public, vocal claim rejecting Yazid's rule, the entire vital region of the Hijaz, which is modern-day Saudi Arabia, containing Makkah and Medina, will instantly rebel.
Right.
And if Hussein specifically makes a claim, Yazid knows the entire volatile, highly militarized region of Iraq will likely rise up in massive support of him.
So Yazid needs their absolute loyalty, their formal pledge of allegiance, what is known as the bay'ah, immediately. And we need to clarify, the pledge of allegiance back then wasn't just a polite handshake or a promise not to break the law.
No, the bay'ah was a binding, sacred, legal, and spiritual contract. It meant you submitted totally to their authority, validated their right to rule spiritually and politically, and committed your life to their defense.
Which is a lot to ask of someone like Hussein.
Exactly. For a man of Hussein's pristine moral standing, to give bay'ah to Yazid, who was widely viewed as corrupt and entirely unfit, would be the ultimate stamp of legitimacy that Yazid desperately needed. And Yazid is not asking nicely.
Far from it. He sends a ruthless, highly classified dispatch via a fast courier to Walid, who is currently serving as his appointed governor of Medina.
Right.
The letter breaks the news of Muawiyah's death, but it comes with a very specific, chilling imperial order regarding these 3 specific dissidents.
What does it say?
It says, secure allegiance from Hussein, Abdullah ibn Umar, and Abdullah ibn Zubair, and do not release them under any circumstances if they do not give their hands in allegiance.
I find the mechanics of this absolutely fascinating. Think about this from a modern geopolitical perspective. It is a classic authoritarian playbook being executed flawlessly.
Oh, totally.
The general public in Medina doesn't even know the emperor in Damascus has died yet. The news hasn't traveled. Yazid is trying to quietly, violently eliminate the most prominent political dissidents in the dark before the sun comes up, before the public realizes what's happening, and before any organized resistance can form.
It is exactly that. It is an attempted midnight purge of the political elite. Governor Walid receives this classified dispatch in the dead of night, and he is immediately unnerved.
He's not exactly eager to carry this out.
No, he knows the political reality on the ground. He knows he cannot realistically force these universally respected men, especially Hussein, the grandson of the Prophet, to simply submit. And he deeply dreads the massive bloodshed and civil war that will inevitably follow if he tries to use force.
So what does he do?
Feeling overwhelmed, Walid seeks emergency counsel from his deputy, a man named Marwan.
And the historical narrative draws a very stark, deliberate contrast between the psychologies of these 2 men, Walid and Marwan.
It does, and it's a brilliant study in political ethics.
Yeah.
Walid is described as generally peace-loving, cautious, and deeply fearful of God's ultimate judgment.
Right.
Marwan, on the other hand, is described as a heartless, purely pragmatic, violently ambitious political operator. When Walid shows him the letter, Marwan's advice is immediate, cold, and brutal.
What does he tell him to do?
And call them in right now, under the cover of darkness. If they pledge allegiance, great. If they refuse, do not let them speak. Do not let them leave. Cut off their heads instantly in the governor's mansion.
Just execute them right there.
Yes, you must execute them before the morning light, before they find out Muawiyah is dead, because if they escape, they will scatter, rally their massive bases of support, and you will have an uncontrollable civil war on your hands.
So Walid, pressured by Marwan, sends a messenger out into the quiet streets of Medina to summon Hussein and Ibn Zubair in the middle of the night.
And the messenger finds them sitting peacefully in the Prophet's mosque. Ibn Zubair is deeply confused by the unprecedented midnight summons.
But Hussein isn't.
No, Hussein, who is politically astute, sees right through the facade immediately. He correctly deduces the geopolitical reality. Muawiyah must be dead, the empire is in transition, and the governor has been ordered to force their allegiance in secret before the news breaks to the public.
Hussein knows with absolute certainty he is walking into a trap.
Yeah.
But he doesn't hide. He doesn't panic.
Right.
Instead, he gathers the young men of his own family, heavily arms them, and marches to the governor's mansion. He tells his armed escort to wait outside the doors. He gives them clear instructions. If my voice gets loud, rush in and defend me. Otherwise, hold your ground quietly.
It is a brilliantly tense cinematic scene. Hussein enters the governor's chamber entirely alone.
Okay.
Walid formally informs him of Muawiyah's passing and immediately asks for his official pledge of allegiance to Yazid. Hussein politely gives his condolences for the death, but then he issues an absolute masterclass in political maneuvering.
He doesn't just say no, does he?
He doesn't flat out refuse and trigger a fight, but he also doesn't submit. He says, essentially, a person of my high religious and social standing cannot possibly pledge allegiance in secret, hidden away in a room in the middle of the night. It's inappropriate and invalid.
I see.
If you call the masses together tomorrow morning for a public pledge in the light of day, I will be there and we can handle this matter properly then.
It's genius. He's calling their bluff. He's saying, if you want this legitimacy, you have to do it in the daylight, in front of the people where you can't quietly assassinate me.
Exactly.
And Walid, who the text describes as desperately wanting a way out of this violent mandate, caves immediately. He sighs in relief and says, okay, you may leave in peace.
But Marwan is standing right there in the shadows of the room. He is enraged by Walid's weakness.
Oh boy.
He turns to the governor and shouts, if you let him walk out that door right now without extracting the pledge, you will never control him again without massive, catastrophic bloodshed. Imprison him right now or strike his neck.
And Hussein doesn't flinch. He doesn't back down. He turns directly to Marwan, the most dangerous man in the room, and fiercely calls him a liar and a corrupt, sinful person right to his face, asserting his own moral dominance. And then he simply turns his back and walks out of the trap.
The fallout between Walid and Marwan in the chamber afterward is incredibly revealing of the moral stakes of this entire conflict. Marwan furiously berates Walid for losing the only tactical opportunity to neutralize Hussein.
But Walid's response is profound, isn't it?
It cuts to the core of the religious narrative. He says, how unfortunate and wretched are you? You are advising me to completely ruin my deen, my eternal religion. Must I murder the beloved grandson of the holy prophet simply because he refused to politically submit to Yazid? I swear, even if you gave me all the wealth and dominion in the entire world, I would never stain my hands with his pure blood. Walid clearly understands the ultimate eternal accountability on the day of judgment. Marwan, blinded by ambition, only cares about maintaining earthly Umayyad power.
It is a temporary reprieve, though. Hussein isn't naive. He knows he just embarrassed the regime, and the target is still firmly painted on his back.
Oh, for sure.
That very night, under the cover of absolute darkness, realizing Medina is no longer safe, he packs up his entire extended family, the women, the children, and flees the city for the sanctuary of Makkah, desperately seeking refuge near the Kaaba.
And it is vital to note here that the text takes a moment to address a very specific historical counterargument regarding this exact flight.
Oh, let's hear it.
The author mentions a historical book titled The Caliphate of Muawiyah and Yazid, which apparently presented a highly critical view of Hussein's actions. This dissenting book argued that Hussein's rebellion was purely a secular political power grab, that it was fundamentally unlawful under strict Islamic jurisprudence.
Okay.
And it claimed that even his own respected half-brother, Muhammad ibn Hanafiya, told him his actions were illegal and wrong.
But the narrative we are exploring systematically refutes that interpretation, right?
Very systematically. The text deeply analyzes the actual recorded advice that Muhammad ibn Hanafiya gave to Hussein before he fled Medina.
What did he actually say?
Muhammad didn't tell him to submit to Yazid. He told him to completely avoid traveling to any specific populated city. He advised him to go deep into the unforgiving deserts and mountains, to establish a secure base, and to slowly send out messengers to build grassroots support.
So it was tactical advice.
Exactly. Muhammad warned him that entering a major city would immediately cause political disparity, fracture the populace, and make Hussein an easy, stationary target for Umayyad spears.
So if we look closely at the mechanism of that advice,
Right.
he wasn't saying, Hussein, what you are doing by defying Yazid is a sin against God. He was saying, Hussein, the specific method you are using is tactically dangerous and you're going to get yourself killed.
Exactly. The expert theological analysis in the text proves that Muhammad ibn Hanafiya did not view the moral stance against Yazid as unlawful or sinful. He simply viewed Hussein's logistical method as practically disadvantageous. He was offering highly pragmatic strategic advice based on military prudence, not issuing a religious condemnation of Hussein's fundamental right to resist a corrupt, unjust ruler.
So Hussein arrives safely in Makkah. He has sanctuary for the moment. But the massive political vacuum in the empire is about to exert a gravitational pull, dragging him directly toward his prophesied fate.
Yes, it is.
And that irresistible pull comes from a highly volatile city in Iran called Kufa.
Yes. On his urgent journey out of Medina, Hussein crossed paths with a man named Abdullah ibn Utay, who delivered a stark, urgent warning. Do not, under any circumstances, go to Kufa.
Wow, okay.
He explicitly called it an unfortunate, cursed city. He reminded Hussein of the grim history. It was the very city where Hussein's father, Ali, was brutally assassinated while praying, and where his elder brother, Hassan, was previously deserted by his own mutinous troops, stabbed and nearly killed.
So Kufa has a terrible, proven track record of violent treachery against this specific family. Why on earth would Hussein even consider looking their way?
Because despite its volatility, Kufa was the former beating heart of the Islamic Empire under his father, Ali. It was heavily garrisoned, and it was still the absolute geographical and ideological hub of Ali's most fervent supporters, the Shias.
Okay, that makes sense.
And when the people of Kufa finally received the delayed news that Muawiyah was dead and that Hussein had bravely refused to bow to Yazid's tyranny, they saw their golden opportunity to restore the leadership to the Prophet's bloodline.
The text mentions they hold massive secret gatherings, primarily at the home of a respected leader named Suleiman ibn Sard.
Yes, and Suleiman is a cautious veteran. He tests the fervor of the massive crowd. He says basically, look, if you are truly, genuinely ready to fight his Umayyad enemies and sacrifice your own lives and wealth in his defense, we will write to him and invite him.
Right.
But if you fear cowardice, if you think you will falter when the swords are drawn, do not deceive him and lead him to his death. The crowd roars back, vehemently insisting they are ready to die for him.
And they don't just send one polite letter of invitation. The historical accounts say they sent a staggering 12,000 letters to Hussein in Makkah.
12,000 individual letters and petitions. The logistical effort alone is astounding. And the message across all these letters was uniform, urgent, and desperate.
What was he saying?
Come to Kufa immediately. The seat of the caliphate is empty. It is waiting for you. We have no moral leader. We have a massive army ready to violently overthrow the current weak Umayyad governor, Nu'man ibn Bashir. The entire region is yours. Just come.
Let's pause and deeply examine the heavy, agonizing dilemma Hussein is facing here. He has explicit warnings from trusted advisors not to trust Kufa based on historical precedent. But he has 12,000 desperate letters begging for his salvation.
It's a huge decision.
From a purely pragmatic standpoint, you stay in Makkah.
Yeah.
What is the moral imperative that forces his hand?
The narrative provides a deeply analytical explanation of strict Islamic jurisprudence and the profound ethics of leadership at this exact juncture. The rule is clear. When an entire oppressed nation is actively refusing to submit to a leader they view as a brutal tyrant and a public sinner like Yazid, and they are actively, desperately begging a worthy, highly qualified, just individual to lead and save them, that worthy individual absolutely cannot simply ignore their pleas out of concern for his own personal safety.
Because to ignore them is to be silently complicit in their continued oppression.
Exactly. The theology argues that if Hussein, the most qualified man on earth, ignored 12,000 desperate pleas for help, he would effectively be handing the sacred religion of Islam over to corruption and tyranny by default.
Wow.
The text poses a chilling theological hypothetical. If Hussein stayed comfortably and safely in Makkah, what possible excuse would he offer to God on the Day of Judgment when the thousands of people of Kufa testified against him?
Saying, "We tirelessly requested Hussein's help to establish justice, but he abandoned us to Yazid's brutal oppression out of fear for his own life. Had he come, we would have fought and established the truth."
Right. He would be held eternally, spiritually accountable for their continued suffering.
So he had an absolute moral, legal, and spiritual obligation to respond to their call, despite the grave misgivings of other senior companions who rightly feared for his life. However, Hussein is not reckless. He is a brilliant strategist.
He is.
He knows the history of Kufa. He doesn't just blindly ride into the desert with his family based on letters.
No, he sends an envoy. He finds a tactical compromise.
He sends his highly trusted, deeply capable cousin, Muslim ibn Aqil. He gives Muslim a letter addressed to the Kufan leaders saying, "I am sending my trusted cousin to verify the reality of your situation on the ground. If he writes back to me and confirms that what you say in these 12,000 letters is true and your intentions are pure, I will come."
It was the perfect, calculated, strategic move to test their actual loyalty without immediately risking his own life and the lives of his women and children.
So Muslim ibn Aqil undertakes the dangerous journey and arrives secretly in Kufa. And initially, it looked like a massive, unprecedented success.
It really does.
The text notes, he doesn't just verify the 12,000 letters. He actually receives 18,000 physical, in-person pledges of allegiance. The revolutionary passion in the city is overflowing. People are weeping at the sight of him.
It's an incredible reception.
Believing the city is secured, Muslim writes a triumphant letter back to Hussein in Makkah saying, "The support is real, the city is ready, come to Kufa immediately." But what Muslim doesn't realize is that he is playing a deadly game against a ticking clock. Yazid has highly embedded spies operating in Kufa.
And those loyalist spies are sending frantic encrypted messages back to the capital in Damascus. They warn Yazid that Muslim ibn Aqil is quietly taking absolute control of the city from the inside out, and that the current incumbent governor, Numan ibn Bashir, is entirely too weak, too passive, or perhaps too sympathetic to stop it.
So what do they tell Yazid to do?
They issue Yazid a stark ultimatum. If you do not act with immediate, overwhelming, and brutal force right now, you will lose the entire wealthy, strategic region of Iraq forever.
And Yazid, facing the collapse of his empire, does not hesitate. He needs a monster to handle this rebellion, someone devoid of Walid's moral hesitation. And he finds exactly that in a notorious man named Ubaydullah ibn Ziyad.
Ibn Ziyad is currently serving as the iron-fisted governor of the neighboring city of Basra. Yazid issues an emergency decree, giving Ibn Ziyad dual, absolute command of both Basra and Kufa.
His orders are simple and ruthless, right?
Very. Ride to Kufa immediately, crush the rebellion by any means necessary, hunt down Muslim ibn Aqil, banish him, or execute him. And if Hussein manages to arrive, force his absolute submission or kill him too.
The sheer brutality of Ibn Ziyad is established in the narrative before he even leaves his own city. Just as he is preparing to march on Kufa, a messenger from Hussein arrives in Basra, carrying a letter for the local nobles, quietly asking for their support to open a second front. What does Ibn Ziyad do?
One of the local nobles, terrified of Ibn Ziyad's wrath, immediately betrays the cause and hands the messenger directly over to the governor. Ibn Ziyad doesn't interrogate him or imprison him. He immediately publicly executes Hussein's messenger on the spot.
Just like that.
Yeah. He then aggressively gathers the entire populace of Basra and delivers a terrifying, unhinged threat, promising to utterly wipe out anyone and their families who even flirts with the idea of treason. Having successfully locked down Basra with sheer psychological terror, he gathers a small elite force and sets his sights on Kufa.
And the way he chooses to enter Kufa is a masterpiece of psychological warfare. It's an act of pure political identity theft. He weaponizes their own religious devotion against them before he even draws a sword.
It truly is. Ibn Ziyad takes his small cavalry force, but deliberately leaves the vast majority of his soldiers hidden outside the city limits. He waits patiently for nightfall. He then strips off his imperial armor and puts on traditional Hijazi clothing, the exact distinct style of clothing someone traveling from Makkah, like Imam Hussain, would wear. He covers his face with a dark cloth, hiding his identity, and rides into the gates of Kufa in the dark with just a few attendants.
And the people of Kufa fall for the deception completely. They've been waiting on pins and needles for Hussein's arrival, and suddenly, here comes a veiled, majestic Thebs riding in from the direction of the Hijaz.
Right.
They erupt in absolute euphoria. They crowd around his camel in the dark streets, shouting the takbir, proclaiming Allahu Akbar, God is great. completely convinced their spiritual savior has finally arrived to lead the revolution.
And Ibn Ziyad just sits there on his camel in absolute chilling silence. He absorbs the sheer, terrifying scope of the rebellion firsthand. He watches the faces of the people cheering for Hussein in the torchlight.
Taking notes.
He is literally the villain walking right through the hero's welcoming parade, taking careful mental notes of every single tribal leader and citizen who is weeping with joy to see him, knowing full well he is about to hunt them all down and slaughter them.
The sheer political whiplash of Kufa is staggering when you think about it. They are writing 12,000 letters of rebellion one day and accidentally throwing a ticker tape parade for their own executioner the next. He rides the wave of their misplaced, fervent joy right up to the heavily fortified doors of the governor's mansion.
And the current weak governor, Newman, who is hiding inside, also assumes the mob has brought Hussein to overthrow him. Newman barricades the doors, nervously climbs up to the roof, and shouts down into the dark street, "Leave, O son of the prophet! I swear I won't fight you, but I will not hand over the city either."
That is the exact moment the illusion shatters.
Ibn Ziyad loses his temper. He pulls down his veil and violently shouts at the governor to open the damn door. A man standing close in the crowd recognizes the harsh, unmistakable voice of the tyrant. The man backs away in horror and frantically whispers to the crowd, "By Allah, this is not Hussein. This is the son of Marjana." That's Ibn Ziyad's derogatory nickname. The governor throws open the doors, Ibn Ziyad quickly slips inside the fortress, and the massive, joyous, revolutionary crowd just melts away into the darkness, completely paralyzed and despondent.
They realize in a split second they just enthusiastically cheered for their own violent demise. And the next morning, Ibn Ziyad leaves no room for any doubt about his intentions.
At dawn, he forcefully gathers the entire city in the main mosque and delivers a chillingly calculated, ruthlessly effective speech. He plays the classic dictator, promising kindness and wealth to those who quietly obey, but he explicitly declares that his whip and his sword are now exclusively reserved for dissenters.
But the mechanism of his control isn't just threatening speeches. He implements a draconian, highly effective administrative crackdown that destroys the social fabric of Kufa.
Right, he doesn't just go after the foot soldiers, he targets the social elite. Let's unpack the mechanics of this fear.
Get it.
He demands immediate, written guarantees from every single tribal leader, noble, and neighborhood chief in the city. They must legally promise not to harbor any rebels, and they must immediately hand over the names of anyone who has expressed revolutionary sympathies.
Turning them into informants.
Yes, if they fail to provide this written guarantee, or if a rebel is found in their district, their personal wealth will be seized, their entire extended families will be slaughtered, and their bodies will be hung by their front doors to rot.
It is the ultimate destruction of social trust. The mood in the city flips overnight. From a euphoric, unified rebellion of 18,000 strong men ready to die for Hussein to absolute, atomized, paralyzing terror where you can't even trust your own brother not to turn you in.
It's incredibly effective.
And suddenly, in the blink of an eye, Hussein's envoy, Muslim ibn Aqli, is entirely isolated and trapped deep behind highly hostile enemy lines.
Muslim is a brilliant man. He instantly realizes the network has collapsed and he can no longer stay where he is. The narrative details how he flees his known location under the cover of darkness and seeks refuge at the home of a very prominent, highly celebrated supporter of the Prophet's family, a man named Hani ibn Urwa Mujahi.
Okay.
Recognizing the grave danger, Hani bravely takes him in and hides Muslim securely in a heavily fortified private apartment within his large compound.
And this specific safe house becomes the setting for what has to be one of the most agonizing, frustrating what-if moments in this entire historical narrative.
Yeah.
Because through a bizarre twist of fate, the tyrant Ibn Ziyad actually walks right into the very house where the rebel leader is hiding.
It is an incredibly tense sequence of events. A very wealthy, influential chief from Basra, a man named Sharik ibn Awar, happens to be traveling and is also staying as an honored guest in Harani's house. Sharik is secretly a staunch, devoted lover of the Prophet's family, but because of his high social standing, he is still outwardly respected by the Umayyad regime and Ibn Ziyad. Sharik suddenly falls severely ill while staying there. When Ibn Ziyad hears of this, he sends word that he is coming to Khomeini's house personally to pay his respects and visit the sick chief.
So the architect of the terror is casually walking right into the room next to the man he is hunting.
Sharik, despite being bedridden, immediately sees the miraculous tactical opportunity. He urgently calls Muslim ibn Asil into his room and lays out a foolproof assassination plot. He tells Muslim to hide behind the heavy curtain with his sword drawn.
Okay.
Sharik says, "When Ibn Ziyad comes in and sits by my bed, I will engage him in conversation. Then I will ask for water. When I loudly say, 'Bring me water,' that is your absolute signal to step out from behind the curtain and strike his head off. You kill him, you decapitate the Umayyad leadership, you take immediate control of Kufa, and this entire war is over before it even begins."
It is the absolute perfect trap. Evening comes. Ibn Ziyad arrives at the house with only a single, unsuspecting bodyguard. He sits intimately close to Sharik's bed. And after a few moments, Sharik gives the agreed-upon signal. He shouts, "Bring me water."
But Muslim does not emerge from behind the curtain. The room is silent. Sharik, sweating and anxious, says it again, louder, "Bring me water." Still nothing. He shouts it a third time, getting desperate, even reciting a cryptic line of poetry about giving him a drink even if it costs him his life, trying to provoke Muslim into action.
But Muslim remains completely hidden, and Ibn Ziyad's bodyguard, who is trained to look for ambushes, finally gets highly suspicious. He notices the extreme tension in the room, the weird, aggressive shouting for water, and he violently grabs Ibn Ziyad, rushing him out of the house and into the street, realizing they just narrowly escaped an assassination attempt.
The golden moment is gone. Ibn Ziyad escapes back to his fortress, alive and furious.
Okay, stop right there. You, the listener, have to be screaming at your device right now. Muslim had the tyrant completely in his grasp. He could have ended Yazid's tyrannical grip on Kufa with one swing of his sword. He could have stopped the agonizing tragedy of Karbala from ever happening. His own family wouldn't have been slaughtered. Why didn't he strike? How can that level of passivity be justified when the stakes are that high?
When Sharik fiercely asks Muslim that exact same question after Ibn Ziyad escapes, Muslim gives two profound reasons. The first is a matter of intense cultural honor. He states his respect for his host, noting that Hani, despite hating Ibn Ziyad, did not want the governor's blood treacherously spilled inside his own home under the guise of hospitality.
Okay, what's the second reason?
The second reason is the true, unyielding crux of the matter. Muslim plainly states that the Prophet Muhammad had explicitly, unequivocally forbidden the killing of any person via deception or a breach of trust.
Let's really analyze the magnitude of that choice. He is actively choosing a strict religious ruling regarding personal ethics over a massive, guaranteed military victory that would save thousands of lives.
It highlights the profound, utterly unyielding ethical code of the Ahl Bayt, the Prophet's pure family. They firmly believed they were engaged in a deeply moral and spiritual war, not merely a secular political conflict over territory.
Right.
From a purely pragmatic, strategic standpoint, killing Ibn Ziyad in that room was the smartest, most necessary move. Any modern general would order it instantly. But spiritually, ethically, it would have permanently compromised everything they fundamentally stood for.
Because if they utilize the enemy's deceptive, treacherous tactics to win, they essentially become the enemy they're fighting.
Exactly. They steadfastly refused to break the Sunnah, the ethical practice and laws laid down by the Prophet, even when breaking it meant securing a guaranteed bloodless victory. Their philosophy dictated that they would rather lose their lives with their pristine principles completely intact than win the world by abandoning their morality.
And that agonizing, hyper-ethical choice ultimately seals his doom. Because while Muslim is righteously refusing to use deception to kill, Ibn Ziyad is relying on deception entirely to survive. Realizing how close he came to death, Ibn Ziyad is frantic to find exactly where Muslim is hiding in the city, so he employs a highly sophisticated spy.
He calls upon a cunning loyalist slave named Makwal. He gives Makwal a massive sum of 3,000 dirhams and gives him very specific instructions to infiltrate the Shia underground network. He tells him to start his search at the central mosque, where the most devout men gather.
And Makwal proves to be a brilliant, utterly ruthless operative. He goes to the mosque, scans the crowd, spots a man praying fervently and weeping a prominent supporter named Muslim ibn Nawaja, and correctly deduces that this man is deeply connected to the underground rebellion.
Makwal approaches the man and plays the part of a pious supporter perfectly. He claims to be a wealthy Syrian slave who deeply loves the Prophet's family. He shows him the 3,000 dirhams and says he desperately wants to donate this money directly to the hidden envoy, Muslim ibn Makwal, to fund the revolution, but he laments that he doesn't know where the safe house is.
And the trap is flawlessly sprung. The devout man, believing he is helping the cause, leads the spy directly to the safe house. The entire underground network is infiltrated and destroyed not by overwhelming military force, but by the exact kind of calculated deception and breach of trust that Muslim Ibn Akhul had just righteously refused to use against Ibn Ziyad.
It sets up a devastating, perfectly crystallized ideological clash that defines the entirety of the Karbala narrative from that moment forward. On one side, you have the Umayyad regime, embodied by Yazid and Ibn Ziyad, who represent pure, unadulterated, Machiavellian political pragmatism. They will happily use mass execution, psychological terror, deep infiltration, and absolute deception to maintain power at any cost.
And on the exact opposite side, you have the Ali Bayt, men like Imam Hussain and Muslim Ibn Akhul, who are marching eyes wide open toward a violently prophesied death, who absolutely refuse to bend or break their pristine ethical code, even when they are looking the very architect of their doom right in the face.
Which brings us to a really uncomfortable, deeply profound question about our own modern values. We've just examined the mechanics of how absolute power, inescapable prophecy, and unwavering principle violently collide. And watching Muslim Ibn Akhul lower his sword in that safe house poses a very real, very difficult question to the modern mind.
What is it?
What do you actually do when your own moral code puts you at a massive, fatal strategic disadvantage against a completely ruthless opponent?
It is the ultimate agonizing test of integrity.
It is. Muslim Ibn Akhul chose to spare Ibn Ziyad's life in that room, simply because his ethics strictly forbade deceptive killing. He let the tyrant walk out the door, knowing full well it would likely cost him his own life, the lives of his young children, and ultimately the life of Imam Hussain on the plains of Karbala. In a modern world that constantly loudly preaches that the ends always justify the means, that winning is the only metric that truly matters, what is the true devastating cost of holding on to your principles when the whole world expects you to compromise?
Wow. Well, that's a lot to think about. Thank you for joining us on this deep dive into the historical and theological narrative of Karbala. Stay curious. Usually when we talk about a negotiation or like a political alliance, there's this underlying expectation of rationality, right?
Well, yeah, like a baseline of common sense.
Exactly. Think of a business contract.
Yeah.
You bring your assets, I bring mine, we find a middle ground, and we sign. Both sides want to survive.
Both sides want a profit.
Yeah, both sides want a profit. It's predictable. I mean, we build our entire understanding of human sociology on this idea that people, when pushed to the absolute brink, will just default to self-preservation.
It is a really comforting framework, honestly. It allows us to believe that human behavior can be modeled or anticipated and ultimately controlled.
Right.
If you offer a person a way out of destruction, the prevailing logic says, yeah, they will take it.
But, and this is why we are here today,
Yeah.
if you step into the historical and psychological landscape we are exploring in this deep dive, that rational framework just collapses entirely.
Oh, totally. It just falls apart.
We are looking at a scenario where people are actively signing contracts, where the penalty clause isn't a fine, it is their total conscious annihilation.
Yeah, it's intense.
So today, we're taking you on a journey through translated excerpts from a text called Shaam-e-Karbala English Part 3.pdf. It details the events leading up to the tragedy of Karbala around the year 61 AH.
And just to set the stage for you, the text presents us with this environment where solemn promises of allegiance are shattered overnight.
Right, and it's driven by two incredibly potent forces, the lure of massive wealth and the sheer terror imposed by a brutal governor named Ibn Ziyad.
Yeah, the author is meticulously constructing a narrative about the human condition under extreme duress.
Which is what makes it so fascinating.
Exactly. I mean, we aren't just tracing a historical timeline of what happened, right? We are dissecting how the text portrays individuals reacting when their deeply held morals collide with, well, either existential threats or blinding greed.
Right, it's not just a history lesson.
No, not at all. This text material is way less concerned with the clash of swords and far more focused on the internal psychological battlefields of its characters. Now, I do want to make it clear that while this text touches on deeply significant religious and historical events, we are just here to impartially unpack what the source material itself is conveying without taking any sides or endorsing specific viewpoints.
Absolutely. So I want you to imagine knowing you are walking right into a trap. You see the steel jaws wide open, the mechanism is exposed.
Everyone is screaming at you about it.
Yeah, everyone is warning you. Yet you feel absolutely compelled by a higher duty to just keep walking right into it.
That's a heavy thought.
To understand the sheer weight of that trap, the text doesn't actually begin with grand political speeches or armies marching. It begins by establishing a baseline of absolute terror in the city of Kufa.
It is a very deliberate structural choice by the author.
Yeah.
Yeah. By starting with the aftermath of Imam Muslim's death in Kufa, the text immediately grounds the geopolitical conflict in raw human vulnerability.
Right, because we aren't looking at soldiers first.
Exactly. Muslim has been killed, leaving behind his two young sons, Muhammad and Ibrahim. And they are orphaned, completely alone, and actively hunted in what has overnight become a hyper-hostile city.
And the terror the text describes, it isn't abstract, It is immediate and suffocating.
Yeah.
We see this figure named Qadi Shirai tearfully trying to smuggle these two young boys out of the city via a caravan heading to Medina.
He entrusts them to his son Assad, right?
He does, yeah, to get them to the city gates under the cover of darkness.
Yeah.
But by the time they get there, the caravan has already departed.
Oh, wow.
The boys try to run, they try to catch up, but they are left stranded in the desert outside the city. The text paints this incredibly vivid, heartbreaking picture of these children just holding onto each other, completely helpless.
It's really hard to read.
And meanwhile, Ibn Ziyad puts this massive bounty on their head.
The decree goes out.
Yeah, whoever brings these kids in gets generously rewarded, and anyone who hides them faces severe retribution.
And that decree is the catalyst the text uses to explore its first major psychological theme.
Which is?
How systemic terror activates latent greed and just dismantles social cohesion. The bounty instantly weaponizes the population of Kufa against its most defenseless inhabitants.
It turns neighbor against neighbor.
Exactly. Soldiers track the boys down and throw them in jail. And it is within this prison that the author introduces a profound psychological contrast for us to analyze. We meet Mashkur, the warden of the jail.
Right, Mashkur. The text describes him as a pious man, someone whose passion of iman, or faith, is stirred when he sees these orphaned boys.
He decides to risk everything for them.
He really does. In the dead of night, he feeds them, takes them out of the jail, gives them his own signet ring as a token, and directs them to a nearby town where his brother is a police officer who might help them.
It's a huge risk.
It is.
Yeah.
Now, I am reading this and thinking, Mashkur knows exactly who Ibn Ziyad is.
Oh, absolutely.
He knows the governor's reputation for zero-tolerance brutality, so why do it?
Well, the author presents Mashkur as a man operating on a completely different hierarchy of survival.
What do you mean?
So, when Ibn Ziyad discovers the boys are missing, he summons Mashkur. The interrogation scene in the text is fascinating because Mashkur doesn't attempt to obfuscate or cower at all.
He doesn't make up a story.
No. When threatened by the tyrannical governor, Mashkur defiantly states, "He who fears Allah fears no one else."
Wow.
Yeah. The text explicitly frames Mashkur's decision not as a lapse in judgment or a failure to understand the danger, but as a calculated exchange. He is valuing unseen spiritual intercession in the afterlife over his physical survival in Kufa.
And the physical cost he pays for that exchange is brutal. I mean,
Right.
Ibn Ziyad orders Mashkur to be whipped until he dies and then beheaded.
It's awful.
The text details this execution in a way that's deeply unsettling but crucial for understanding the ideological divide being drawn here.
Right, the specific details of the whipping.
Exactly. With each of the 5 strikes of the whip, Mashkur doesn't scream for mercy. He prays.
Which is incredible.
It is. Strike 1, he says, in the name of Allah. Strike 2, grant me patience.
Strike 3 is, forget me, right?
Yes. Strike 4, I am receiving this punishment in the love of the Prophet's children. And then strike 5, take me to them.
By documenting those specific prayers, the author is illustrating a soul completely detached from the material world. Mashkur's response to extreme physical pain is spiritual affirmation.
It's like he's transcended the physical reality of the room.
Exactly. The text is establishing the absolute ceiling of ideological conviction here. But, importantly, the narrative immediately pivots.
Right, to the floor.
Yeah, it juxtaposes Mashkur with a character who represents the absolute floor of human morality, showing us the horrifying alternative to Mashkur's conviction.
And this is where we meet Harith. So the boys, after wandering all night, fail to reach the safe town and are discovered hiding by a well.
Right.
A sympathetic slave girl brings them to her mistress, a virtuous woman who takes them in, and she explicitly warns her slave not to tell her husband.
Because that husband is Harith.
That husband is Harith. The text describes Harith returning home that night physically broken, just exhausted. Why? Because he has literally ridden his horse to the point of collapse, spending the entire day desperately scouring the desert for these 2 boys to claim Ibn Ziyad's bounty.
The text is really dissecting the pathology of greed here. Harith isn't just looking for extra income. He is entirely consumed by the promise of wealth to the point of physical self-destruction.
Right, he's destroying his own body to find them.
Exactly. And when he tells his wife about his obsessive search, her response in the text is a theological warning. She tells him that people who do this are exchanging their deen for the dunya.
Meaning trading their face for the worldly life.
Right. The author is setting up a direct parallel. Mashkur exchanged his dunya, his physical life, for his deen, his spiritual beliefs. Harith is actively trying to do the exact opposite.
I have to say, I'm struggling to understand Harith's logic as the narrative progresses.
How so?
Well, he tells his wife to be quiet, goes to sleep, and then, in the middle of the night, the older boy has a dream of his family in Jannah, in paradise, and wakes up crying. Harith wakes up, lights a lamp, and realizes his bounty is sitting right inside his own house.
Yeah, under his own roof.
What follows is this harrowing escalation of violence that almost defies comprehension. He ignores his wife's desperate pleas. The next morning, he drags the children out. A house slave, who is actually the foster brother of Harith's own son, tries to intervene.
Right, citing his fear of answering to the prophet on the day of judgment.
Yeah. And Harith's response is to brutally beat and kill his own slave.
It's shocking.
Then, Harith's own son arrives, sees the horror, calls his father unjust, and tries to physically stop him. Harith kills his own son.
His own child.
His own child. His wife witnesses this, collapses, and dies of grief.
The sequence of those murders is deliberate on the author's part. It systematically strips Harith of every social, familial, and moral tether.
But let me push back on how the text is framing this, because from a purely rational, even a deeply cynical standpoint, this makes no sense.
Right, from an economic standpoint.
Yeah, like in behavioral economics, there's the concept of the sunk cost fallacy. You pour money into a failing project, and instead of walking away, you keep investing, because you can't stand to lose your initial stake.
Oh, that's a really interesting angle.
Is the author implying that Harith is applying this fallacy to his morality? He goes so far past the point of no return. He kills his slave. He murders his own child. His wife drops dead. At some point, the cost massively outweighs the reward, right?
You would think so.
Why doesn't he just stop? Does the text suggest that greed literally blinds a person to basic survival instincts? Because annihilating your own bloodline doesn't seem like a victory, even if you get the gold.
What's fascinating about your question is how the text actually anticipates it. The author doesn't present Harith as a rational economic actor making a miscalculation.
So he's not just bad at math.
No, not at all. The text treats his greed as a blinding terminal pathology. Harith's rational mind has completely dissolved. He is functioning purely on the monstrous inertia of those sunk costs.
Right.
If he stops after killing his son, then his son died for nothing, and he is just a monster. If he gets the gold, in his twisted logic, the gold retroactively justifies the nightmare he just authored. He has traded his fundamental humanity for a bag of heads.
And the boys even offer him an out. When he drags them to the river, they say, "Cut our hair and sell us as slaves. Just spare our lives."
A completely viable alternative for him to make money.
Yeah. But the text notes his extreme paranoia. He tells them he fears someone will snatch them away on the road and steal his reward. His greed has made him entirely paranoid. So he beheads them, puts their heads in a bag, and takes them to the governor.
And this brings us to the dark, tragic irony the text uses to conclude this Kufan prologue. Harith presents the bag to Ibn Ziyad, fully expecting the wealth he destroyed his family to attain.
But he doesn't get it.
No, the author reveals that Ibn Ziyad hadn't actually issued an execution order yet. He wanted to keep the boys alive to consult his superior, Yazid, on their fate. Ibn Ziyad is furious at the insubordination and immediately orders his executioner to behead Harith.
Wow, so Harith obliterates everything he holds dear, commits unspeakable atrocities, all for a payout he never even receives.
Precisely. The text summarizes his fate with absolute finality. It says Harith lost both the world and the hereafter.
It's just devastating.
It is. The author uses this deeply disturbing narrative of the innocent boys not merely for emotional impact, but as a structural pillar of the text. It establishes the baseline reality of the Kufan society.
This is the baseline.
Yes. This is an environment where the systemic manipulation of greed can compel a father to slaughter his own son for a bounty. This is the exact, unvarnished reality of the trap that is waiting.
Which makes the pivot in the narrative so jarring. We leave this blood-soaked reality in Kufa and shift geographically and tonally to Makkah.
Right, a totally different vibe.
It's relatively peaceful, it's safe, And here is Imam Hussain receiving earlier letters from Kufa pledging massive support. He's completely unaware of the recent betrayals, unaware of the specific terror Ibn Ziyad has just unleashed.
He's operating on old information.
Yeah. He decides he must go to Iraq. But the moment he makes this intention known, an entire parade of advisors, friends, and political figures attempt to stop him.
And the author spends significant time detailing these interactions in Makkah because they serve as a crucial geopolitical counterweight to Hussein's spiritual mandate.
They act as the voice of reason.
Exactly. These advisors possess a sharp, cynical awareness of how power actually functions. They know the history of Kufa. They know how the Kufans previously abandoned Hussein's father, Ali, and his brother, Hassan.
So they aren't questioning his right to lead.
No, they aren't disagreeing with the righteousness of Hussein's cause at all. They are fundamentally disagreeing with his assessment of human reliability.
Right. The first warning comes from Umar bin Abdurrahman, and it is an incredibly blunt political analysis. He tells Hussein that he is heading to a city where the leaders have total control over the treasury. And the text translates his specific warning as, the public are slaves to dirhams and dinars.
Yeah. That phrase, slaves to dirhams and dinars, is really the thesis statement for the secular opposition to Hussein's journey. Umar is basically laying out a theory of economic coercion here.
He's saying money talks.
He is telling Hussein that ideological loyalty cannot survive against monopolized wealth. He isn't questioning whether the Kufans' hearts are genuinely attached to Hussein. He is warning that the very people who wrote those letters pledging support will be bought off or starved out by the governor.
Because they hold the purse strings.
Right. The primary threat isn't the opposing military formation. The threat is the systemic corruption of the populace through economic leverage.
It's a very modern sociological observation, honestly.
Yeah.
But then you have someone like Abdullah ibn Abbas who brings a different angle of desperation. He begs Hussein, if you have to leave Makkah, go to Yemen.
A tactical retreat.
Yeah. He argues that Yemen is mountainous, it's defensible, there are existing supporters there. And Ibn Abbas adds this devastating caveat. He says, if you absolutely insist on walking into Iraq, please, whatever you do not take the women and children with you.
He is clearly terrified of a total massacre.
He sees the writing on the wall.
And how the text portrays Hussein's response to these desperate pleas introduces a core theme of his characterization, which is his unyielding reliance on divine decree.
What does he say to Ibn Abbas?
To Ibn Abbas, Hussein says, I wish for goodness from Allah, and we'll see what happens. The author shows Hussein acknowledging their sincere counsel, understanding their geopolitical logic, yet firmly believing he is tethered to a predetermined path that supersedes tactical pragmatism.
But not all the advice he gets is purely altruistic, right? The text gives us this fascinating interaction with Abdullah ibn Zubair.
Yes, this one is very different.
Ibn Zubair comes to Hussein and offers what sounds like total support. He says essentially, if you stay here in Makkah, we will all pledge allegiance to you. We will back your claim. But Hussein's reaction, as depicted in the source, shows he sees right through the offer.
Yeah, the author uses this exchange to demonstrate that Hussein's reliance on divine decree does not equate to political naivety. Hussein's political acumen is portrayed as razor-sharp.
He knows what's really going on.
He notes a prophecy from his father regarding a ram in Makkah who would allow the holy sanctuary to be desecrated by warfare. Hussein explicitly states he refuses to be that ram. He would rather be killed outside the sanctuary than bring bloodshed into it.
Wow, so he's protecting the city.
He is. But more critically, the text reveals Hussein's read on Ibn Zubair's true motives. After the man leaves, Hussein tells his companions that Ibn Zubair's greatest desire is simply to get Hussein out of the way.
I read that and immediately thought of a corporate environment.
Oh, how so?
It's like a ruthless rival coming to your desk and saying, you should totally take that incredibly risky job at the new startup. It's a great opportunity. I'll totally support you from headquarters. They don't want you to succeed. They just want your corner office.
That's a perfect analogy.
Right. As long as Hussein is in Makkah, the people won't look to Ibn Zubair for leadership.
Right.
So Ibn Zubair is weaponizing Hussein's sense of duty to clear his own political path.
Exactly. The text is carefully establishing that Hussein isn't walking into this trap blind, nor is he being manipulated without his knowledge. He completely understands the self-serving political machinations of men like Ibn Zubair, just as he understands the stark economic warnings of men like Umar.
There's also this incredibly moving detail the author includes about Muhammad ibn Hanafiya. When he realizes that Hussein is actually going to leave despite all the logic pointing against it, the text says he cries so profusely that his voodoo bowl fills with his tears.
The emotional gravity there is just crushing.
It really is. Everyone in Makkah seems to know he is walking toward his death. Which brings me to a major question I have about how the source material is framing this entire departure.
Go ahead, what's the question?
Okay, so if I am Hussein, and I am the whistleblower stepping into a rigged courtroom, I have the evidence of corruption. But my lawyers, the investigative journalists, even my corporate rivals are all grabbing me by the shoulder saying, the judge is bought, the jury is bribed, the bailiffs have guns. If you walk through those doors, you are going to be destroyed.
Right.
But I go in anyway. How does the text balance his reliance on divine decree with the highly accurate political warnings he was receiving? I mean, from a secular standpoint, isn't he just ignoring reality?
Well, the author does not portray him as ignoring reality. Rather, the text posits that Hussein is operating on a completely different, elevated hierarchy of reality.
Different hierarchy.
Yes. To his advisors, the ultimate reality is political survival and tactical advantage. If you can't win the battle in Kufa, you retreat to the mountains of Yemen. But the text frames Hussein's reality as one governed by spiritual duty.
Okay.
He acknowledges the danger. He literally tells his advisors they are right about the fickle nature of the Kufans. But he refuses to let the high probability of failure dictate his moral obligation to stand against corruption. The text is arguing that for a figure like Hussein, prioritizing political calculus over a spiritual mandate is a form of internal corruption.
Ah, I see. So the spiritual mandate demands action, regardless of the physical outcome.
Precisely.
And that mandate is tested almost immediately. He leaves Makkah, the journey begins. And out on the road, all those abstract political theories his friends were arguing about back in the city suddenly manifest as very real physical roadblocks.
The tension really ratchets up here.
It does, because the point of no return is approaching.
The author uses the physical journey as a mechanism to strip away any remaining ambiguity. The first major encounter on the road is with the celebrated Arab poet Farzouk.
Right.
Hussein stops and asks him about the condition of the people in Iraq. And Farzouk delivers what is perhaps the most chilling, perfectly distilled summary of the situation in the entire text. He says, "Their hearts are with you, but their swords are with the Banu Umayyah."
Hearts with you, swords with the enemy. That line is incredible. It feels like the thesis statement for the entire tragedy the text is describing.
It perfectly articulates the profound cognitive dissonance of the Kufan population. Internally, emotionally, and perhaps even spiritually, they revere the prophet's grandson. But externally, economically, and physically, they are bound to the ruling power.
They are trapped.
Exactly. The text is highlighting a terrifying human phenomenon, you know. People will actively participate in the destruction of the very thing they love because they fear the systemic power they hate.
Let me pause on that because I want to challenge what the text might be implying here. What good is an internal belief if your external actions are entirely funded by and serving the opposing side?
That's a great question.
Let's say I claim to care deeply about the environment, but my actual day job is working as a lobbyist for a corporation that dumps toxic waste into a local river. My heart doesn't matter to the river. The river is still poisoned.
Right. The outcome is the same.
Does the source material offer any mitigation or forgiveness for these people whose hearts are allegedly in the right place?
The text absolutely does not offer forgiveness for that disconnect. In fact, it frames that specific disconnect as the ultimate tragedy.
Really?
Yeah. Having a good heart while wielding an unjust sword isn't presented as a mitigation. It is presented as a compounding of the sin.
Because they know better.
Exactly. Because it means the perpetrators aren't acting out of ignorance. They're acting against their own recognized truth. It makes their violence conscious and deliberate, driven purely by cowardice or economic self-interest.
Oh.
The text suggests that betrayal by those who know the truth is far more destructive than the actions of those who are simply ignorant.
That is heavy.
Well,
And right after this ideological confrontation with Farzouk, Hussein is presented with one final concrete off-ramp.
the letter from his nephews.
Yeah, he gets this desperate letter brought by his own nephews. It is from Abdullah ibn Jafar, and it contains an actual written guarantee of safety from the governor of Makkah, Amr ibn Said. The letter basically says, please come back. We promise you protection. We promise you kindness. All is forgiven.
And this is the moment in the text where Hussein explicitly reveals the unseen mandate we've been discussing. He writes a response refusing the offer of amnesty.
He just turns it down flat.
He does. He tells his nephews that he had a profound dream of the Prophet instructing him on a specific mission that he must fulfill, regardless of whether the outcome results in his worldly favor or his worldly destruction.
Does he tell them what the dream was?
No, he refuses to divulge the specifics of the dream to anyone, stating he will keep it a secret until he meets his Lord.
So for an observer like Farzuk, Hussein is executing a doomed political maneuver. But the text reveals that for Hussein, it is an absolute spiritual imperative. He is tethered to the unseen while everyone else is calculating the seen.
Exactly. And the author brilliantly contrasts this unwavering inherent commitment of Hussein with the story of a man who has to undergo a massive internal revolution to reach the same conclusion.
You're talking about Zuhair ibn Keen.
Yes. Zuhair's story in the text is fascinating because he is initially a man actively trying to avoid the conflict.
He was dodging him.
He really was. He was returning from Hajj and deliberately pitching his tent as far away from Hussein's caravan as possible at every single stop, purely to avoid getting involved in what he clearly saw as a losing political battle.
Right, but Hussein notices this and sends an envoy to Zuhair's tent anyway. The text describes Zuhair as incredibly reluctant, but he finally agrees to go meet Hussein.
And that meeting changes everything.
It does.
Mm-hmm.
And whatever happens in that meeting, which is amazing, because the text doesn't even give us the dialogue of what was said.
Mm-hmm.
Zuhair undergoes an instantaneous, absolute spiritual transformation.
An immediate flip.
He goes back to his tent, and the text says his face is shining with radiance. He completely dismantles his camp and moves it right next to Hussein's. I want to ask how a man flips so fast. What is the mechanism of this shift?
The author provides the mechanism through Zuhair's own explanation to his companions. To finalize this sudden commitment, Zuhair goes to extraordinary lengths. He divorces his wife on the spot.
Just right there.
Right there, telling her to return to her family so she won't be harmed by the violence he now knows is inevitable. He then releases all his companions, saying anyone who wants to leave can leave.
Wow, he's clearing the deck.
Yeah. And to explain this radical shift, the text has him recount a past military expedition. He reminds his friends of a time they won a battle and were overjoyed by the massive war booty, the material wealth they captured. Zuhair recalls that a companion of the Prophet, Salman Farsi, saw their joy and prophesied that one day they would fight alongside the young leader of Muhammad's household, and the joy they would feel in that fight would far exceed any temporary joy derived from material wealth.
So the text is using Zuhair as the ultimate counter-narrative to Harith from the Kufan prologue.
Exactly.
Harith systematically sacrificed his family, his sanity, and his soul to acquire worldly wealth. Zuhair, in an instant, voluntarily gives up his wealth, divorces his beloved wife solely to protect her, and rides towards certain death to acquire spiritual wealth. He flips his entire value system based on that prophecy.
The author is mapping out the extreme ends of human potential here. Harith is the descent into absolute material degradation. Zuhair is the sudden vertical ascent into spiritual clarity.
It's a stark contrast.
And Zuhair is going to need that absolute clarity because the abstract warnings of Makkah are about to solidify into a terrifying, unavoidable reality. The journey is about to shift from a march toward potential leadership into a highly conscious march toward sacrifice.
The trap finally closes. The turning point in the text happens at a place called Thalabiya.
Right.
Travelers passing through on the road bring horrific news directly from Kufa. They inform Hussein that his emissary, Imam Muslim, and his key ally, Hani, were not just executed. The text specifies that their bodies were bound by the legs and dragged through the marketplace.
It is a display of absolute paralyzing terror engineered by Ibn Ziyad.
It's sending a message.
Yes. The author includes this grotesque detail to signify the total collapse of any political infrastructure Hussein had in the city. Upon hearing this, the text notes that Hussein makes a profound statement. He says, "There is no joy in being alive after them."
The illusion is shattered.
Completely. The illusion of the supportive letters is violently shattered. He knows, beyond any shadow of a doubt, exactly what environment is waiting for him.
So we have to look at the psychology of leadership here. What does a leader do when the mission abruptly pivots from "we're going to march in and take the city" to "we're going to be surrounded and slaughtered"?
It's a critical moment.
The text shows Hussein doing something remarkable. He gathers all his followers and delivers a speech explicitly releasing them from their pledges of allegiance.
He gives them an out.
He does. He tells them, "The people of Kufa have deserted us." Whoever wants to leave is welcome to do so right now, in the dark, with no grievance or guilt from me.
This moment is presented in the text as a masterclass in moral integrity. The author notes that Hussein did this specifically so that anyone who had joined his caravan purely for political gain, or with the expectation of a victorious administration, wouldn't be tricked into dying for a cause they didn't truly believe in.
He's being completely transparent.
He provides a clear, guilt-free off-ramp for his casual supporters, and, as the text predictably notes, those who join for material reasons immediately disperse into the desert.
He is deliberately stripping away the illusion of numbers. He is purifying his ranks. He knows that in the crucible ahead, a casual supporter is a liability. Only the truly devoted, those who have made the same internal calculation as Zuhair, ready to sacrifice their lives for the truth, remain.
And immediately after this structural purification of his camp, the physical trap springs. At a location called Zi Hashim, Hussein's caravan is intercepted.
The army arrives.
An army of 1,000 heavily armed riders, led by a commander named Hur ibn Yazid, blocks their path. They have been dispatched by the Kufan administration with explicit orders to arrest Hussein.
And here the author gives us one of the most surreal and tragically ironic scenes in the entire narrative.
The prayer scene?
The prayer scene. The time for the midday prayer arrives. Hussein orders the call to prayer to be sounded. He stands before this hostile armed force of 1,000 men sent to capture him, and he simply asks their commander, Hur, will you perform the prayer with me or separately?
And Hur's response is amazing.
He replies, we will all perform it behind you.
It is a mind-bending visual that the author uses to perfectly encapsulate Farzuk's warning about hearts and swords. You have Imam Hussain leading the prayer, and 1,000 soldiers who are under strict military orders to deliver him to his death are bowing and prostrating behind him.
It's wild to picture.
They are physically acknowledging his unquestionable spiritual supremacy, even as they maneuver to destroy him politically and physically.
They have completely compartmentalized their reality. Their spiritual reverence compels them to pray behind the grandson of their prophet, but their worldly fears and ambitions compel them to keep him trapped in the desert.
The text highlights this intense compartmentalization to show how absurd and hollow religious practice becomes when it is divorced from moral action. After the prayer, the text shows Hussein directly confronting this absurdity.
What does he say to them?
He addresses the army, stating that he didn't come to Iraq to start a war or rebel. He came solely because they sent for him. He says, if you don't want me anymore, I will simply turn around and go back to Makkah.
A very reasonable offer.
Right. But Hur, playing the role of the bureaucratic functionary, claims he has no idea what letters Hussein is talking about.
And Hussein's response is amazing. He orders his companion to bring out 2 literal physical bags overflowing with the letters from the people of Kufa, and he empties them onto the ground in front of the army. He is dropping the receipts.
He literally is.
But Hur's response is the classic evasion of the middle manager. He says, we're not from those who wrote to you. We just have our orders to take you to Ibn Ziyad.
The author uses Hur's evasion to illustrate the banality of evil. Hur is hiding behind the chain of command to avoid moral responsibility.
Okay, here's my analogy for this, and I want you to tell me how the text resolves it. It is like bringing a box of meticulously documented receipts to a trial where you already know for a fact the judge has been bribed by the defendant.
The outcome is predetermined.
Right. The verdict is already decided in a back room. The receipts don't matter to the judge. So my question is, if Hussein knows these letters are now politically void, if he knows the Kufans have completely folded under Ibn Ziyad's terror, why is he making this argument at all? Is the author suggesting he is speaking to history rather than trying to persuade Hur's men?
The text strongly suggests he is doing exactly that. Hussein is establishing a profound, undeniable moral and legal record for history. He is demonstrating that he is not a rebel, he is not an aggressor seeking power, he was invited, he had a democratic mandate, and the people broke their covenant.
So it's for the record.
It is, but on a deeper level, the text shows Hussein forcing the arresting army to confront their own complicity. He refuses to let them hide behind, just following orders. After dropping the letters, the author has Hussein deliver a powerful speech citing a hadith, a direct saying of the prophet.
Right, the text quotes him saying, whoever sees a tyrant king permitting that which Allah prohibited and ruling over people with sin and oppression, if he does not try to change this condition by speech and action, Allah has the right to send him to the oppressive king's destination.
Meaning hell.
Right, meaning hell.
By quoting that specific hadith, The text shows Hussein actively dismantling the just following orders defense. He is articulating a doctrine of individual moral responsibility.
He's putting it back on them.
He is telling his men that their passive obedience to a corrupt administration makes them spiritually identical to the tyrants they serve. He is holding a mirror up to their cognitive dissonance, forcing them to see that praying behind him means nothing if they are simultaneously facilitating his murder.
But the tragedy is that the mirror doesn't change their orders. Hur's army forces Hussein off the main roads, pushing the small caravan deeper and deeper into the unforgiving wilderness.
Towards their final destination.
Which brings us to the final geographic and moral destination of this text, the arrival at Karbala and the introduction of the ultimate manifestation of corrupting greed.
As they are forced off the road, the author introduces one final, tantalizing offer of physical salvation. A man named Tirma approaches Hussein.
Tirma.
Yes. Tirma offers to guide Hussein off this doomed path and into the heavily fortified Aja Mountains. He promises that within 10 days, he can rally 20,000 fierce tribesmen to defend him. It is a massive, viable, highly tactical military off-ramp.
It's the ultimate out. 20,000 swords, an impenetrable mountain fortress, and Hussein says no. The text says he tells Tirma, "There was something already said between them and us. Due to this, we cannot go back."
He's honoring his word.
He is honoring the initial agreement to see this through, even though the other side has already brutally broken their end of the bargain. His integrity is absolute, to the point of self-sacrifice.
And the text immediately follows this refusal with an event that reaffirms Hussein's trajectory into the unseen. That night, Hussein falls asleep on his camel and has a dream of a rider announcing, "People are traveling and death is approaching them."
A prophetic dream.
When his son asks him about the meaning of the dream, the author has Hussein essentially state that if they die while being steadfast on the truth, there is no concern or fear regarding such a death. The text is cementing the idea that victory, for Hussein, is no longer defined by survival, but by unyielding adherence to principle.
The next morning, the bureaucratic terror of the state reasserts itself. A rider arrives with a harsh, impatient letter from Ibn Ziyad to her.
The governor is angry.
He is very angry that Hussein hasn't been captured and brought to Kufa yet. The order is brutally specific. Force Hussein to camp immediately, exactly where they are, in a place with no fortifications and no access to water.
On the 2nd of Muharram, 61 AH, the caravan is forced to halt in a barren, desolate desert. The text notes that Hussein asks the name of the place.
Right.
When they tell him it is Karbala, he immediately identifies the linguistic roots of the word. Karb, meaning affliction, and Bala, meaning hardship.
The author has Hussein remember a prophecy from his father, Ali, who passed through this exact barren spot years ago and said, "In this desert, my beloved son Hussein will be mercilessly martyred."
It's a haunting moment.
It is. And then the text includes this eerie supernatural detail that I really want to ask you about. As Hussein's companions are pegging their tents into the dry ground, fresh blood seeps up from the earth. The very geography of the place is violently rejecting life. Why does the author include this imagery?
The author is using the bleeding earth as a geographical manifestation of the moral barrenness that is about to unfold.
The earth itself is reacting.
Yes. The earth itself is depicted as recognizing the unnatural horror of what is about to happen, reacting to the corruption of the human actors who are gathering there. And the ultimate representative of that human moral barrenness arrives the very next day.
Amr ibn Sa'd.
An army of 4,000 soldiers appears on the horizon, led by a commander named Amr ibn Sa'd.
Now, the text portrays Amr ibn Sa'd as a fascinating, deeply tragic figure. He isn't a cartoonish, foaming-at-the-mouth villain like Harith. He is a nobleman. He's the son of a famous companion of the Prophet. The text makes it clear he actually does not want to fight Hussein at all.
Ibn Sa'd is presented by the author as the anatomy of a compromise. He is the embodiment of the systemic corruption Umar warned about back in Makkah.
Because of his new job.
Exactly. Ibn Sa'd had recently been appointed the governor of a wealthy, prestigious province called Rai, which is in modern-day Iran. He was literally on his way to take up his post and crush a local rebellion there when Ibn Ziyad recalls him.
And issues the ultimatum.
The governor issues a stark ultimatum. Go to Karbala and fight Hussein first, or surrender the governorship of Rai entirely.
Ibn Sa'd asks for a day to think about it. And during that day, the text shows his friends begging him not to do it. His own nephew comes to him and gives him this incredibly profound advice. He says, "It is better for you to be distant from all the wealth and power of this world than to meet Allah with your hands red with the blood of Hussein.
Which is very sound advice.
It is, and Ibn Sa'd agrees. He actually says, I will act according to this advice.
But the author is relentless in exploring how ambition erodes resolve. Night falls, and in the dark, alone with his thoughts and his ambition, Ibn Sa'd starts weighing his options.
The internal struggle.
The text captures his internal monologue through a poem he recites to himself. And the structure of this poem is vital to understanding the text's thesis on greed. He explicitly acknowledges the spiritual reality. The first half of the stanza says, "The punishment of killing him is the hellfire from which there is no covering."
He knows exactly what this means. He has zero illusions about the spiritual cost. He knows killing Hussein means eternal damnation.
Exactly, he is fully aware. But then the author gives us the devastating second half of the stanza. But there is coolness of the eyes in the governing of Rai.
The coolness of the eyes.
He literally consciously weighs eternal damnation against a temporary worldly political appointment. And he chooses the political appointment. He goes to Ibn Ziyad the next morning and says, "Fine, I will go fight him."
Let me play devil's advocate here, defending Ibn Sa'd's pragmatism based on the rules of the world the text has built.
Okay, let's hear it.
Isn't he just being realistic? Ibn Ziyad is a tyrant who just executed Harith for a minor infraction. If Ibn Sa'd refuses, he doesn't just lose the governorship. Ibn Ziyad will likely execute him, seize his property, and destroy his family. From a purely survivalist standpoint, isn't Ibn Sa'd just making the only logical move available to him in a rigged system?
It's a fair question, but the text anticipates that defense and utterly dismantles it by framing his choice not as survival, but as active, destructive greed.
So it's not self-preservation.
No, the author does not portray him as a victim of coercion. The author portrays him as a victim of his own lust for status. To frame this, the source text quotes a profound hadith of the Prophet right after detailing Ibn Sa'd's decision.
The wolf analogy.
Yes. It says, "The destruction two hungry wolves cause when let loose in an area dense with sheep is nowhere near the amount of ruin the greed of wealth and status causes to the deen and faith of a person."
I want to really unpack that wolf analogy because it is so vivid and speaks directly to what you just said. If you drop two starving wolves into a pen full of sheep, they don't just kill one sheep, eat it, and go to sleep.
No, they go into a frenzy.
They slaughter dozens of sheep, tearing them apart just for the sheer chaos of it. It's a senseless, massive, cascading destruction.
And the text is arguing that greed, specifically the lust for status and political power, operates the exact same way on the human soul and on society at large. It doesn't just cause a person to make one isolated bad decision, it tears apart the fabric of the entire community.
Because it spreads.
Right. Ibn Sa'd's greed for the governorship of Rai isn't presented as just a personal, private failing. It is the catalyst that will unleash an army of 4,000 men to slaughter the Prophet's family, an act that the text implies will fracture the community for millennia. The author uses the wolf analogy to show that systemic ruin is always born from individual compromise.
It's the barrenness of Karbala mirroring the barrenness of his morals. He brings 4,000 men to a desert, cuts off their access to water, and prepares to kill a man he knows with absolute certainty is righteous, all for a desk in Rai.
And that is exactly where our exploration of this specific text leaves us. On the dusty plains of Karbala, with the moral and physical lines completely and irreversibly drawn.
Let's bring all these interwoven threads together. The text took us on an incredible journey today.
It really did.
We started with the frantic, blood-soaked greed of Harith, a man who murdered innocent orphans and annihilated his own family for a bounty he never got to spend. Then we saw the systemic corruption of an entire city that became slaves to their own treasury. We watched a nobleman, Amir ibn Sa'd, actively and consciously trade his eternal soul for a temporary governorship.
Yeah.
This text serves as a stark, unforgiving exploration of how material lust and the fear of systemic power rot the human spirit from the inside out.
And standing in total immovable contrast to all of that, the author presents Imam Hussain, a man who received all the warnings, understood all the geopolitical realities, and yet walked knowingly into a place of affliction and hardship.
He knew exactly what was coming.
The text argues he did it because he believed that a principled death, a steadfast defense of the truth against tyranny, was infinitely better than living comfortably under systemic corruption.
He consistently chose the unseen over the seen.
Which brings us to a final thought drawn directly from the thematic core of the text for you to mull over. It goes back to the poet Farzuk, who observed that the people's hearts were with Hussein, but their swords were actively against him. As you navigate the complexities of your own life, the text forces you to ask yourself a deeply uncomfortable question. When push comes to shove, does it really matter what is in your heart or what your internal ideals are, if your external actions are actively funding, supporting, or wielding the sword for the other side?
Does the internal belief absolve the external compromise?
The text strongly suggests it does not. The greatest tragedy explored in these excerpts isn't simply being defeated by an enemy in the desert. The ultimate tragedy the author wants us to recognize is the horror of knowing the truth in your own heart, knowing exactly what is right, but choosing the governance of Rai anyway. When you look at history, specifically through the lens of military strategy, you usually find this very cold, hard mathematics to survival.
Right, it's an equation.
Exactly. It operates like a strict equation. So if Army A has, say, 10,000 heavily armored troops and Army B has 50 lightly armed men, well, the math dictates a predictable outcome, right?
Yeah, Army B either surrenders or they get completely wiped out. It's binary.
Right, it's a binary outcome. And you are listening to this deep dive today because we are going to look at a translated document that takes that entire mathematical equation and it shatters it completely.
It really does. It forces a confrontation with a very uncomfortable aspect of human psychology because, we are wired at a biological level for self-preservation.
Yeah, survival instinct.
Exactly.
Mhm.
When the odds are that staggeringly insurmountable, your rational brain is supposed to take over and find a way out.
Yeah.
But the text we're examining today presents a scenario where that survival instinct is entirely subverted.
So to get right into it, the document we're looking at is a translated excerpt. It's titled Shaam-e-Karbala English Part 4.pdf, and it chronicles the events of the Battle of Karbala.
Right.
And for those of you listening, our mission for this deep dive is to explore this gripping, intensely detailed historical and religious narrative. We are going to dig deeply into the human drama, the psychological warfare, the tactical desperation, and the really profound expressions of loyalty that are depicted in these pages.
And we really should establish our framework for you immediately. We are exploring this narrative strictly as it is presented in this specific source material.
Yeah, that's a crucial point.
Right. Our goal here is an impartial analysis of the profound themes, the dramatic events, and the perspectives of the figures exactly as the text portrays them. We're analyzing the text's narrative structure and the immense human drama it contains without endorsing any specific political or religious viewpoints.
Exactly. We are treating the text as a window into a highly specific historical memory. Nothing more, nothing less.
Yeah, we're just unpacking what's on the page.
Right. So to understand the sheer gravity of this text, you have to picture the staggering disproportion of the setup. The narrative places us on the morning of the 10th of Muharram in the year 61 AH.
Which, for context, AH stands for after Hijrah, so that puts this roughly in the late 7th century.
Right, late 7th century. So we are looking at a tiny camp in the desert, and it consists of just 72 loyal men.
72?
Yeah, 72. And they are led by Imam Hussain, who is the grandson of the Prophet Muhammad. Now, surrounding them is a massive, heavily armed opposing army of 22,000 soldiers.
It's just an absurd visual, and the source material refers to this opposing force as the Yazidis, or the Kufans. And to give you the mechanical background on that, Yazid was the newly established caliph of the Umayyad dynasty.
And he was demanding an oath of absolute allegiance from Hussein, right?
Exactly. And Kufa was a garrison city that had initially sent letters inviting Hussein to be their leader. But they ended up succumbing to political pressure, fear, and bribery from the caliph's governor.
So the 22,000 men surrounding this camp are not foreign invaders.
No, not at all. Many of them are the very people who invited him there in the first place. The ratio is roughly 300 heavily armed soldiers for every single man in Hussein's camp.
300 to 1. It's mind-boggling. But before a single sword is drawn, the text actually spends a significant amount of time detailing the psychological state of Hussein's camp the night before the battle.
Yeah, the night before is critical to the whole narrative.
It really is, because if you put yourself in the shoes of a military leader facing those numbers, your options are basically nil. But Hussein does something that defies every convention of military leadership.
He really does.
He gathers his 72 men, praises God, and then he gives them a completely shocking way out.
Yeah, and to understand how wild this is, you have to look at the sociology of 7th century Arabia. It's heavily bound by oaths of fealty, or bay'ah.
Right, the social contract.
Exactly. Breaking an oath to a leader, especially one of Hussein's lineage, would normally carry immense social and spiritual shame. It's not something you just walk away from.
But Hussein actively removes that burden.
He does. The text shows him addressing his followers, fully acknowledging that tomorrow brings certain death. And then he explicitly releases them from their oaths. He actually tells them, I happily permit all of you to leave in the darkness of the night with no grievance on my part.
He is basically using the cover of darkness as a shield for their reputations. He's telling them to scatter, to take a camel, and he even instructs them to take members of his own family with them to safety.
Yeah, he tells them to take his family and run.
Because the logic he presents is stark. He says the enemy army is only after his blood. If the men leave, the army won't pursue them.
And the narrative emphasizes this as the ultimate test of ideological purity. By removing the social pressure, the religious obligation, and the fear of his disappointment, Hussain strips away every single external reason for them to stay.
I always think about the mechanics of this like the captain of a sinking ship.
Oh, that's a good analogy.
Right, because a normal captain might point out the lifeboats and say, abandon ship if you choose. But Hussain is actively ordering his crew to get into the lifeboats, take his own family members with them, and leave him alone on the bridge to go down with the vessel.
He is absolving them of all guilt.
Completely. And if you are one of their 72 men and your leader, who represents the absolute ultimate moral authority in your life, tells you the guilt is gone, human instinct screams at you to take the deal.
The math says run.
The math absolutely says run. Why wouldn't a rational person leave?
And the text leverages that exact tension to highlight the extraordinary nature of their refusal. Because the companions, they don't hesitate. Their rejection of his offer is unanimous. It's passionate.
Yeah, the source details these very specific visceral vows to illustrate the depth of their conviction.
Starts with Hussein's own family, right?
Yes, his brothers, sons, and nephews. They respond by asking, should we go back to remain alive after you?
Right, the text frames their worldview such that biological survival without their spiritual leader is viewed as a fate literally worse than physical death.
And the individual vows from the companions are where the narrative really paints a picture of this unbreakable will. The text mentions a man named Muslim ibn Osaja. He stands up and swears he will pierce the enemy's chests with his spear. And then he says something incredible. He says even if he loses his weapons, he will fight them by throwing stones.
Which, from a tactical standpoint, throwing stones at an advancing line of armored cavalry is the definition of futility.
It's completely useless.
Right. But within the narrative, it serves to demonstrate that their commitment has transcended military logic. The weapon doesn't matter anymore, the stance does.
Yeah. And then another companion, Sa'ad ibn Abdullah Hanfi, he escalates the vows even further. He declares that even if he knew he would be killed, burnt alive, and his ashes scattered 70 times over, he still would not abandon the camp.
70 times.
Yeah, and he rationalizes it in the text by saying he only has to face being killed once here, and it brings perpetual honor.
It's a profound shift.
It is. This entire nighttime sequence acts as a crucible. The camp's psychology has shifted. They have crossed a threshold where they are no longer fighting for a worldly victory. You cannot intimidate an army that has already mourned its own death and accepted it.
And that psychological baseline is crucial for what follows. The narrative establishes their ideological core, but it's important to note that it doesn't strip them of their humanity.
Right, they aren't robots.
Exactly. As the night wears on, the cold, brutal reality of the impending dawn begins to weigh heavily, particularly on the women and the surviving family members. And the text provides this deeply intimate observation through the eyes of Imam Hussein's son, Imam Zain al-Abidin, who's actually bedridden with illness at the time.
The scene the text describes there is haunting. You have the quiet of the desert night, the rhythmic sound of swords being sharpened, and Hussain is just sitting there repeatedly reciting a poem.
Yeah, the source provides the translation for that poem. He says, "Oh, inconstant time, how unfortunate that you are never loyal to any friend with every passing day."
And in the context of an oral culture, poetry isn't just art. It's how you process history. It's how you process mortality. He is openly acknowledging that the end has arrived.
And then the narrative shifts to the reaction of Sayyida Zainab, Hussein's sister. She hears the poetry. She hears the physical preparation of the blades that will literally be used against her family.
The psychological burden she carries in this text is immense.
It really is. She is portrayed as being overwhelmed by a crushing grief, lamenting the successive losses of her family, because she's already lost her mother Fatima, her father Ali, and her brother Hassan.
To her, Hussain is the last remaining pillar. And when you consider the social dynamics of the time, the loss of the male protector of the family leaves the surviving women and children in an incredibly vulnerable, terrifying position. The text notes she is so overcome she wishes for death right there, offering to sacrifice her life in place of his. It's a moment of raw, relatable, human terror amidst all these grand theological vows we just talked about.
And Hussein's response to her grief is really complex. The text notes he begins to weep himself, but he quickly suppresses it. He has to navigate these dual roles of a grieving brother and a stoic commander.
He has to hold it together for everyone else.
Right. So he gently admonishes her, telling her to find patience. He uses a philosophical grounding, reminding her that everything on earth, and even the inmates of the heavens, will eventually perish.
And he asks her to promise that after his passing, she will not tear her clothes or strike her face in grief, which was a common cultural expression of mourning at the time.
Yeah, he is essentially commanding her to prepare for the role of the surviving matriarch, which is going to require ironclad public stoicism.
And this is where the narrative pacing does something fascinating, because right after this incredibly vulnerable, tearful farewell, Hussein instantly pivots back to being a battlefield tactician.
The shift is jarring.
It's jarring in its efficiency. He steps out into the dark and starts giving orders that physically alter the landscape of their tiny camp.
Yeah, he issues two highly specific orders.
Yeah.
First, he commands the men to bring the tents close together and tie the tent ropes to one another, creating an interlocking physical barrier.
Right.
And second, he orders a trench to be dug at the rear of the camp and filled with burning sticks and firewood.
And if you think about the geometry of the battlefield, this is the only logical countermeasure available to him. When you have 72 men facing 22,000, your greatest threat is being surrounded.
A 360-degree battle would be over in minutes.
Literally minutes. By interlocking the tents, he creates a physical wall. By lighting a massive fire in a trench at their backs, he secures their rear guard. He is basically forcing a 22,000-man army to squeeze into a dangerous frontal bottleneck.
It's an exercise in tactical desperation, but it is mathematically sound. It completely nullifies the enemy's ability to utilize their massive cavalry advantage to flank the camp. The fire ensures that every engagement has to happen face-to-face on a very narrow front.
Right. And as dawn breaks on the 10th of Muharram, that very fire trench becomes the focal point of the first confrontation. The text describes the opposing forces lining up after the morning prayer. And again, the scale is almost incomprehensible.
Yeah, the Yazidi army has these distinct commanders, Amr ibn Hajjaj, Azra ibn Qais, and a man named Shimmer, and each of them is commanding massive divisions of cavalry, infantry, and archers.
And on Hussein's side, he places Zuhair ibn Qayn on the right wing, Habib ibn Muzahir on the left, and gives the central flag to his brother Abbas. We were talking about wings consisting of maybe 20 men each, facing down thousands.
And the psychological warfare begins immediately. The commander named Shimmer rides forward to the front line. He sees the burning trench at the rear of Hussein's camp and yells out a taunt.
What does he say?
He asks if Hussein has decided to enter a fire in this world before the fire of the Day of Judgment. The text really uses Shimmer as the archetype of insolence.
And the reaction from Hussein's camp tells you everything you need to know about their discipline. Muslim ibn Usaja, that companion we mentioned earlier who wanted to throw stones.
Oh, him.
He has his bow ready. He begs Hussein for permission to shoot Shamir, stating he has a clear shot at one of the main instigators. But Hussein physically restrains him.
He establishes a strict rule of engagement.
Yes, he says, fighting must not be initiated by us.
And that decision is pivotal to understanding the narrative's moral framework. Because despite the overwhelming odds, despite the taunts, and despite the obvious tactical advantage of striking a commander early, Hussein refuses to be the aggressor.
The text frames his stand as fundamentally defensive and legally unassailable.
Exactly. So instead of an arrow, Hussein delivers a speech. And the text provides an extensive breakdown of this address.
And if you're listening to this and analyzing it from a purely tactical perspective, giving a long, eloquent speech to a mobilized, heavily armed force that has been ordered to execute you seems completely pointless. I mean, why engage in debate with an executioner?
Well, to understand the function of this speech, we have to look at classical Arabian and Islamic conventions of warfare, as well as the text's theological goals. Hussein is not speaking to negotiate a surrender.
Right.
He is acting as a prosecutor and a witness. The speech is designed to systematically dismantle any defense of ignorance the enemy soldiers might try to claim later. He is establishing an undeniable historical and moral record.
And the construction of his argument is a masterclass in logic. He starts with lineage, which in tribal Arabia is everything.
Everything.
He asks them to reflect on who he is. He says, "Am I not the grandson of your prophet? Am I not the son of the prophet's cousin?" He's forcing them to vocalize the cognitive dissonance of claiming to follow a religion while preparing to slaughter the founder's direct descendants.
Yeah, and then he moves to theological evidence. He cites specific sayings, or hadiths, of the prophet. He reminds them that the prophet called him and his brother the leaders of the youth of heaven.
And the text notes that he doesn't just make the claim in a vacuum, he actually names living witnesses standing within the ranks of the enemy army.
Right, men like Jabir ibn Abdullah and Abu Sa'id.
Yes, men who can personally verify the quote. He literally challenges the army to ask their own respected elders.
And then he pivots to criminal law. He asks a series of piercing questions. He says, "Have I killed anyone whose blood you need to avenge? Have I stolen your wealth?"
He's pointing out that under their own legal framework, there is zero justification for capital punishment.
None.
Uh,
And the text portrays the enemy army as entirely silent in the face of this logic, because factually, there is no counterargument.
But Hussain goes even further. He calls out specific enemy commanders by name Shabath ibn Rabi, Hajjaj ibn Jabr, reminding them that they were the ones who wrote letters begging him to come to Kufa.
Yeah, the hypocrisy is staggering.
And when they attempt to deny it, he offers a final ultimatum. He asks for safe passage to leave the region. They refuse, demanding he pledge absolute allegiance to the governor, Ibn Ziyad.
And Hussein's refusal is absolute. He states he will never submit like a slave to a disgraced person.
A companion of Hussein, Zuhair, also writes out to address the Kufan army, warning them not to be deceived by their leaders. But the response he gets is just a barrage of swearing and an arrow fired by Shamir.
And the text inserts a profoundly analytical observation here. It states that when misfortune becomes the destiny of a nation, their eyes become veiled.
Veiled eyes. I want to unpack that because that phrase, veiled eyes, is the text's psychological diagnosis of the 22,000-man army.
Right.
It describes a state of mob mentality and cognitive dissonance so severe that empirical truth no longer matters. The soldiers recognize Hussein, they understand his legal innocence, they acknowledge the hypocrisy of their commanders, and yet they proceed with the execution.
Yeah, whether to protect their military stipends, avoid the governor's wrath, or simply conform to the mass movement of the army.
But while the vast majority of the army is suffering from these veiled eyes, the text highlights one extraordinary exception. Because Hussein's logical dismantling actually triggers a catastrophic crisis of conscience in one of the highest-ranking enemy commanders.
Yes, this brings us to the story of Hur.
Hur! This is wild.
Hur ibn Yazid is perhaps the most compelling psychological study in the entire narrative. He is a high-ranking commander in the Kufan army. In fact, he is the very officer who had initially intercepted Hussein's caravan in the desert.
He's the one who essentially forced them into this vulnerable, rudderless position at Karbala.
Exactly. He's the architect of their physical entrapment. But the text shows us his internal realization. Hur had operated under the assumption that the political leadership in Kufa would eventually negotiate a peaceful resolution.
He didn't think it would come to a massacre.
Right. So when he watches his superior commander, Ibn Sa'ad, reject every logical proposal and commit to a total massacre, Hur breaks. Yeah, a peer in the Kufan army notices this and is completely bewildered because he notes that Hur is renowned as one of the bravest warriors in the region. He asks her why he is trembling like a coward.
And Hur's response perfectly encapsulates the ultimate agony of free will. He says, "On one side of me is Jahannam hell, while on another is Jannah heaven, and I am between them."
It's such a raw moment.
Think about the mechanics of the choice he is making. He is a decorated general standing amid a massive, secure army. On the other side is a tiny, doomed camp.
If he stays, he keeps his rank, his life, and his comfort, but commits to a horrific atrocity.
Yeah, and if he crosses over, he chooses absolute moral clarity, but he guarantees he will be hacked to pieces within the hour.
And he chooses the latter. He drops his rank, spurs his horse, and literally rides across the open ground to join the people he previously trapped.
And upon reaching Hussein's camp, Hur's immediate action is to beg for forgiveness, fully acknowledging his role in their dire situation.
And the text emphasizes Hussein's capacity for mercy here. He forgives her instantly, telling him he is free in this world and the hereafter.
But Hur doesn't just take his place in the defensive line and stay quiet. He turns his horse around, faces the massive army he just deserted, and delivers a blistering psychological attack.
He does. He condemns them for their betrayal. But he focuses on one specific, horrifying tactical reality: the blockade of the water.
Right, because the geographical reality of the Karbala desert is brutal heat.
Unforgiving heat. And the Kufan army had established a blockade between Hussein's camp and the Euphrates River days earlier.
So they are incredibly thirsty.
Hur screams at his former comrades, pointing out the grotesque irony of their actions. He states that Jews, Christians, and even the wild animals and dogs of the desert are allowed to drink from the Euphrates while they are forcing the family of their own prophet to die of thirst.
It is a devastating image. It's designed to strip away any illusion of righteousness the Kufan army might still hold. But the response from the Yazidi army to this inescapable logic is the cessation of all dialogue.
Yeah, they answer Hur with a volley of arrows.
The psychological and rhetorical warfare concludes right there, and the physical slaughter officially commences.
The text notes that the supreme commander of the Yazidis, Ibn Sa'ad, personally fires the first arrow, loudly instructing his men to bear witness so he can claim credit with the governor.
Wow.
And the early stages of the battle follow the conventions of classical Arabian warfare, which prioritized one-on-one combat known as mubarazan before the general melee.
Right, sending champions out to duel is a tactic meant to break the enemy's morale. So the Yazidis send out two enslaved fighters, Yasar and Salim, and from Hussein's tiny camp, a man named Abdullah ibn Umar Kalbi steps forward.
And the text provides a fascinating backstory for him. He wasn't even part of the original caravan.
Wait, really?
Yeah, he was a local who saw the massive army gathering, realized they were targeting the prophet's grandson, and secretly brought his wife in the middle of the night to join the doomed camp.
That's incredible. And the description of his duel highlights these brutal physical realities. Abdullah strikes Yasar down immediately. But when Salim attacks, Abdullah uses his left arm to block the sword strike.
And the text explicitly notes the severe trauma here. His fingers are severed.
But he uses his remaining right hand to counterstrike and kill Salim. The adrenaline and conviction are so high, he actually starts reciting battle poetry despite the mutilation.
It's intense.
But the emotional peak of the sequence involves his wife, Wahab. She watches her husband take this brutal injury, and she grabs a literal tent pole and runs out onto the battlefield yelling that she will fight and die beside him.
It's an intense display of shared devotion. However, the text shows Hussein intervening to uphold specific legal and social norms. He gently orders her back to the tents, reminding her that taking up arms in combat is not compulsory for women.
He honors her profound intent while preserving the structure of his camp. Now, while the companions are winning these individual clashes of steel, the text also introduces events that are framed as explicitly supernatural interventions. And from an analytical perspective, it is fascinating to look at how these moments function in the narrative to demoralize the enemy.
Right, and one prominent example involves a Kufan soldier named Ibn Hausa. He rides close to the trench and aggressively mocks Hussein, sarcastically offering him glad tidings of hell.
And Hussein counters by stating he is returning to a compassionate Lord, and then utters a direct imprecation. He says, "O Allah, throw him into fire."
And according to the source, the cause and effect are instantaneous. Ibn Hausa's horse is suddenly startled. The soldier falls, but his foot catches in the stirrup.
The text describes a really gruesome scene where the panicked horse drags him, his head repeatedly smashing against the rocks until the horse literally throws him into the burning trench at the rear of the camp.
Yeah, the narrative uses this to demonstrate divine alignment. But look at the psychological impact on the rank-and-file Kufan soldiers watching this.
Right, because the text mentions a soldier named Masrouk. He had positioned himself at the front lines specifically to kill Hussein and claim a reward.
But witnessing this immediate, terrifying manifestation of Hussein's prayer shatters his resolve. He abandons his post and flees the battlefield entirely. The cognitive dissonance of fighting a man whose prayers seem to command the physical environment is just too much for him.
And the narrative reinforces this theme with a specific type of duel called a mubahala, which is essentially a spiritual trial by combat.
Right.
A Kufan named Yazid ibn Makwal challenges Hussein's companion, Barir. And before swinging their swords, they both publicly pray that God will ensure the righteous man destroys the liar.
It's the ultimate test of their respective convictions.
And the text states that when they engage, Barir strikes a blow with such force, it cleaves through the Kufan's iron helmet, killing him instantly. Within the framework of the text, this is presented as undeniable proof of the camp's righteous standing.
And if you put yourself in the command tent of the Yazidi army, this is a disaster. You have 22,000 men, and your champions are being systematically slaughtered by a handful of starving, thirsty men. It is humiliating, and it is terrifying the troops.
So the Kufan commander of the right wing, Amr ibn Hajjaj, realizes the classical rules of engagement are destroying his army's morale.
Amr assesses the psychology of Hussein's companions and accurately diagnoses the problem. He tells his troops, these people deem death more beloved than life.
Wow.
Yeah, he realizes you cannot win a battle of intimidation against men who actively desire martyrdom. Consequently, he orders a radical tactical shift. He strictly forbids any further individual duels and conveys a mass, overwhelming offense.
And this is where the sheer physics of the numbers game takes over. The overarching commander, Ibn Sa'ad, summons 500 armor-clad archers.
500.
Think about the mechanics of volley fire. 500 arrows raining down continuously on an area the size of a modern parking lot. The text notes that the primary casualties of this barrage are the horses. Within minutes, every horse in Hussein's camp is crippled or killed, grounding the defenders and forcing them to fight entirely on foot against cavalry.
And then the Kufans attempt to dismantle the physical barrier of the tents to surround the remaining defenders. When the companions fiercely defend the perimeters from inside the tent structures, Ibn Sa'ad gives a devastating order: to burn the tents down.
But Hussein's tactical mind is still working even as his camp is set ablaze. The text shows him instructing his men to let the tents burn, noting that the resulting wall of fire and smoke will further restrict the enemy's ability to attack their flanks.
It's brilliant, but the chaos allows the sheer cruelty of the enemy commanders to surface. Shamir, who has consistently been portrayed as the archetype of barbarism, attempts to take a torch directly to Hussein's specific tent, the one housing the women and children, threatening to burn them alive inside.
The narrative is careful to note that this act is so heinous it violates even the degraded morals of the Kufan army. His own peers shame him, arguing that targeting women and non-combatants is a disgrace and that focusing on the combatants should suffice for their political goals.
It really illustrates a complete collapse of ancient wartime ethics. And during this chaotic melee, the text mentions that the wife of Abdullah, the woman who had tried to fight with the tent pole earlier.
Right.
She is sitting beside her newly martyred husband, wiping the dirt from his face. And Shamir orders his enslaved soldier to strike her in the head with a steel rod, killing her instantly. It is unrelenting brutality.
Unrelenting. Yet amidst this horrific violence, the text pivots to a moment of surreal, profound spiritual focus. A companion named Abu Tamama looks at the position of the sun and realizes it is the time for the afternoon prayer.
Yeah.
Let that sink in. Arrows are blackening the sky. The camp is literally on fire. Friends are being bludgeoned to death. And this man checks the sky because he doesn't want to miss his scheduled prayer.
He approaches Hussein and expresses a desire to meet his Lord, having fulfilled his spiritual obligation. And Hussein praises him for remembering the prayer at the height of battle. In a final attempt to observe standard conduct, Hussein asks the Kufan army for a brief cessation of hostilities so his men can pray.
And the enemy refuses. A Kufan commander mocks them, shouting that their prayers won't be accepted anyway, which deeply offends Habib ibn Muzahir, a highly respected elder in the camp.
Right.
Habib charges the enemy line, reciting poetry about loyalty, determined to buy them time. But the physics of the battlefield catch up with him. He kills an enemy, but is swiftly overwhelmed by numbers, struck down, and beheaded.
And Habib was a close, lifelong companion of Hussein, and the text notes his death brings Hussein immense sorrow. But the spiritual obligation remains. Under intense active assault, with the remaining men forming a literal human shield and taking arrows in their own bodies to protect him, Hussein leads the Salatul Kaf, the prayer of fear.
The psychological discipline required to stand in formal prayer, emptying your mind of worldly concerns, while the sound of swords hitting shields rings inches from your face, is unfathomable.
It is.
And following this prayer, the text describes a shift in the remaining companions. They recognize that the end is imminent, and they make a collective, resolute decision to act as a human wall. They vow that not a single member of Hussein's family will be harmed until every last companion is dead.
The narrative then details the final stand of these men. The emotional texture changes. The text describes two brothers, Saif and Malik, walking out of the front lines weeping. But the source is explicit in clarifying the nature of their tears.
Yeah, Hussein asks them why they are crying, and they answer that they are weeping entirely for him. They aren't scared of the swords, they are crying because they're looking at him, surrounded by thousands of enemies, and they realize they are out of energy and can no longer defend him.
It is an expression of entirely selfless grief.
And perhaps the most cinematic and terrifying demonstration of this psychological state belongs to a warrior named Abis ibn Abi Shabib.
Oh, Abbas. This part is unbelievable.
Abis steps forward and formally asks for a challenger. But the Kufan army has learned a bloody lesson about dueling these men. The psychological warfare has worked. Out of thousands of soldiers, not one is willing to face him in single combat.
Not one.
To avoid him, the Kufan soldiers simply stand back and start throwing rocks at him. And Abbas's reaction to this cowardice is legendary. He unfastens his heavy chain armor, he takes off his iron helmet, he strips away his physical defenses and hurls himself, entirely unprotected, straight into the ranks of the armored enemy.
Just analyze the psychological shock to the Kufan soldiers. Armor in the 7th century was incredibly expensive and absolutely vital for survival. Removing it in the middle of a battle is an act of ultimate defiance.
The text explicitly notes that the Yazidi soldiers literally ran away from him in terror. He causes widespread panic, slicing through the ranks without a shield until the sheer mass of the army eventually surrounds and kills him.
And the text lists the fall of the rest, one by one. Men like Abu Shatha, a master archer, who knelt and fired 100 arrows, only missing his target 5 times before being overrun. Eventually, every single one of the 70 loyal companions is killed.
The text makes a pointed conclusion about this phase. Out of the entire camp, facing impossible odds, not a single man fled.
They fulfilled the oaths that Hussein had previously tried to release them from. But their eradication marks a devastating transition in the narrative. The outer shield of companions is gone.
The battle now enters its most agonizing phase, the systematic massacre of the Prophet's own direct bloodline.
Yes. The text refers to them as the Al-Bayt, the family of the house, specifically the Hashmi youths. Even the enemy commander, Ibn Sa'ad, remarks on their terrifying martial skill, stating that if they fought one-on-one, a single youth from this lineage could dismantle his army.
And the political and religious significance of killing these specific men is what makes the Kufan army hesitate, but ultimately the slaughter continues.
The first of the family to request permission to fight is Abdullah, the son of Muslim. To provide context, Muslim was Hussein's emissary, who had been brutally executed in Kufa weeks before this battle even began.
Because of that recent trauma, Hussein pleads with his nephew not to go. He begs Abdullah to take his mother and leave the battlefield, stating that the grief of losing his father is still too raw to bear losing the son as well.
But Abdullah refuses, insisting he cannot desert his uncle, and his foray into combat is described with intense ferocity. The text notes he strikes a Kufan soldier so hard it knocks the man from his mount, and Abdullah captures the enemy's horse mid-battle to continue fighting.
He is described as fighting like a hungry lion before the numbers inevitably close in and he is martyred.
What follows is a sequential, methodical eradication of a family tree. The children of Hussein's brother Akil Jafar, Abdurrahman, Abdullah are all killed. Then the children of Ali, who are Hussein's own brothers, Abu Bakr, Umar, Uthman Jafar.
The text paints a picture of Hussein standing at the edge of the camp, weeping as he sends his brothers out to die. He gives them desperate tactical advice, warning them to try and isolate individual fighters because no one can survive the crush of a whole battalion.
The emotional devastation compounds as the narrative focuses on the extreme youth of the final defenders. The text highlights Qasim, the son of Hussein's late brother Hassan. Qasim is only 19 years old.
19. And when Qasim steps onto the battlefield, a veteran Kufan warrior named Arzak mocks him. He insults the boy, telling him he doesn't even know how to properly adjust the straps of his sandals.
But the narrative subverts the expectation of experience, because the moment the arrogant Arzak bends down to inspect his own gear, the 19-year-old Qasim strikes with such precision and power that he cleaves the experienced warrior in two.
It's an incredible moment, but even Qasim cannot fight an army forever, and he too falls.
Which brings us to the most heartbreaking sequence in the text, the martyrdom of Ali Akbar. He is Hussein's own son, and he's only 18 years old.
And the text includes a vital descriptive detail about him. He is referred to as Shabi-e Rasul, meaning the exact resemblance of the Holy Prophet. The narrative states he looked, spoke, and walked identically to the founder of the religion.
When the Kufan army looks at this 18-year-old boy, they are essentially looking at the living ghost of the Prophet Muhammad. And Ali Akbar approaches his father to ask for permission to enter the battlefield and die.
The psychological toll on Hussein reaches its absolute peak here. He is utterly shattered. He tells his son, "What must I give you permission for? To be slain by swords, I will go instead of you. The enemy only desires my blood."
But Ali Akbar mirrors the devotion of the companions. He refuses to remain alive after his father's gone. Hussein is forced to watch his teenage son walk out into the swords.
Let's synthesize the emotional magnitude of this moment. If you map the psychology of a normal human mind onto this scenario, the capacity to endure this level of trauma is just incomprehensible.
It really is.
Since the sun came up, Hussein has stood in the blistering heat and watched his closest friends, his loyal companions, his brothers, his nephews, and finally, his own 18-year-old son be violently slaughtered one by one.
He has absorbed the grief of 71 distinct, brutal deaths over the course of a few hours. And he has done this knowing with absolute certainty that he will be the 72nd. He is the last man standing.
The text uses the physical battle as a backdrop, but the true focal point is the agonizing, tragic endurance of Hussein's mind and spirit as he witnesses the systematic destruction of everything he loves.
The narrative arc we have traced today is monumental. We observed the sociological anomaly the night before, where 72 men were given total absolution to flee, yet unanimously chose annihilation.
We analyzed the complex rhetoric at dawn, where Hussein established a flawless legal and moral record against an army of 22,000.
We dissected the incredible psychological break of her who abandoned his command to die for a truth he couldn't ignore.
We looked at the mechanics of the chivalric duels, the tactical desperation of the burning tents, and the staggering discipline required to pray while under a volley of arrows. And we witnessed the systematic, tragic eradication of the bravest companions and the Prophet's own direct bloodline.
As we conclude this analysis, I want to direct your attention back to the text's central psychological thesis. When misfortune becomes the destiny of a nation, their eyes become veiled.
That phrase again.
Yes. Think deeply about the cognitive dissonance of those 22,000 soldiers. They were not fighting a nameless enemy. They knew exactly who Hussein was. They acknowledged the legality of his arguments. They watched his prayers seemingly manipulate the physical world. They heard his flawless logic.
And yet, paralyzed by the fear of losing their stipends, afraid of a tyrannical governor, or simply swept up in the intoxicating, thoughtless momentum of a massive crowd, they carried out the slaughter anyway.
The text forces us to ask a timeless question about human nature. In the face of a stark, undeniable, but deeply dangerous truth, how easy is it for any of us to simply let our own eyes become veiled to protect the comfort of our own survival?
It brings us right back to the beginning, doesn't it? The cold mathematics of survival. We assume the math is always correct. We assume staying alive is the highest possible good. But this narrative presents a chilling counter-argument. Sometimes, prioritizing physical survival requires killing the most vital parts of your own humanity.
Wow. Yeah.
And sometimes, the very few who choose to completely shatter the equation, who strip off their armor and use the fire instead of the surrender, are the only ones whose legacy actually endures.
That's a heavy thought to leave on.
It is. Thank you for joining us for this extensive exploration of the text. Keep questioning the math, stay curious about the mechanics of history, and we will catch you on the next deep dive. Imagine like an army of tens of thousands of soldiers, just standing there in the scorching, blinding heat of the Iraqi desert.
Right, the heat there is just punishing.
Yeah, exactly. And they have completely surrounded and decimated a small camp of their political rivals.
Cut off all their supplies, too.
Right. The siege has been brutal. Water has been cut off for days. But instead of an armored warrior stepping out from the surviving tents to negotiate, a man walks out holding a 6-month-old infant.
It's just a staggering image to even picture.
I mean, the baby is literally dying of thirst. His mother's milk is completely dried up. And the man stands before this massive army and asks not for a kingdom, not for his own life, but for just a few drops of water from the nearby Euphrates River to soothe a dying child.
And you'd think, basic human decency would kick in.
You would think so. But the response from the army isn't a parley. It isn't a cup of water. It's a heavy, armor-piercing arrow fired directly into the infant's neck.
Yeah. It is an image that just completely shatters the conventional framework of how we study military history. Like, when we look at ancient battles, we're usually analyzing troop movements, right? Or supply lines and territorial gain.
Well, logistics of it all, yeah.
Exactly. But what you just described completely bypasses military strategy and drops us straight into the darkest depths of the human condition.
It really does.
It forces us to confront what happens when political ambition entirely eclipses human morality.
Well, welcome to today's deep dive. We are exploring a narrative landscape today that carries a profound, almost overwhelming gravity.
Sad if you want.
It really is. Today, we are immersing ourselves in translated excerpts from a detailed religious and historical document titled Shaam-e-Karbala English, Part 5.pdf.
A fascinating text.
Yeah, this text chronicles the harrowing tragedy of Karbala, focusing specifically on the martyrdom of Imam Hussain, the grandson of the Prophet Muhammad, and the massive supernatural and political aftermath of his death.
And it's crucial to understand the framing of this source material for this deep dive.
Right, context is everything.
Right. For the authors and the millions who read and listen to these accounts, this isn't just a recounting of some 7th century conflict.
Yeah, not at all.
It is a story of absolute, uncompromising conviction. It represents the ultimate clash between spiritual legacy and worldly power.
Yeah.
It asks a terrifying question that is just as relevant today as it was then. What lengths will a person go to in order to stand by their truth, even when the world has stripped them of absolutely everything?
Okay, let's unpack this. Before we go any further, I want to make our parameters today very clear for you listening.
Yeah, that's important.
Our goal is not to arbitrate a religious debate or take political sides here. We are taking you straight into the source material itself.
Exactly, just looking at what the text said.
Right, we want to immerse you in the text's narrative, its heavy symbolism, and its historical assertions exactly as they are presented. We really want to examine the psychological and theological weight of these events.
Because the sheer emotional scale of what this document describes is just staggering.
It really is. It begins with what it calls the ultimate test of patience. The physical reality of the scene on the battlefield is just devastating.
Yeah, the text drops us right into the aftermath of a total massacre.
Imam Hussein's camp is completely decimated. All of his supporters, his friends, his male relatives, they have all sacrificed their lives.
And the few who remain in the tents are incredibly thirsty, starving, and just drowning in grief.
While the bodies of the martyrs are withering in the extreme heat of the sun outside.
Right, it's an environment of total physical and emotional deprivation. You have to understand the physiological reality of dehydration in that specific desert climate.
It happens fast.
So fast. The human body literally begins to shut down. Delirium sets in. And yet the text is meticulous in pointing out that even under these horrific conditions, Imam Hussain maintains total composure.
Yeah, the authors describe him as the epitome of patience.
Right. He isn't panicking. He isn't begging for his own life. He is managing the grief of his surviving family members while anticipating his own inevitable death.
And just when you think the situation cannot possibly get any more dire, the narrative introduces a breaking point.
This part is so hard to read.
It really is. A mother in the camp, Sayyida Rubab, comes forward. She has no milk left. Her chest is completely dry from the severe dehydration.
Just horrifying.
And she is holding her 6-month-old infant son, Ali Asghar, who is literally dying of thirst right in front of her. She pleads with Imam Hussain, saying she cannot bear the child's crying and restlessness anymore.
I mean, what mother could?
Exactly. So she asks him to take the baby and show him to the opposing army, the Yazidi army, hoping that maybe, just maybe, the sight of a dying infant will evoke some basic human compassion.
It is an act of sheer desperation.
Yeah.
But it also functions as a profound moral test for the opposing army.
How so?
Well, by taking the baby out to the battlefield, Imam Hussain is stripping away the politics entirely.
Oh, right.
He is removing the context of the rebellion, the dispute over the caliphate, the historical grievances. He is presenting them with a universally recognized innocent.
Right, because an infant has no political allegiance.
Exactly. An infant has committed no treason.
So he walks out, holds his 6-month-old son to his chest, and stands before thousands of heavily armed soldiers. And he says, look at what his condition is due to thirst.
Yeah.
He says, with a couple of drops, his dry throat can be relieved, and doing so will not lessen the expanse of the Euphrates.
Such a powerful line.
It is. He even appeals to their basic humanity, pointing out that even disbelievers and polytheists have mercy on children. He's trying to find just one shred of empathy in an army of thousands.
But the text tells us that instead of water, the response is just pure violence.
Yeah.
A soldier named Harmala ibn Kahil Sadi draws his bow. He fires an arrow that is typically used for hunting large game or piercing armor.
Which is insane to use on a baby.
Completely insane.
Mhm.
And it doesn't just graze the baby, it pierces the infant's neck entirely, severing the arteries, and actually lodges into Imam Hussein's own shoulder.
Oh my God.
The sheer kinetic force of the impact on such a fragile body is horrific to even conceptualize.
And Hussein's reaction is what really caught my attention here. He doesn't drop the child in shock.
No, he doesn't.
He pulls the arrow out, and as the blood gushes from his baby's neck, he actually catches the hot blood in his hands.
Right.
But he doesn't let it fall to the earth. He throws it up toward the heavens, and he calls on Allah to witness the act. He says, "Oh Allah, I make you a witness over the actions of these people."
It's a very striking moment in the text.
It is, but let me play devil's advocate here for a second, just analyzing this purely from a structural, historical narrative standpoint.
Sure.
Why does this text focus so heavily in such agonizing detail on the specific horrific event right before the Imam's own death?
What do you mean?
Well, I was thinking about it like this. In any story, in any historical framing, harming an infant is like the ultimate point of no return.
Oh, absolutely.
It completely strips away any illusion of morality from the opposing force, framing them as purely wicked. Are we just looking at a narrative device designed to vilify the enemy?
I mean, it's a fair analytical question. But what's fascinating here is if we look at the theological framework of the text, it goes much deeper than just a narrative trope.
Okay, how so?
This event serves as the ultimate theological marker. The text is establishing that the Yazidi army wasn't just fighting a political rival. They had completely severed themselves from their own humanity.
Right.
And from the core tenets of the faith they claimed to profess. I mean, they call themselves Muslims.
Right. They supposedly followed the prophet.
They ostensibly follow the teachings of the Prophet Muhammad, yeah. Yet they unhesitatingly slaughtered the infant great-grandson of that very prophet.
Yeah, that's just wild.
By including this horrific detail, the text argues that their hearts were entirely sealed. It elevates the conflict from a mere civil war over leadership into a fundamental cosmic battle between pure truth and absolute falsehood.
Wow, okay.
And the blood thrown to the heavens is symbolic too. It's an assertion that the earth is no longer a place of justice, and so the appeal must be made directly to the divine.
That makes a lot of sense. It really removes any gray area. There is no both sides argument to be made when an army executes a thirsty infant.
Exactly, none at all.
And that sets the psychological stage for the next phase of the narrative. Because after Ali Asghar dies in his arms and Hussein kisses him, he knows he is the last man standing.
Right, his time has come.
He has to prepare for his own physical martyrdom. But the text doesn't show him sharpening swords or rallying troops. His preparation is intensely, almost overwhelmingly spiritual.
Because he knows his death is imminent, so his immediate priority isn't the battle, it's the continuation of his legacy.
The spiritual lineage.
Exactly. The spiritual leadership must survive.
Right, so before he even arms himself, he goes back into the tents to secure his lineage. He finds his son, Zainul Abidin, who is severely ill.
Very, very sick.
Yeah, he is stricken with a fever, deeply dehydrated, so weak he can't even stand up. Yet the text notes this incredibly poignant detail. The sick boy is leaning on a walking stick and trying to hold a sword, desperate to go out and fight alongside his father.
It really demonstrates the pervasive culture of sacrifice within the family.
Yeah.
I mean, even the incapacitated are willing to lay down their lives.
But Hussein stops him.
He does.
He embraces him and says, "Your time has not come yet." And he gives this sick, fragile boy a massive, seemingly impossible responsibility.
Yeah, he really does.
He tells him that he must be the one to protect the womenfolk, that the progeny of the prophet will continue through him.
A huge weight on his shoulders.
Totally. And then he delivers a mandate that forms the ideological core of the text. He says, "Be patient, bear every hardship on the path of truth, and hold on forever to the law of our grandfather in every situation."
And to formalize this, Hussein takes off his own turban and wraps it around his sick son's head, officially passing the mantle of succession.
That's a huge moment.
It is, because the symbolism of the turban is paramount here. In this cultural and religious context, the turban isn't just an article of clothing. It is the crown of spiritual authority.
Right, it means something.
By placing it on Zainul Abidin's head, Imam Hussain is ensuring that the divine authority, the truth he is about to die for, does not perish with his physical body on the battlefield.
He is institutionalizing the resistance.
Exactly.
So once the succession is secure, Hussein arms himself. And the way the text catalogs his armor is absolutely fascinating.
Yes, it's very specific.
He doesn't just put on standard chainmail. He dresses himself in heavy, layered historical and spiritual symbolism.
Right.
The text details that he puts on an Egyptian juba, which is a traditional outer cloak. He wraps the turban of his grandfather, the Prophet Muhammad, on his head.
A very heavy statement.
And he places the shield of Hadrat Hamza on his back, ties the belt of his older brother, Imam Hussain, around his waist. And finally, he takes up Zulfiqar, the legendary iconic sword of his father, Ali.
We really have to pause and unpack what it means to wear these specific items.
Yeah, please do.
Okay, so Hadrat Hamza was the Prophet's uncle, famously known as the chief of martyrs for his bravery in the early battles of Islam.
Okay, got it.
Imam Hussain, Hussein's brother, was known for his profound patience and strategic forbearance. Ali, his father, is regarded as the paragon of justice and martial prowess.
Wow, so he's carrying the legacy of all these giants.
Exactly. And of course, the Prophet's turban represents the ultimate divine revelation.
Right.
So by physically donning these artifacts, Imam Hussain is manifesting the entire history and weight of his faith. When he steps out of that tent, the enemy soldiers aren't just looking at a lone, dehydrated man.
Right, they're looking at their own history.
They are looking at the living embodiment of their own religious history walking toward them.
It's an incredible psychological tactic, whether intentional or not. He is forcing them to look at the very foundation of their beliefs right before they try to destroy it.
Absolutely.
And before he engages them, he bids farewell to his remaining family, his daughter Sakina, who is terrified of becoming an orphan, and his sister Zainab.
That must have been heartbreaking.
It says he urges them to have patience, and critically, he tells them not to complain against the Almighty's planning. He reminds them the world is temporary. Even facing a brutal death, his theological submission is just absolute.
And this submission is juxtaposed with one final attempt to reason with the Yazidi army.
Yeah.
He doesn't ride out swinging his sword wildly. He rides out and attempts to hold a mirror up to their hypocrisy.
Right. He reminds them of exactly who they're looking at. He says, the prophet whose kalima you recite, whose declaration of faith you proclaim, said, my two grandsons, Hassan and Hussein, are the leaders of the youth of Jannah.
It's just total cognitive dissonance, right?
Completely. He is pointing out the absolute absurdity of their position. They are hoping to enter Jannah paradise by murdering the very person the prophet said would lead them there.
Yeah.
He also reminds them that they were the ones who wrote him letters, begging him to come to Iraq to lead them against the corruption of the state. And now they are the ones drawing swords against him.
And their response is entirely devoid of theological argument.
Big surprise.
Right. They simply demand total unconditional obedience to their ruler, Yazid. And of course, Imam Hussain refuses.
He has to.
To submit to a ruler he views as fundamentally unjust, corrupt, and tyrannical would be to betray the entire legacy he is currently wearing. Submission would validate the tyranny. So the diplomacy ends and the physical combat begins.
And here is where I want to point out a striking juxtaposition in the text regarding the combat itself. Consider Hussein's physical state.
Yeah, it's terrible.
He has been denied water for 3 days in a desert environment. He is severely dehydrated, starving, and sleep-deprived.
Barely hanging on.
He has just spent the morning watching every single one of his family members and friends get slaughtered. He is carrying a grief so profound it's hard to articulate. And yet when the Yazidi army sends out their famed elite warriors in single combat men known across Syria and Iraq, like Tamim, Jabir, and Badr Hussein defeats them with ease.
It's incredible.
One by one, they challenge him, and one by one, he cuts them down.
The text is making a very specific claim here. It is emphasizing that his endurance and strength are not merely human. They are divinely supported.
Ah, okay.
The narrative explicitly notes that he displayed no fatigue, proving that in his veins ran the blood of the prophet and the martial strength of his father, Ali.
That makes sense in the context of the document.
Yeah, it's a testament to the idea that spiritual clarity can override physiological collapse.
There is a quote included in the text from an eyewitness, a soldier in the opposing army named Abdullah ibn Ammar. He says, "By Allah, I never saw a grief-stricken person fight more bravely than Hussein. His enemies ran from him the way sheep run from wolves.
That is an astounding image.
The very men who came to kill him are terrified of him."
But eventually, the sheer mathematics of the battlefield take over. The Yazidi army realizes they cannot defeat him in honorable one-on-one combat.
He's just too good.
He is simply too skilled, and perhaps they are too intimidated by who he is. So they abandon the traditional rules of engagement.
They completely surround him, thousands of men against one, and they begin to rain arrows upon him from all sides.
Cowardly, really.
Totally. His horse, which the text also describes as deeply loyal, becomes too severely injured to move. Hussein is forced to dismount and stand helplessly in one place as the arrows concentrate on his body, and the text highlights very specific agonizing details of this moment. It doesn't just say he was shot. It details exactly where and by whom.
The specificity is important because it anchors the supernatural tragedy in brutal physical reality.
Right. An arrow fired by a man named Abu Hanuk pierces Hussein's blessed forehead. And the text notes with devastating effect that this is the exact same forehead the Prophet used to kiss when Hussein was a child. Hussein pulls the arrow out, wipes the blood from his eyes, and asks the army, "You did not even worry about hurting the Holy Prophet."
Such a powerful indictment.
Then another arrow, fired by a soldier named Khalid ibn Yazid, pierces his chest and penetrates deep into his heart.
The mechanism of death is initiated. He falls to the earth.
He falls, but the text is very precise about how he falls. He doesn't just collapse in a heap, he falls into the position of sajda.
Yeah, we need to explain the mechanics and the profound theological weight of sajda.
Please do.
So it is the position of Islamic prostration. You are on your knees, your hands are on the ground, and your bare forehead is pressed into the earth. Physically, it is the most vulnerable position a human being can assume.
Because you can't see anything coming.
Exactly. Your neck is exposed, your vision is directed at the dirt, and you cannot defend yourself. Theologically, it represents the absolute peak of submission to God. You are acknowledging that you are made of dust, and to dust you shall return, and that God's will is supreme over your own.
So while he is bleeding out, surrounded by thousands of men screaming for his death, he chooses to put his forehead in the bloody dirt and submit to God.
It's incredible.
And while he is in this deeply sacred, vulnerable state of prayer, a commander, either Shimr or Sinan ibn Anas, accounts very steps forward, stands over him, and severs his head.
If we look at the broader thematic architecture of the text, this moment is the crux of the entire narrative.
How so?
The author is meticulously contrasting two entirely opposed concepts of power. On one side, you have the sheer, overwhelming, chaotic physical violence of the Yazidi army. They have the numbers, the weapons, the political backing.
Right, the worldly power.
But on the other side, you have the unbreakable spiritual composure of Imam Hussain. To die in a state of sajda, to maintain your connection with the divine while humanity is showing you its absolute worst, is presented as the ultimate victory.
It is the triumph of the spirit over the sword.
Exactly. The empire can take his life, but they cannot break his submission to God.
Which brings us to the immediate aftermath and the physical reality of what the army did to his body once the spirit had left it. The text lists exact, staggering numbers regarding his injuries.
Yeah, the overkill is insane.
According to the narration of Allama ibn Jawzi, they counted 33 spear wounds, 40 sword wounds, and his clothing had 121 arrow piercings.
The mathematics of this brutality are deeply intentional here. The text wants the reader to understand that this wasn't just a military execution. It was an overkill that defies logic. It reveals a deep-seated hatred. I mean, you don't need 121 arrows to kill a man.
No, you don't.
That level of violence is about trying to obliterate an idea, to erase a legacy from the face of the earth.
And the disrespect continues long after he is dead. They begin to loot his body. Again, the text is highly specific, almost reading like an indictment, listing the names of the thieves and what they stole.
Like naming and shaming them.
Exactly. Qais takes the Egyptian juba, Bar takes the pants, Aswab takes the shoes. They strip the prophet's grandson bare in the desert.
It's sickening.
And then, as if the indignity wasn't profound enough, the commanders order their soldiers to mount their horses and ride back and forth, trampling over the chest and back of the headless body.
It is the absolute desecration of the sacred. They're trying to humiliate him in death because they couldn't break him in life.
Yeah. But the narrative doesn't let the story end in the bloody dust of Karbala. Here's where it gets really interesting. The text suddenly shifts gears, transitioning from the physical dirt of the battlefield to a massive, supernatural, cosmic reaction.
Right.
It asserts that the universe itself literally broke down in response to this murder. The physical world could not contain the spiritual trauma of what had just happened.
Yeah, the text compiles reports from multiple historians and scholars detailing bizarre, terrifying anomalies in nature.
It claims that the sky rained blood for days. People woke up in cities far away from the battle and found their water jugs and pitchers filled with fresh blood.
Which is just a terrifying image.
If you lifted a stone in Jerusalem or Syria, fresh blood was found coagulating underneath it. There are reports of a solar eclipse plunging the world into total darkness for 3 days in the middle of the day, to the point where stars were visible.
What?
The sky's horizon stayed a deep, bruised red for 6 months. Even the normal functions of nature were corrupted. The soldiers looted the camels from Hussein's camp, slaughtered them, and tried to cook the meat, but the meat turned impossibly bitter.
Oh, right, the colocynth comparison.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The text compares it to colocynth, an extremely toxic, bitter desert vine. No one could eat it. Someone noticed that their stores of saffron had spontaneously turned to ashes.
It's a complete breakdown of the natural order.
Right, but now I have to ask, how are we supposed to read this? From a secular, modern, historical perspective, raining blood and three-day eclipses sound like mythological embellishments, the kind of things added centuries later to mythologize a hero. Is the text presenting these as literal historical facts or as literary metaphors for profound grief?
Well, the text absolutely presents them as literal occurrences witnessed and recorded by scholars of the time. But more importantly, we need to unpack the purpose of these details.
Okay, what's the purpose?
We are looking at the theological concept of cosmic grief. The text uses these miraculous, terrifying events to communicate a vital message. The murder of the prophet's grandson was not a localized political assassination.
It wasn't just a regime change.
Right, it wasn't just a regime change in Iraq. It was a trauma that fundamentally fractured the natural order of the world. Allama Ibn Jawzi is quoted in the text saying that the sky turning red and raining blood is indicative of extreme divine displeasure and wrath.
So nature is reacting.
The idea is that nature itself recognizes the authority of the prophet's family. When humanity fails to protect the sacred, the inanimate universe physically manifests the anger of God. The colocynth detail is especially brilliant, actually.
Why is that?
It suggests that the spoils of tyranny literally turned to poison in the mouths of the oppressors.
Wow, that is brilliant. And it wasn't just the physical universe. The spiritual realm was deeply disturbed, too. The text describes dreams and unseen voices that cross vast geographical distances.
Yeah, this part is really eerie.
Two prominent figures back in the city of Madinah, Ibn Abbas, a respected scholar, and Salama, one of the surviving wives of the Prophet, both have nearly identical, terrifying dreams of the Prophet Muhammad at the exact time of the massacre.
The imagery in these dreams is incredibly striking. Can we explore what they actually saw?
Yes, definitely. In the dream, the Prophet Muhammad does not appear in his usual serene, majestic state. He appears with his hair deeply ruffled, covered in dust and dirt. He is weeping uncontrollably.
So far from his usual depiction.
And in his hands, he is holding a glass bottle filled with fresh blood. He tells them, "This is the blood of Hussein and his companions, which I have been collecting from the morning." He explicitly tells Salama, "I just witnessed the martyrdom of Hussein."
The image of the prophet covered in dust, holding a bottle of his family's blood. I mean, it is a devastating subversion of how a prophet is usually depicted in Islamic literature.
Right, usually they're pristine.
Exactly. Prophets are generally associated with victory, cleanliness, and divine light. To see him reduced to a grieving, dust-covered grandfather brings the tragedy right to the theological center of the religion. It tells the reader that to mourn Hussein is to mourn with the prophet himself.
The text goes even further, incorporating the unseen world. There are reports of jinns, supernatural, unseen beings in Islamic theology being heard lamenting loudly in the night.
Yeah, the scope of the mourning just keeps expanding.
The voices state that all the inmates of the heavens and all the previous prophets, explicitly naming David, Moses, and Jesus, are cursing the murderers of Hussein.
All of them.
The text even includes a highly poetic detail where a crow dips its beak in Hussein's blood on the battlefield and flies hundreds of miles across the desert to Madinah. It lands on the wall of Sayyida Fatima Sugra, Hussein's daughter, who was left behind because she was too ill to travel, and delivers the tragic news to her in a rhythmic, poetic verse.
The natural elements, the supernatural entities, the animal kingdom, the previous prophets, everything and everyone is united in mourning here.
It's universal.
It creates this overwhelming sense of universal condemnation. It reinforces the idea that the only entities blind to the magnitude of the tragedy were the perpetrators themselves, who were just blinded by their greed for temporary political power.
And this transition of focus from the dead to the living brings us to the next critical phase of the narrative, the fate of the captives and the profound power of the spoken word.
This is where the story shifts.
Because the physical battle of swords is over, but the conflict is merely changing forms. The Yazidi army leaves the mangled, decapitated bodies of the 72 martyrs unburied on the scorching plains, an ultimate sign of disrespect in their culture.
Just leaving them there.
They then turn their attention to the survivors in the burning tents. They actually attempt to kill the sick Zainul Abidin, the new imam who Hussein had given his turban to. They want to sever the lineage completely.
But someone stops them.
Yes, a soldier named Hamid ibn Muslim intervenes. He steps in front of the boy and stops them, arguing that he is just a severely sick youth, not a combatant.
So the lineage, the spiritual continuity of the prophet's family, survives by the absolute thinnest of threads, a single, feverish boy.
The army then rounds up the women and children to march them as captives to the governor's palace in Kufa. But as they leave the battlefield, the soldiers force the womenfolk to walk right past the trampled, headless bodies of their husbands, their brothers, and their sons.
It is an act of sheer psychological torture.
And at this moment, Sayyida Zainab, Imam Hussein's sister, stops. She looks at the body of her brother and she cries out to the heavens. Her lamentation is so incredibly eloquent, so deeply heartbreaking, that the text explicitly notes it makes even the hardened enemy soldiers who just killed her family break down and weep.
She cries out, "O Muhammad, your daughters are being kept as prisoners, your children have been killed, and the winds blow dust on their bodies."
That's so powerful.
Notice what she's doing here, too. She isn't just crying in generic grief. She is invoking the founder of their faith to witness what his supposed followers have done to his own bloodline. She's weaponizing their own religious history against them, forcing them to hear the reality of their actions.
The cruelty, however, continues as they reach the city of Kufa. The head of Imam Hussain is carried by a man named Kauli. He takes it to his own home for the night, presumably to present it to the governor the next day for a reward.
Right.
But his wife, Nawar, completely rejects him. She's horrified. She refuses to stay in the same room, let alone the same house, with the man who brought home the severed head of the messenger's grandson.
She knew it was wrong.
And that night, she witnesses a miracle in her courtyard, a brilliant pillar of bright light shining directly from the heavens down to the vessel holding the head, and she sees white birds circling around it in veneration.
Even in the grotesque state of decapitation, the text insists on the divine protection and continuous honoring of the Imam.
The light is still there.
The empire thinks they have degraded him, but the heavens are exalting him.
The next day, the head is brought to the grand court of the governor, Ibn Ziyad. The captives are brought in chains. And Ibn Ziyad does something incredibly disrespectful, a gesture of supreme arrogance. He takes a cane, a physical stick, and starts hitting and poking the lips and teeth of Imam Hussein's severed head.
And we really have to remember who was in the room watching this. It's not just his soldiers. There are older companions of the Prophet present, men, who were there at the very beginning of Islam.
Yes, men like Zayd ibn Arqam and Anas ibn Malik. I was trying to think of an analogy for how they must have felt in that moment.
What did you come up with?
Imagine you are watching a corrupt politician casually, gleefully defacing a priceless, sacred, historical monument, something you personally helped build and revere with all your heart right in front of you, on live television, while everyone applauds.
The visceral disgust would just be overwhelming.
Exactly. Zayd ibn Arqam cannot contain himself. He bursts into tears and shouts at the governor, "Move that stick from those lips and teeth. Oath on Allah. I indeed saw the Prophet of Allah kiss those lips and mouth."
Zayd recognizes the profound theological violation taking place. By striking the lips of Hussein, Ibn Ziyad is not just disrespecting a defeated rebel, he is symbolically striking the Prophet himself.
Right.
He's desecrating the physical vessel that the founder of the religion loved.
Ibn Ziyad is furious. He threatens to execute Zayd on the spot, but Yazid doesn't back down. He turns to the people of Kufa in the court and curses them for their complacency, for accepting a tyrant who murders the righteous. But the real confrontation, the absolute climax of the scene, is between the governor, Ibn Ziyad, and the chained captives.
This is where the true power dynamic of the narrative flips.
Zainab, her clothes covered in dust, her family slaughtered, faces the governor. Ibn Ziyad is sitting on his throne, arrogant and victorious. He boasts, trying to break her spirit. He says, "Praise be to Allah, who ruined you, killed your family, and belied you."
He is attempting to use theology to justify his violence.
What's it called?
It's a classic mechanism of tyranny, right?
Yeah.
He is arguing, essentially, we won the battle, therefore God must be on our side. Your defeat proves that God wanted you ruined.
But Zainab fires back with an intellectual and spiritual defiance that is staggering. She refuses to accept his premise. She says, "Praise be to Allah who made us respected and purified us. Indeed, transgressors are the ones who are ruined and will be belied."
Wow.
In other historical accounts of this exact moment, she famously adds, "I saw nothing but beauty." She tells him that martyrdom was their divine destiny, a badge of honor, and that very soon Ibn Ziyad will be gathered before Allah to answer for his horrific injustice. She completely dismantles his attempt to frame their death as a humiliation.
It is a total inversion of power. The man on the throne with the army is suddenly on the defensive, out-argued and morally dwarfed by a captive woman in chains.
Frustrated, Ibn Ziyad turns his attention to the sick boy, Zain al-Abidin. He asks his name. The boy says, "I am Ali ibn Hussain." Ibn Ziyad sneers and says, "Did Allah not kill Ali ibn Hussain?" He is again trying to blame God for the murder, stripping his own regime of the moral culpability.
This is a crucial theological debate playing out in real time. How does Zain al-Abidin respond to this trap?
He fearlessly quotes the Quran right back at the governor. It's a brilliant, nuanced theological takedown. He quotes Surah Zumar, stating, "Allah takes away the souls at the time of their death." He acknowledges the theological reality that the timing of death is governed by divine decree.
Okay, so he concedes that point.
But then he immediately counters with a verse from Surah Al-Imran, pointing out that while Allah decrees the end of a lifespan, the blame, the sin, and the moral culpability for the physical act of murder lies squarely on the tyrant who wields the sword.
Oh, that is sharp.
He essentially tells the governor, God called his soul back, but you are the murderer who will burn for it.
He brilliantly navigates the complex Islamic theological debate between predestination and human free will.
Yeah.
He proves that divine decree does not absolve human beings of their moral crimes. He dismantles the governor's theological excuse in front of his entire court, exposing him not as an instrument of God's will, but as a common criminal.
Ibn Ziyad is so enraged by being intellectually humiliated by a sick boy that he orders his guards to execute him right there in the court.
Oh, wow.
But Zainab immediately throws her arms around her nephew. She embraces him and challenges the governor directly. If you want to kill him, you will have to kill me too. Ibn Ziyad is actually stunned into silence by her ferocity. He backs down and lets the boy live.
If we pause and look at the thematic core of this entire deep dive, this is it. This is what you, the listener, need to take away.
It's a turning point.
Think about the shift of power in that room. The men with the swords sitting on the thrones think they have won the ultimate victory. They have the heads on spears. But the unarmed, grieving, captive woman and the sick boy in chains completely dominate the moral, theological, and historical debate.
They own the room.
They refuse to be victims. They claim the narrative, and in doing so, they ensure that the legacy of Hussein survives.
It's an incredibly powerful realization. But their physical journey isn't over yet. The text then details the grueling march from Kufa to the capital city of Damascus, the seat of the empire, to face the ultimate ruler, Yazid.
It's a long journey.
Ibn Ziyad orders the captives to be marched hundreds of miles across the desert, and he does it in the most humiliating, terrifying way imaginable. He parades the severed heads of the martyrs on long spears, marching them in front of the shackled women and the sick Zain al-Abidin, who are tied to the bare backs of camels without saddles.
The text makes it clear that this wasn't just logistical transport. This was a calculated terror tactic.
Right.
It was a parade of brutality designed to scare the populace of the empire into absolute submission. They were showing every town and village they passed exactly what happens to anyone who dares to question the authority of the state.
Along this agonizing march, the text recounts another supernatural event that halts the soldiers in their tracks. They stop to rest near a Christian monastery. The Yazidi soldiers are drinking alcohol and celebrating their victory when suddenly, out of nowhere, a pen made of steel magically emerges from the wall.
This part is wild.
The pen dips itself in blood and writes a terrifying verse on the stone. Do those who martyred Hussein hope that his grandfather will intercede for them on the day of reckoning?
The soldiers are terrified. And when they ask the resident Christian monk about the writing, the historical context he provides is just mind-bending. What does he tell them?
The monk reveals that this exact verse was written on that wall 500 years, some accounts in the text say 300 years before the Prophet of Islam was even born.
We are seeing a recurring theme here. The text is constantly emphasizing that the tragedy of Karbala isn't bound by linear time.
It's bigger than that.
It is an event of cosmic, timeless significance. It was foretold, mourned, and recorded centuries before it even happened, crossing religious boundaries from Christianity to Islam. It suggests that the tragedy was a fixed point in the moral history of the universe.
Finally, the battered caravan reaches the Grand Court of Yazid in Damascus. The commander, Zar ibn Qais, steps forward and announces the victory to the emperor with gruesome pride. He boasts about how they surrounded the prophet's family, how the victims fled like doves trying to escape a hawk, and how they systematically slaughtered them and left their bodies for the wild animals.
That's arrogant.
And Yazid, much like his governor Ibn Ziyad, repeats the exact same desecration. He has the head of Imam Hussain placed before him, takes a cane, and begins to hit the lips and teeth.
Which, predictably, prompts another elderly companion of the Prophet, Abu Burza, to protest vehemently.
Just like before.
He yells at Yazid to remove his cane, reminding him that the Prophet used to kiss those lips. Abu Burza then leaves the gathering in utter disgust, refusing to legitimize the court with his presence.
But then Yazid does something that pulls the mask off his entire regime and reveals his true underlying motivations. He tries to quote the Quran initially, specifically Surah Al-Imran, verse 26, claiming that Allah gives kingdom to whom he wills, again trying to claim divine endorsement for his tyranny.
Twisting the scripture.
Exactly. But then, in a moment of arrogance, he begins to recite ancient pre-Islamic poetry. He recites verses wishing that his pagan ancestors who died at the Battle of Badr fighting against the Prophet Muhammad at the very dawn of Islam were alive today to see his revenge on the Prophet's family. He explicitly says that they would be overjoyed to see how he has repaid the Prophet for the deaths of his pagan forefathers.
He is openly framing the massacre at Karbala not as a political necessity to quell a rebellion, but as a long-awaited blood vengeance for the early foundational battles of Islam.
He's saying the quiet part out loud.
He is essentially admitting that his allegiance to the religion is a political facade, and his true loyalty lies with the tribal vendettas of his ancestors.
And this brings up a massive, profound historical irony that the text highlights beautifully. I really want to dwell on this because it's the ultimate aha moment of the political narrative. Think about this deeply.
Okay, let's hear it.
When the Prophet Muhammad finally conquered Makkah, after years of being persecuted, tortured, and having his followers killed, he walked in with absolute, uncontested power. His fiercest enemy, the man who led armies against him, was Abu Sufyan.
Right, his biggest rival.
The Prophet could have executed him on the spot. Instead, the Prophet demonstrated ultimate, unimaginable mercy. He famously declared the house of Abu Sufyan a place of absolute safety and forgave his fiercest enemies entirely.
It was an act of grace that fundamentally established the moral superiority of his movement.
Exactly. But now, jump forward just a few decades. Who is Yazid? Yazid is the direct descendant of Abu Sufyan. The Prophet forgave Abu Sufyan, sparing his bloodline. And now, Abu Sufyan's grandson is systematically slaughtering the Prophet's bloodline, denying them even a drop of water, and denying them the very mercy that allowed his own family to survive. A poet quoted in the text, Ibn Saifi, writes a devastating critique of this irony. He addresses the descendants of Abu Sufyan, saying, "When we were powerful and strong, forgiving was our habit, but when you gained power, you made rivers of blood flow."
If we connect this historical irony to the bigger theological picture, the text is framing the ultimate long-term consequences of these acts. It is demonstrating that while tyrants write the immediate short-term history with swords, terror, and propaganda, the spiritual scales of justice are eventually and inevitably balanced.
The text leans into this promise of ultimate justice by citing specific dreams that terrified the perpetrators after the fact. Someone reports dreaming of seeing the killer of Hussein trapped in a casket of fire, screaming that he is experiencing half the punishment of all the inhabitants of hell combined.
A horrific image.
Another person dreams of seeing a wretched black dog dying of intense thirst in the desert, and an unseen voice warns them not to give the dog a single drop of water because the dog is the killer of Hussein, condemned to suffer the exact thirst he inflicted forever until Judgment Day.
These aren't just spooky stories. They function as a theological promise to the reader.
Right.
They guarantee that earthly power, no matter how absolute it appears in the moment, is fleeting. The palaces will crumble, but divine justice is eternal, and the moral stain of Karbala will haunt the perpetrators permanently.
So we have to ask ourselves, as we come to the end of this incredibly heavy text, what does this all mean for us? We have been on an intense, emotionally exhausting journey today.
We really have.
From the blinding dust and agonizing thirst of Karbala to the cosmic weeping of the sky raining blood. From the brutality of armor-piercing arrows and severed heads to the unbreakable narrative-defining power of Sayyidah Zainab's words echoing in the court of a tyrant. It is a lot to process.
It is a massive amount of historical and emotional data. But I think the core takeaway, the underlying "so what" for you, regardless of your background, is actually quite clear. You don't need to be an Islamic theologian or even a person of faith to understand the universal human lesson embedded in this narrative.
What would you say that is?
This text fundamentally challenges us to redefine our concept of victory.
I completely agree. It asks us to look past the immediate results of a conflict.
Is true victory holding the throne? Is it commanding the largest army, wielding the sharpest sword, and silencing your opposition through terror?
No.
Or is true victory holding on to your core principles, maintaining your humanity and speaking your truth, even when the world has taken absolutely everything else from you? The text argues unequivocally and across centuries that despite being slaughtered, Hussein won at Karbala, and despite sitting on the throne, Yazid lost.
Wow.
The legacy of Hussein inspired millions toward justice, while the name of Yazid became synonymous with ultimate tyranny.
Which brings me to one final, lingering image from the text that I want to leave you to mull over. We've talked about all these famous, powerful figures today, prophets, imams, governors, and commanders. But there is a very small, seemingly insignificant moment in the text about a man named Ibn Afif.
The blind worshiper in Kufa. A beautiful, tragic story.
Yes. Ibn Afif was an old, entirely blind man living in Kufa. He couldn't see the heads of the martyrs being paraded on the spears. He couldn't have fought in the battle even if he wanted to.
He was completely marginalized.
He was powerless. He just spent his days sitting quietly in the mosque, engaged in prayer. But one day, he is sitting in the mosque when the governor, Ibn Ziyad, steps up to the pulpit. The governor begins lying to the congregation, praising God for the victory, and openly cursing the prophet's family, trying to control the public narrative. The moment this blind, helpless old man hears the lie, he doesn't stay silent. He doesn't prioritize his own safety. He stands up in the middle of the crowded mosque. He calls the tyrant a liar to his face. He speaks the truth about the nobility of Hussein, and because of this, he is immediately arrested by the guards and executed.
He had every excuse to stay quiet. He was blind, he was old, he was alone, but the moral weight of the truth compelled him to act. He refused to let the lies stand unopposed in his presence.
It brings us right back to that idea of gravity we started with. The moral gravity of Karbala was so overwhelmingly strong that it pulled this blind, helpless man out of the safety of his silence and thrust him into the fatal light of truth.
That's a beautiful way to put it.
And I think it begs a profound question for all of us living in our modern world. When the ultimate test of truth happens in your own life, when the world around you is demanding that you accept a comfortable lie, will you have the courage to stand up in the dark?
That is exactly the question the text leaves us with. It demands introspection. Thank you for joining us on this incredibly deep and challenging journey through the text.
Yes, thank you for taking this deep dive with us. We'll catch you next time. Imagine being an Egyptian deputy governor, centuries after a definitive, just world-altering battle.
Right.
And you authorize the payment of an absolute fortune, like 30,000 gold dinars.
Which is a staggering amount of money.
Oh, yeah, an unbelievable amount. And you do this to acquire a single artifact from that battlefield, the severed head of a martyr,
Yeah.
and you bring it to your city, and you literally walk barefoot alongside it out of sheer reverence.
Right. The text mentions that specifically.
Yeah. And when you finally place it on this chair of ebony and green silk, the blood is still miraculously fresh.
Which is just wow.
And it's emitting this distinct, overwhelming fragrance of musk. So today, we're looking at how a single devastating defeat on the dusty battlefield of Karbala somehow managed to conquer the memory, the geography, and the spiritual architecture of the entire world.
It really did.
So welcome to this custom deep dive. Today, we're exploring a fascinating text, an English translation titled Shaam-e-Karbala English Part 6.pdf.
Yes, a very dense text.
Right. And our mission here is to unpack the staggering, rippling aftermath of the tragedy of Karbala. We're going to examine the human toll, the subsequent, basically apocalyptic rebellions in the Islamic holy cities, and the deeply contrasting legacies of Imam Hussain and Yazid.
And we are looking exclusively through the lens of this specific document today.
Exactly. But before we step into that narrative, I do need to make a crucial disclaimer for you, the listener.
Yeah, this is important.
Right. The source material we're unpacking today contains accounts that are immensely revered. They hold profound religious, spiritual, and political significance for millions of people.
Absolutely.
So, as your guides on this deep dive, we are absolutely not taking sides. We are not endorsing specific theological viewpoints, nor are we attempting to validate or invalidate the historical claims presented.
Right, we're just analyzing the text itself.
Exactly. Our sole purpose is to act as your analytical lens, impartially reporting on the mechanics, the narratives, and the intense emotional depths contained strictly within the pages of the original text you've provided.
It's basically a masterclass in human memory and spiritual devotion.
Yeah.
Like the focus is understanding the internal logic of the text, what it records, the sociological weight of the events it describes, and, why these specific details were so fiercely preserved by those who survived.
Right. So, okay, let's plunge straight into that survival. Because to understand the scale of the aftermath, the text demands we look at the immediate human toll.
Yeah, the casualty numbers.
But the moment it does, we encounter the fog of war. The text points out discrepancies regarding the exact number of Imam Hussein's companions and family members who were martyred.
Which is very common in ancient texts.
Right, because the numbers fluctuate. Some historical sources say 70, others say 72, 79, or 82. There are even claims of higher numbers.
Yeah.
And I think for a modern reader who's, accustomed to precise casualty reports, this fluidity can seem confusing.
It can. But this kind of numerical discrepancy is actually a hallmark of authentic ancient historical trauma.
Oh, interesting. How so?
Well, you have to consider the mechanics of ancient record keeping. I mean, in the immediate chaotic aftermath of a massacre, there is no centralized census bureau taking roll call.
Right, right.
The survivors are captives, the victors are hastily moving on, and the bodies are just left in the desert.
Wow. Yeah, that makes sense.
So what the text is doing by acknowledging these varying numbers is establishing a baseline of historical transparency. It's basically saying the exact arithmetic may be debated by scholars, but the totality of the devastation is absolute.
Yeah, the devastation is undeniable.
Exactly. And then it brilliantly pivots from those abstract debated numbers
Yeah.
to something undeniable and grounding, which is specific names.
Yes, it grounds the tragedy by listing 19 named martyrs, specifically from the Ali Bayt, the family of the Prophet.
Right.
And looking at that list, the sheer sociological impact of what happened really starts to crystallize. It's not just a list of a military vanguard or a localized militia.
No, not at all.
You have the leader of the martyrs, Imam Hussain. You have the formidable Abu Fadl Hadrat Abbas. But intermingled with these figures are children.
Yeah, that's where it gets incredibly heavy.
It really does.
Yeah.
You have the infant Hadrat Ali Asghar ibn Hussein. You have the two young sons of Hadrat Imam Muslim, Muhammad and Ibrahim. You have nephews, stepbrothers, cousins.
Entire lineage.
Right. The Umayyad army wasn't just defeating a political rival. They were systematically eradicating a massive portion of an entire sacred family tree in a single afternoon.
Which fundamentally alters the psychological landscape of the empire. I mean,
Right.
by wiping out that specific family tree, the ruling power creates this massive spiritual vacuum.
Yeah.
But the text immediately counters the idea of an erasure. It offers thousands of salutations upon these specific martyrs, explicitly stating that their physical deaths acted as a catalyst for the elevation of the deen, the faith itself.
Right. So the text is arguing that their extreme vulnerability and the totality of their sacrifice kind of weaponized their memory.
Exactly. Their deaths became the ultimate moral standard against which all future rulers would be judged.
And that weaponized memory is carried forward by the survivors, the captives. The text provides another list, emphasizing those who were left behind.
Yes, the women and the ill.
We see Imam Zainul Abidin, who was ill during the battle. We see the resilient sisters of Imam Hussain, Sayyida Zainab and Kulthum. We see his daughters, Sayyida Fatima and Sakina.
Right.
We see his wives, including Sayyida Sherbanu, who the text notes was the granddaughter of the king of Persia.
Which adds this immense layer of royal and spiritual lineage now reduced to captivity.
Exactly. And then the text just shifts gears entirely. It stops cataloging the broad historical movements and zeroes in with devastating precision on one individual, Imam Hussein's wife, Sayyida Ribab.
Yeah, this transition to Sayyida Ribab serves a very specific narrative function.
Okay, let's unpack this. Why focus so heavily on her?
Because broad historical strokes can numb a reader, like thousands dead, empires clashing. It gets abstract.
Yeah, it becomes a ledger of wins and losses.
Exactly. By focusing on the localized, suffocating grief of a newly widowed mother, the text anchors the vast geopolitical tragedy into a deeply relatable human reality.
Right. It provides this incredible emotional anchor. It shares an anecdote narrated by their daughter, Sayyida Sakina, illustrating the profound, almost defiant affection Imam Hussein had for Rabab before the tragedy.
It's a very touching story.
It is. Apparently, Hussein's brother, Imam Hassan, was once displeased with Hussein over something concerning Rabab, and Hussein doesn't just apologize, he responds with a poem defending his devotion.
Do you have the quote?
I do. He says, "Oath on your life, Even the house in which Sakina and Rebab occupy is beloved to me. I love them both, and I happily spend my wealth on them, and the criticism of one who reprimands is not considered criticism by me.
Notice how that functions sociologically.
Yeah.
I mean, in a deeply patriarchal 7th century society where marital affection is often kept private, you have a major spiritual and political leader publicly, poetically defending his intense love for his wife and daughter against familial criticism.
Right, it completely humanizes him.
Exactly. It removes him from the untouchable pedestal of a stoic martyr and presents a man deeply tethered to his family.
Wow, yeah.
So when the text subsequently details his murder, the reader doesn't just feel the loss of a leader. They feel the violent severing of that specific, fiercely protected family unit.
Which makes Rebab's life post-Karbala incredibly difficult to read. History, like we said, reads like a cold ledger, but these preserved poems and anecdotes act almost like a perfectly preserved amber, trapping the raw human heartbreak of a wife losing her husband.
That's a great way to put it.
According to the text, she was a virtuous and pious lady, and after returning to Medina, she received numerous marriage proposals from prominent figures.
Which would be standard practice for a widow of her status.
Right, but she rejects every single one, and her reasoning is just an absolute masterclass in cementing a legacy. She states, "After becoming the daughter-in-law of the Holy Prophet, I do not wish to be the daughter-in-law of anyone else."
What's fascinating here is that this is a staggering political and theological statement.
Really, more than just mourning.
Oh, absolutely. By refusing to remarry, she is doing much more than mourning. She is actively blocking any other family or tribe from claiming proximity to her, and by extension, claiming proximity to the Ali Bayt.
Wow, I didn't think of it like that.
Yeah, she is establishing that her marriage to Hussein was the absolute spiritual pinnacle. There is no upward mobility from there.
Right.
No earthly comfort, no political alliance, no wealth can replace the station of being tethered to that specific lineage. Her ongoing grief becomes a living monument.
A monument that unfortunately eventually consumes her. The text includes her eulogy, where she describes Hussein as Nur, a light from head to toe.
Yeah.
She focuses on the visceral horror of the aftermath, agonizing that this man of light was left in Karbala without a coffin, a proper burial shroud.
Which is such a deeply painful image.
It is. She calls him a mountain where she sought safety, asking who is left to be the refuge of the orphans and the destitute.
And she vows never to seek another alliance until sand is thrown over her own grave.
Right, and she fulfills that vow. The text notes she spent a year mourning, completely inconsolable, before literally passing away from the sheer weight of grief and separation.
Her death a year later is effectively presented by the text as the final casualty of the battle itself.
Wow, yeah.
It demonstrates that the mechanisms of trauma don't just cease when the armies retreat. The psychological devastation is an active, lethal force. Rebab's grief ensures that the spiritual and emotional memory of the battle survives.
So Rebab ensured the emotional memory survived in Medina. But the physical memory, the actual remains of Imam Hussain, sparked a completely different kind of battle across multiple empires.
Yes, the journey of the physical relics.
Right. But before we get to that, the text actually does a fascinating recalibration of the battlefield itself. It pushes back hard against established historians regarding the Yazidi casualties.
It really does. It directly challenges the historical consensus.
Yeah, Tabari and Ibn Athir claim that 88 Yazidi soldiers died, but our text explicitly rejects this. Relying on Mukhtasar Tabari, it claims that hundreds were killed.
It gives very specific, almost cinematic details.
It does. It provides details like her killing 80 soldiers in a single solitary attack, and the children of Hadhrath Ali and Imam Hussain cutting down hundreds of, as they call them, scoundrels. Why is the text fighting this battle over numbers?
Because the narrative of the battlefield dictates the narrative of the cause.
Okay, unpack that for me.
Well, if only 88 soldiers of a massive imperial army die against a small band, it paints a picture of a swift, almost clinical suppression of a victimized group.
Right, like they didn't even stand a chance.
Exactly. But by insisting on hundreds of casualties, by detailing solitary warriors carving through dozens of men, the text fundamentally alters the mechanics of the memory.
Yeah.
It transforms the martyrs from mere victims into apex warriors. It argues that their deceit was purely a function of impossible numerical odds, not a lack of divine favor, martial skill, or supreme courage.
Right, they were besieged, dehydrated, and exhausted, yet they fought like lions. And that martial supremacy makes the ensuing treatment of Imam Hussein's physical remains even more poignant. The journey of his blessed head is where the text expands from a localized tragedy into a geographical and theological epic.
Yeah, and we are presented with three distinct, competing theories regarding its final resting place.
Right. And this is where we see the intense sociological value of relics in the ancient world. The first theory, supported by Allama Qurtubi and Shah Abdulaziz Mohaddedawi, suggests that Yazid sent the head with the prisoners back to Medina, where it was buried beside either his mother, Sayyida Fatima Zahra, or his brother, Imam Hussain.
Okay, and the second theory.
The second theory, which is held by the Imamiyya group, claims the prisoners returned to Karbala 40 days later and buried the head together with the physical body.
Notice how both of those first two theories are rooted in the concept of restoration.
How do you mean?
They are mechanisms of closure. Burying the head with the mother, the brother, or the body itself is an attempt to physically repair the violent severing that took place on the battlefield.
Ah, I see.
It returns the martyr to a state of familial or physical wholeness.
That's a beautiful way to look at it. But the text spends the absolute most time on the third theory, and it is overwhelmingly complex.
Yeah, the journey to Egypt.
Right. It posits that Yazid had the head paraded through various cities as a display of dominance. It eventually reaches Ascalon, where a local governor intercepts and buries it.
Oh, yeah.
And fast forward to when Ascalon falls under the dominance of European rulers, the deputy governor of Egypt, Taleh ibn Razik, intervenes. He doesn't just ask for it, he pays 30,000 dinars to rescue the head and bring it to Egypt in 548 AH.
Which brings us back to that incredible imagery from the beginning.
Exactly. The journey to Egypt is described with incredible reverence. The soldiers remain barefoot. And the text claims that despite centuries having passed, the blood of the blessed head was still fresh, and it emitted the fragrance of musk.
Now notice how the dynamic of power has entirely slipped here. Yazid paraded the head to project his own imperial dominance. But centuries later, an entirely different empire is paying a fortune just to house the relic, treating it with more reverence than a living king.
It's a complete inversion.
It is. The deputy governor, Salih, built a massive site of veneration, the Mashhad Hussein. He places it on green silk on an ebony chair. He physically weighs the head and surrounds it with an equal weight of pure musk and amber. The relic has effectively conquered Egypt.
And the text doesn't just focus on the architecture, right? It delves into a series of supernatural events, miracles directly attributed to the presence of the head.
Right, the stories are very vivid.
There's this one story about Sultan Melik Nasser's informant. This man is sentenced to horrific torture to extract the location of hidden gold.
Yeah.
And the torture involves placing brain-eating worms on his head, which the text notes usually kills a person in minutes by eating through the skull. But the worms simply die upon touching him. The man reveals he survived because he had once respectfully carried the blessed head of Imam Hussain on his own head during its transport to Egypt.
That specific miracle serves a dual purpose.
Okay, what are they?
Well, it demonstrates physical protection, obviously, but it also establishes a hierarchy of authority.
Okay.
The torturer represents the ultimate secular power of the Sultan. But the relic represents divine authority. The miracle proves that even tangential historical proximity to the divine relic overrides the immediate lethal power of the state.
Wow. And the miracles even extend to figures within the Umayyad dynasty itself.
Yeah, which is really striking.
Another narrative in the text suggests the head remained in Yazid's treasury. Years later, a subsequent caliph, Suleiman ibn Abdul Malik, discovers it, and he finds the bones literally shining like silver.
He doesn't just discard it, though.
No, he fragrances it, wraps it in a 5-cloth shroud, prays over it, and buries it respectfully in a Muslim cemetery. Because of this single act of reverence toward his dynasty's former enemy, Suleiman sees the prophet in a dream, giving him glad tidings.
That is a profound mechanism of reconciliation.
Yeah.
The text uses Suleiman to demonstrate that acknowledging the sanctity of Imam Hussain is the only way a ruler can achieve spiritual legitimacy. It implies that the Umayyad dynasty's original sin could only be mitigated by reversing Yazid's desecration.
Right. And then we have the accounts of the head actually speaking.
Yeah, the auditory miracles.
Hadhrath Sheikh Khalil Abul Hassan Tamarsi would visit the head and say, "Peace be upon you, O son of the Holy Prophet," and he would clearly hear the reply, and peace be upon you, O Abu Hassan.
Wow.
When the sheikh misses a day and gets worried, the head speaks to him the next day, explaining, yesterday at that time I was in the court of my respected grandfather, Rasulullah, and was speaking to him.
That's incredibly powerful.
But I have to challenge the structure, though. Here's where it gets really interesting for me.
Okay, go ahead.
If you are listening and tracking the geography, you realize we have one text claiming the head was restored in Karbala, buried in Medina, paraded to Ascalon, enshrined in Egypt, and discovered in a treasury in Damascus.
Right. There are overlapping narratives.
To a modern reader, these overlapping supernatural accounts might just look like mythological exaggeration. I mean, how do we reconcile contradictory accounts in a single historical text? Does this immense geographical contradiction damage the credibility of the rest of the text for a historian?
It's the critical question to ask when studying ancient texts. And the author of the text, Allama Shafee Okarvi, actually addresses it head-on with remarkable historical humility.
Oh, he does?
Yes. Okarvi includes a note explaining that tragically, several heads of various members of the Prophet's family were severed and sent to Yazid over time.
Right, it wasn't just one.
Exactly. Because of the intense trauma, the passage of centuries, and the overwhelming love the populace had for the Alabate, people erroneously ascribed these various different mausoleums specifically to Imam Hussain.
Ah, okay.
He doesn't force a definitive geographical answer. He simply concludes, Allah knows the truth of the matter.
So the historical ambiguity is basically acknowledged as a symptom of the chaos.
Exactly. And by doing so, the text reveals something far deeper about how memory functions.
Yeah.
Think of it almost like spiritual open source code.
Oh, I like that analogy.
By having the relic theoretically buried in multiple empires, every region, from the Hijaz to the Levant to North Africa, got to claim a localized physical connection to Hussein's defiance.
Right, they all get a piece of that legacy.
Exactly. The exact factual location of the bone becomes secondary. The idea of his enduring presence, the fresh blood, the scent of musk, the speaking relic, these narratives prove that his spiritual authority survived the physical destruction of his body.
Wow, yeah. It successfully colonized the spiritual geography of the entire Muslim world.
Precisely.
So while Hussein's memory is expanding, emitting musk, and commanding reverence across empires, the text forces us to look at what was happening back at the actual seat of power.
Yeah, back in Damascus.
If Hussein is the ultimate moral standard, Yazid is presented as the ultimate moral vacuum.
The structural juxtaposition there is completely intentional. The elevation of the martyrs is directly contrasted with the rapid, grotesque moral and political decay of the victor.
And the text states unequivocally that Yazid's behavior worsened significantly after Karbala. His wretchedness and callousness reached new peaks.
It goes beyond just bad governance.
Way beyond. We aren't just talking about harsh tax policies. The text lists a public descent into severe vices: fornication, homosexuality, marrying non-permissible women, the rampant spread of usury, and widespread alcoholism.
Right.
And this isn't just moralizing gossip. It has immediate, massive geopolitical consequences.
It causes a literal rebellion.
Right. The text quotes Hadrat Abdullah ibn Hanzala explaining exactly why the people of the Hijaz, the region housing Makkah and Medina, broke their allegiance.
What did he say?
He says, "By Allah, we broke our allegiance to Yazid after fearing being stoned from the heavens due to his sinful ways."
We have to really unpack the mechanics of that fear.
Yeah, please do.
This isn't a political rebellion in the traditional sense. This is a theological quarantine.
A theological quarantine.
Right. The leaders in Medina aren't just saying Yazid is a bad administrator. They're saying his public desecration of divine law is so extreme that it acts as a lightning rod for cosmic wrath. The people of the sanctuary cities feared that simply being legally tethered to him via a pledge of allegiance would result in them becoming collateral damage when divine retribution inevitably fell.
Wow, so it's a matter of spiritual survival.
Exactly.
And Yazid, sensing this massive loss of legitimacy in the absolute center of the Muslim world, responds with a level of brutality that the text argues embarrasses even the ancient pre-Islamic enemies of the faith.
Yeah, his response is horrifying.
He dispatches a general named Muslim ibn Aqba with a heavily armed force of 20,000 troops, specifically to subjugate the two holy cities.
Yes.
What happens next is known historically as the event of Al-Hira, and the text describes a 3-day nightmare in Medina that is honestly hard to process.
The desecration of Medina is presented as a structural inversion of everything sacred. I mean, the city of the Prophet is designed to be the ultimate sanctuary, a place where violence is strictly forbidden.
And yet, for 3 days, Muslim Ibn Uqba's army subjects it to unrestrained killing, looting, and rape.
The human toll is just staggering.
The casualty counts provided by the text are devastating. Approximately 10,000 people martyred. But the text forces us to look at who those people were.
Right. The demographics matter here.
It specifies that 1,700 of the dead were Muhajirin, Ansar, Sahaba, and senior Tabi'in. Furthermore, 700 Hufaz, individuals who had memorized the entire Holy Quran, were slaughtered.
Wow.
Why is the text so specific about these demographics?
Because killing these specific groups isn't just inflicting casualties, it's an act of civilizational arson.
Civilizational arson.
Right. In a largely oral 7th century society, the Sahaba, the companions who personally lived and walked with the Prophet, they were the living, breathing archives of the faith.
Yeah.
They were the primary sources of Islamic law, ethics, and history. And the Hufaz were essentially the biological hard drives containing the sacred text.
Wow, yeah, that's a brilliant way to phrase it.
By systematically slaughtering 1,700 companions and 700 Quran memorizers, the Umayyad army was quite literally burning down the living library of Islam.
That is just chilling.
It is an attempt to sever the present from the foundational past.
And the physical desecration matches the human toll. The text details how the Yazidi army tied their war horses directly to the pillars of Masjidun Nabawi, the Prophet's mosque.
They turned a sanctuary into a stable.
Exactly. And the psychological warfare was arguably worse than the physical destruction. When the killing paused, the survivors weren't just asked to renew their standard political allegiance, their bay'ah.
No, the terms changed completely.
The text notes they were forced into a terrifying new social contract. They had to pledge slavery to Yazid. The required oath was, I accept slavery to Yazid. If he wishes, he can sell or free me.
If we connect this to the bigger picture, that linguistic shift from allegiance to slavery is the absolute crux of Yazid's tyranny.
Right.
Standard Islamic allegiance is conditional. It's based on the ruler upholding divine law. But by demanding a pledge of absolute slavery, Yazid is attempting to usurp the position of the divine.
Yeah, claiming total ownership.
He is claiming total ownership over the bodies and souls of the citizens of the sanctuary. Anyone who insisted on the traditional pledge, allegiance only to Allah and His Messenger, was executed on the spot.
And the text utilizes highly specific, really haunting anecdotes to drive this horror home. You have Hadrat Abu Said Khudri, a deeply respected senior companion, captured and publicly disgraced by having his beard shaved off.
Yeah.
You have the story of a senior scholar, Hadrat Sayyid ibn Musayyab. He realizes the only way to survive the purge is to feign absolute insanity.
This is just desperate.
He acts mad in front of Muslim Ibn Uqba, and the soldiers leave him alone out of pure disgust. The text notes he was the only person left inside the Prophet's mosque for those 3 days, praying in total isolation while listening to the phantom sounds of the congregation emanating from the Prophet's tomb.
That image, the solitary, terrified scholar faking madness in an abandoned, desecrated mosque, while the city outside is subjected to a massacre, it is one of the most potent metaphors for the state of the empire at that moment.
Oh, absolutely.
Reason and piety have been driven into hiding, replaced by unrestrained, irrational violence.
And the violence reaches its absolute nadir with a story about a mother and her young son.
This one is particularly difficult.
The mother approaches Muslim Ibn Uqba, desperately pleading for her child's life. The general responds by ordering the boy to be brought forward, and he slaughters the child right in front of her.
Pure cruelty.
He then hands the grieving mother her son's severed head and mocks her, saying, "Are you not thankful that you are alive? You came very dramatically to take your son."
Unbelievable.
If you are listening to this and wondering how an army justifies sacking their own holy city with this level of sadism, you have to understand the text is presenting an army that has entirely severed its connection to its own foundational ethics.
Exactly. This is a complete inversion of a sacred space. Imagine the safest, most revered sanctuary on earth suddenly turned into a 3-day nightmare zone.
Right. And what does this all mean for the sanctity of these cities under this rule?
Well, the text does not let this sociological and political horror stand without a theological counterbalance. It follows these accounts with a specific series of hadith, sayings of the Prophet regarding Medina.
Okay, what do they say?
These sayings outline the cosmic mechanisms of consequence. They state, "He who harms a believer has actually harmed me, and he who harms me has harmed Allah."
Right.
Specifically regarding the city, the text quotes, Allah will destroy whoever intends doing something bad to the people of Medina the way salt is dissolved in water, and notes they will be melted in the fire of Jahannam like lead.
So it transitions from a historical report into a full-on cosmic indictment.
Precisely. The text is building an ironclad argument that Yazid and Muslim ibn Uqba didn't just violate rules of engagement or commit war crimes. They declared war on the divine order itself.
Yeah.
The promised punishment is absolute physical annihilation.
Melting like lead, dissolving like salt. I mean, the brutality in Medina feels so overwhelming that earthly justice seems almost impossible.
It does.
But the text doesn't wait for the afterlife to balance the scales. It immediately pivots from the sweeping tragedy of the city to a highly specific supernatural narrative of divine retribution against the architect of the massacre, Muslim ibn Uqba.
Yes.
And it starts, much like the Karbala aftermath, with the fierce vow of a grieving woman.
This section shifts the narrative from enduring trauma to an almost visceral, cathartic manifestation of vengeance.
Right. During the forced slavery pledges, a pious man from the Quraysh tribe refuses to submit. He states clearly, I have pledged allegiance to obedience towards Allah, not sin.
Which is incredibly brave.
Predictably, Muslim ibn Uqba executes him. But the man's mother, Yazid bint Abdullah ibn Rabia, refuses to be a passive victim. She makes a ferocious oath. She says, if I become powerful enough, I will definitely burn this tyrant, dead or alive.
She inserts human agency into a situation of total powerlessness.
Yeah.
She is claiming the right to dispense justice in a society where the legal frameworks have been completely co-opted by tyranny.
And the universe seemingly conspires to give her that chance, but in the most bizarre, macabre way.
Yeah, this is where the story takes a wild turn.
After sacking Medina, Muslim ibn Uqba turns his 20,000 troops toward Makkah to attack the Kaaba, but en route, the general is suddenly struck by paralysis and dies.
Just abruptly dies.
His army, now under the command of Hassin ibn Namir, hastily buries him on the road and continues the march.
Okay.
When the mother hears of his death, she doesn't consider her vow void. She gathers men, tracks down the army's route, locates the fresh grave, and orders it dug up so she can burn the corpse.
This feels like a scene straight out of a dark historical thriller.
Right. And when her men open the grave, they don't find a peaceful corpse. The text describes a terrifying supernatural scene.
What do they find?
A massive serpent is tightly wrapped around Muslim's neck, violently crushing it while actively sucking on his nose.
Wow.
The men are absolutely horrified. They recognize this isn't natural. They see it as the literal, physical manifestation of God's anger.
Yeah, obviously.
They beg the mother to stop, arguing, Allah himself is punishing him for his sins by appointing this snake. Why do you not let him be like this?
Which is a logical question.
But she is unyielding. She needs to satisfy the burning in her own heart. She orders them to open the grave from the leg side. They do, and they find another massive snake crushing his feet.
The mechanics of this scene are profound. I mean, the grave is occupied by divine retribution. The instruments of God's anger are visibly enacting the punishment promised in the Hadith.
So do we read the snake story as literal historical fact, or is it a symbolic, cathartic narrative meant to bring psychological relief to a traumatized population?
Well, it raises an important question about the intersection of grief and divine justice in historical texts.
Right.
But the text presents it entirely as factual.
Right.
And we have to analyze the sociological function of this narrative.
Yeah.
For a traumatized population, hearing this account provides immense psychological relief. But more deeply, it speaks to the unstoppable force of human grief and righteous anger.
Yeah. The men plead with her again to back away, but her reaction is staggering.
What does she do?
She performs ablution, prays 2 rakats of salah, and makes a direct supplication to God. She says, you know well that my anger with this person is solely for your sake. Grant me the ability to fulfill my vow by burning his body.
Huh?
And then she physically takes a stick, shoves these massive supernatural serpents aside, pulls the general's body out of the grave, and burns it to ashes.
That is just, it's a breathtaking display of agency.
It is. The text concludes the anecdote by noting that Muslim ibn Uqba became known forever in history as Musrif, the one who wastes.
Even in the face of literal supernatural monsters, the divine snakes sent by God himself, this mother's need for earthly closure is so potent that she feels completely justified in moving the instruments of divine wrath out of the way.
She basically takes matters into her own hands.
She essentially tells the divine, you are punishing him in the unseen, but I demand the right to punish him in the seen.
It is a phenomenal reclaiming of power. However, while the architect of the Medina massacre is dead and burned, his war machine doesn't stop.
No, it pushes on.
The army, now under Hassan ibn Amir, pushes forward to lay siege to the ultimate sanctuary, Makkah. And this brings us to the final climactic act of the text, the siege of the Kaaba and the sudden, pathetic collapse of Yazid's reign.
The resistance in Makkah is centralized around Hazrat Abdullah ibn Zubair.
Right.
And to understand how he fortifies the city, the text provides a summary of a speech he delivers, which serves as a masterclass in utilizing historical memory for political mobilization.
Right, he gives a fiery address that directly links the impending siege of Makkah back to the original betrayal at Karbala.
He connects the two events.
He publicly condemns the people of Iraq, specifically Kufa, for their treachery. He reminds the crowd that the Kufans invited the Prophet's grandson, promised him leadership, and then abandoned him to the Umayyad army.
Yeah.
He praises Hussein for choosing death over a lifetime of dishonor, noting that Hussein did not bow his head even when entirely surrounded. And then he draws the critical moral contrast that justifies his own rebellion.
What was the contrast?
He says Hussein would not exchange fasting for the consumption of alcohol, and his gatherings did not speak of hunting dogs. Instead, it was of the remembrance of Allah.
By invoking these specific details, Ibn Zubayr is doing two very calculated things.
Okay, what are they?
First, he is weaponizing the guilt over Hussein's death to ensure the Makkans do not abandon him as the Kufans abandoned Hussein.
Ah, smart.
Second, he is contrasting Hussein's rigorous piety with Yazid's well-documented vices, the alcohol, the hunting dogs. He establishes that resisting Yazid's army isn't just defending a city, it is defending the fundamental moral integrity of the faith itself.
And the speech works. The text notes that the people of Makkah and Medina pledge allegiance to him and overthrow the Yazidi governors.
But that invites retaliation.
It invites the wrath of the Syrian army, which arrives and lays siege to Makkah for 64 agonizing days. And the text describes a level of psychological and physical destruction that breaks the ultimate taboo.
Yeah, they use catapults.
The Umayyad army brings catapults. And they don't just bombard the defensive walls, they actively target the Kaaba, the house of God. And as they launch the boulders, they recite mocking poetry, calling their catapults healthy camels, by which we stone the walls of this masjid.
That poetry is as destructive as the boulders themselves.
How so?
Well, in Islamic tradition, the healthy camel is the primary symbol of the sacred pilgrimage to the Kaaba.
Oh, I see.
The catapult operators subvert that imagery entirely, using the metaphor of the pilgrim's camel to describe the siege engine destroying the sanctuary. It is a deliberate, mocking inversion of the sacred.
The physical damage is catastrophic. The text details how boulders fill the sacred precincts. The kiswa, the mantle covering the Kaaba, catches fire and burns.
Wow.
The internal pillars are destroyed, the walls are shattered. For days, the Kaaba stands completely uncovered, its roof burnt, its structure crumbling under relentless fire.
Which must have been terrifying for the residents.
For 2 months, the residents endure this terrifying bombardment, wondering if the entire religion is being physically dismantled. But then, right at the climax of the destruction, while the Kaaba is literally under fire at the end of the month, news arrives that changes everything. Yazid is dead.
The timing is presented as the ultimate cosmic intervention. Just as the physical center of the faith is on the brink of total annihilation, the architect of the chaos is suddenly removed from the earth.
Exactly. Abdullah ibn Zubayr receives the news and shouts over the barricades to the Syrian army, "Your devil has been destroyed."
That's a powerful moment.
That single sentence acts like a shockwave. It shatters the siege. The Umayyad army, fighting far from home for a man who is now a corpse, loses heart completely.
The morale just vanishes.
Ibn Zubayr's forces launch a counteroffensive and the besiegers flee Makkah. The holy city is saved. But the text isn't satisfied with merely lifting the siege. It demands we look closely at exactly how Yazid's life ended. And the contrast it builds here is the entire point of the narrative. Okay, let's unpack this, because the contrast is staggering. The text points out that this reprehensible ruler who caused so much cosmic and physical destruction actually ruled for only about 3.5 years.
Right, a very short reign.
He dies quite young, at the age of 38 or 39, in a relatively obscure village called Hurin. And to document his final moments, the text relies on poetry written by a man named Ibn Urawa.
What do the verses say?
They state, "His death came to him at a time when pitchers and water bags full of alcohol were next to his pillow."
Yeah.
A female lamenting with a violin in her hand cried over the one who was intoxicated with this alcohol. She would sometimes sit and sometimes stand.
The text uses this highly specific, squalid imagery to systematically strip him of any regal, imperial, or Islamic dignity.
Yeah.
I mean, he doesn't die a conqueror's death on a battlefield, nor does he die surrounded by scholars or devout heirs.
It is the ultimate poetic justice. We just talked about Hussein's supposed resting place smelling of musk centuries later, while commanding the barefoot reverence of Egyptian governors.
Right.
And here is Yazid, the undisputed military victor of Karbala, dying in a village, surrounded only by pitchers of alcohol and a staggering intoxicated violinist. His grip on absolute power lasted barely 1,000 days, but his legacy is one of inescapable, eternal disgrace.
The text synthesizes its overarching theme perfectly here. It argues that sheer overwhelming military force can win a battle and terrorize a populace, but it cannot secure a legacy.
And the text drives that final nail in with his physical legacy. It notes that his corpse was taken to Damascus and buried in the Baba Sagir cemetery. But, the text concludes, his grave eventually became the dump site of the city, literally the city dump.
Wow.
The environmental degradation of his resting place serves as the ultimate, inescapable metaphor for his spiritual rot. The earth itself and the citizens of his own imperial capital eventually reject his memory so violently that his monument becomes a place of refuse.
It is a breathtaking historical arc that forces a complete redefinition of how we measure historical success and failure.
Absolutely. We have traversed an incredible emotional and physical geography today. We started with the intense, localized grief of a widow in Medina, Sayyida Rabab, whose defiant mourning ensured the spiritual memory of Karbala could not be erased.
Yeah, her story really anchored the whole discussion.
We tracked the complex, miraculous, and globe-spanning journey of a glowing relic that conquered the empires that tried to destroy it. We walked through the unimaginable horror of the sacking of the Prophet's sanctuary, analyzing the profound psychological warfare of tyranny and the fierce supernatural retribution of a grieving mother.
And finally, we watched the literal trashing of a tyrant's legacy as the victor's grave became a garbage dump.
And through all of it, the text proves that history is never just a cold ledger of troop movements and casualty counts.
It isn't. The narrative of the vanquished ultimately consumed the empire of the victors.
Right. And for you listening, I want you to consider why these highly specific, vivid, sometimes deeply supernatural details were preserved so meticulously by the survivors for centuries.
Yeah, it's a profound question.
Why memorize the exact phrasing of Rabab's eulogy? Why pass down the story of the Egyptian governor's barefoot walk? Why remember the specific mocking poetry used by the catapult operators? It is because the victors of a battle may write the initial reports, but the survivors write the memory. And it is that memory, heavily shaped by moral weight, theology, and the enduring power of poetry, that becomes the actual history shaping the future.
Beautifully said.
Which leads me to a final provocative thought for you to take away from this deep dive. I want to circle back to that humble note from the author, Allama Shafee Okarvi.
About the relics.
Right. He pointed out that because multiple heads of the Prophet's family were severed during that chaotic era, people over the centuries erroneously ascribed various different mausoleums across the map to Imam Hussain. But they did so out of immense, desperate love and respect.
Right.
Think about the profound mechanics of that for a moment. If the exact factual location of a historical figure's physical remains can be lost, if bones can be swapped or geographically confused over centuries of chaos and devotion, does the symbol and the idea of their resting place actually hold more power to shape human history than the physical bones themselves? Keep digging, keep questioning. You know, if you break an arm, the X-ray shows a clean, jagged white line. Like the diagnosis is totally visible.
Right. It's just cause and effect right there on the screen.
Exactly. But what happens when we try to X-ray the universe's sense of justice? Like, what does cause and effect look like when a massive historical tragedy meets, well, cosmic retribution?
That is the big question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So welcome to today's deep dive. We are opening up an incredibly dense, profound 7th century narrative today for you all. It's based on excerpts from a document titled Shaam-e-Karbala-English Part 7.pdf.
Yeah, I mean, it's a document that really pulls no punches. It demands that we just completely leave behind our modern secular understanding of how history works.
Oh, for sure.
You really have to step into a worldview where the physical and the metaphysical are just completely intertwined.
Yeah, totally. And the mission for this deep dive is to explore the textual narrative surrounding the aftermath of the Battle of Karbala. Just to set the stage for you, Karbala was this tragic 7th century confrontation where Imam Hussain, who was the grandson of the Prophet Muhammad, was massacred along with his family and his companions.
Right, but the source text we're analyzing today isn't, it's not a standard political history of the regime changes after the battle.
No, not at all. We are looking at how this specific document records the fate of the actual killers of Imam Hussain. We're going to unpack the supernatural punishments it describes and, the methodical vengeance carried out against them.
And we really need to establish our parameters right now. This source material contains some deeply held theological and historical beliefs.
Right.
Our role here is not to endorse these theological claims, and we aren't here to debate the religious historicity of every single account either. We're impartially reporting on the narrative architecture, just to see what this source says happened to the perpetrators.
Exactly. We're kind of like tourists in the worldview of this document, right? We just want to see how it builds its concept of ultimate justice.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
So the text starts by showing us that the immediate aftermath of Karbala wasn't just a political crisis. According to this narrative, the very fabric of reality reacted violently to the tragedy. It starts right at the top, with the ruling dynasty, the Banu Umayyah.
Right, so Yazid, the caliph who ordered the confrontation, he dies. And his son, Muawiyah II, inherits the throne.
And the text introduces him as this huge contrast to his father, right?
Oh, absolutely. The narrative really emphasizes his natural inclination toward mercy, like his good conduct, his strict adherence to his faith. He gets to the highest political office in the Islamic Empire, looks at the legacy he's inheriting, specifically the bloodshed at Karbala, and he just experiences this profound moral revulsion.
He realizes the foundation of his power is built on a spiritual atrocity.
Exactly. He recognizes that the whole thing is tainted.
The text describes it almost like a visceral physical reaction. He doesn't just disagree with his dad's policies, he literally cannot stomach the spiritual pollution of the throne.
Yeah, he delivers a sermon to the masses. He basically says he lacks the strength for the office, that he's unworthy, and that the people just have to choose a new leader. He abdicates completely.
He just walks away from the most powerful position in the world.
He does. He retreats to his house, falls violently ill, and dies 40 days later.
40 days. Wow.
Yeah. I mean, the narrative mentions suspicions of poison, but the overriding implication is that the seat of power itself has become fatally toxic to anyone with a conscience.
Okay, so his abdication is kind of the inciting incident here. It signals that the highest political office is irreversibly tainted.
Right. But the text doesn't really linger on the macro politics of Damascus for long. It deliberately shifts its gaze downward.
Down to the foot soldiers, right?
Exactly. It focuses on the intensely personal physical realities of the generals and soldiers who actually committed the violence. The text sets up a core theological premise right away. It cites a narration from the Prophet Muhammad stating that the killer of Hussein will be encased in a coffin of fire in the hereafter.
And it says they'll endure half the punishment of the entire world, right?
Yes, half the punishment of the entire world.
That is just, that's a metric of suffering that defies human comprehension.
It really does. It concentrates the cumulative agony of all humanity onto this very specific group of individuals.
But the text insists that this coffin of fire is just the final destination, doesn't it?
That's the key here. The spiritual corruption of their actions at Karbala doesn't just stay dormant in their souls waiting for the day of judgment. It breaches the surface.
It manifests physically.
Yeah, often supernaturally while they are still walking the earth.
Okay, let's unpack this, because it's described almost like the universe has an immune system, and it is violently physically rejecting these people for their actions.
That's a great analogy. It's not just bad luck, it's targeted.
Like, there's this account of an old man sitting in a social gathering. The conversation turns to Karbala, and people are talking about how everyone who participated in the killing faced severe adversity before they died.
Right, and this old man, who's just full of hubris, boasts to the crowd. He says that he actively helped the killers and absolutely nothing bad has happened to him.
How about tempting fate?
I know, right? The arrogance of declaring yourself immune to divine reach acts as an immediate trigger in this narrative. Divine justice here isn't a slow arc, it's a hyper-reactive force.
So the moment the words leave his mouth, he stands up to adjust the wick of a nearby lamp. Just a totally mundane domestic action. But a spark leaps out and he instantaneously catches fire.
Right. He is engulfed.
He's screaming for help, but the text adds this chilling detail. No one hears him, so in his panic, he runs out and throws himself into the Euphrates River.
And we have to note the choice of the Euphrates there. That is loaded with theological significance.
Because that's the river where Hussein and his family were denied water, right?
Exactly. They were violently kept away from that specific river during the battle.
So this guy plunges into the water, thinking it'll save him, but the fire doesn't go out. It continues to incinerate him beneath the surface. He literally drowns while burning to death.
It perfectly encapsulates the text's logic. The punishment is an exact metaphysical mirror of the crime and his boast. He claimed the divine couldn't touch him, so the divine uses the most common object in the room, a lamp, to execute him.
And the fact that the river can't put it out means it's not a normal fire.
Right. It's an ontological fire.
Right.
The natural laws of physics are just suspended to make this punishment happen.
The boundaries between the earthly realm and the hellish realm are just completely porous for these guys. Like, look at the account of the Yazidi soldier who took the severed head of Imam Hussain and hung it from his horse's neck.
Oh, yeah, that one is terrifying.
People who knew this soldier said he used to be a handsome guy with a clear complexion. But later, he's seen with a face that is completely unnaturally blackened.
And when they ask him what happened, his explanation sounds like a total descent into madness.
He says he has this recurring night terror. He claims ever since he desecrated the head, two entities approach him every single night. They physically grab him and drag him to this realm filled with raging fire.
Right, and they shove him toward the flames. As he recoils in terror, the radiant heat blasts his face, permanently charring his skin.
And he eventually dies a horrific death from it. The implication is staggering. His guilt acts like a homing beacon.
It really does. It draws the punishments of the hereafter directly into his present reality. He's basically serving his sentence in a different dimension every night, and his physical body in this world bears the scars.
The text focuses so heavily on the corruption of sensory experiences. The body was used as an instrument of cruelty, so the body becomes the site of the torture.
Yeah, consider how the narrative treats the weaponization of thirst. During the siege, the army completely cut off the camp's access to water.
Right.
And a soldier from the opposing army gestures toward Hussein and mocks him. He says that Hussein thinks he is lofty like the sky, but he won't get a single drop of water until he dies of severe thirst.
And in response to that mockery, Imam Hussain issues a direct prayer. He says, "O Allah, make him die with thirst."
Within the worldview of this text, the prayers of the oppressed, especially the Prophet's lineage, are executed with devastating mathematical precision. The soldier is struck with a sudden, inexplicable physiological condition.
His thirst becomes entirely unquenchable. Like, he drinks liters and liters of water, but he still feels like he's dying of dehydration.
It's a paradox where consumption gives zero relief.
He ultimately dies in this agonizing state, his stomach literally full of water while his brain is screaming that he's thirsty.
He used water deprivation as a psychological weapon, so an insatiable need for water becomes his executioner. The text is building a thesis that the universe balances its ledger using the exact currency of the original sin.
Which brings us to the most disturbing account, I think. The man who shot an arrow into the throat of Ali Asghar, the infant son of Imam Hussain.
Yeah, that act represents the absolute moral nadir of the whole Karbala narrative.
The text says this killer plunged into a bizarre, contradictory illness. His face and stomach became scorchingly hot, radiating this feverish heat. But at the exact same time, his back became as cold as solid ice.
Right, it's a complete disintegration of his body's natural thermal regulation. He's experiencing extreme fire and extreme ice at the exact same moment.
His caretakers were totally baffled. They would apply ice packs to his face while lighting fires behind his back to warm him up, but nothing worked.
He existed in a state of perpetual screaming, begging for water.
And they brought him immense amounts of liquids, right?
Yeah.
Water, milk, and this liquid nourishment called sattu. He drank jug after jug, screaming the whole time until his stomach literally ruptured from the physical volume of it all.
The text uses these visceral, grotesque horrors to underscore the unnaturalness of his crime. Murdering a thirsty infant violates the natural moral order so severely that the killer's own body stages a violent rebellion against biology. Temperatures lose their meaning. His digestive system stops working normally.
His body just becomes an autonomous torture chamber.
Exactly. But, the document doesn't restrict its scope to just the physical demises of individual soldiers.
No, it makes a massive shift here. It zooms way out to present this scene of absolute cosmic sorrow. We move from the earthly immune system to a grand heavenly tribunal.
The transition here is crucial. It moves from showing how the physical world reacts to demonstrating how the spiritual hierarchy of the universe processes the grief.
We get introduced to a narration from a man named Suleiman Amash. And the setting is critical here. He's at the Holy Kaaba in Mecca doing the ritual circling, the tawaf.
Right, and for context, the Kaaba is the absolute epicenter of divine mercy in Islamic theology. It's the place you go to seek forgiveness for the most grievous sins.
Exactly. You're supposed to be wrapped in the expectation of grace there, which is what makes the scene he encounters so jarring. Suleiman sees a man desperately clinging to the cloth covering of the Kaaba, but instead of praying with hope, the man is wailing, "Oh Allah, forgive me, but I think you will not."
He's standing at the geographical coordinates of absolute mercy, but he's completely consumed by absolute despair. It's a huge spiritual contradiction.
Suleiman is super unsettled by it. He wonders what kind of sin could possibly make a man hopeless at the Kaaba. He approaches the man and tries to offer standard theological comfort like, hey, you're in a sanctuary, maintain hope.
And the man looks at Suleiman and says, I used to think like you. Not anymore. My sin is bigger than the mountains, the heavens, the earth, and the throne.
He's basically declaring his own ontological exclusion from grace. He pulls Suleiman aside and reveals who he is. He was one of the 70 guards appointed by Yazid to watch over the severed head of Imam Hussain.
And then he recounts the events of a specific night in Damascus. This narrative introduces the idea that Karbala wasn't just a political event, but a cosmic disruption witnessed by the heavens.
So the guard explains that Yazid initially had the blessed head placed on a golden tray inside his own sleeping quarters. In the dead of night, Yazid's wife wakes up and is terrified to see a brilliant pillar of pure, radiant light shining directly from the head, stretching all the way up into the sky.
She wakes Yazid up, and he sees it too, and he just demands her silence.
It's like the pillar of light is this undeniable testament to the spiritual reality of the Imam. Yazid's armies and his fortress can't contain it.
Right, the light pierces the ceiling of his authority. He panics and orders the head to be moved outside to a special tent guarded by these 70 men.
And the man telling this story is one of those guards. Deep in the night, he gets startled awake by a sound like a roaring mountain and massive wings flapping. He looks up and sees a dense cloud descending, landing right next to the tent.
And a figure steps out of the cloud in heavenly garments.
Yeah, he sets up a mat and some chairs and calls out, "Oh, Adam, father of humanity, come."
The text is meticulously assembling this celestial court of grief.
An awe-inspiring elder materializes. He walks up to the severed head, speaks to it with profound sorrow, saying, "Peace be upon you, O friend of Allah. May there be no forgiveness for your killer." Then he sits down.
The text initiates this chronological gathering of all the foundational figures of monotheism.
Right, another cloud descends. Noah is summoned. He appears, repeats the exact same phrasing, and takes a seat. Then Abraham, then Moses, then Jesus. Each prophet arrives, says the identical solemn declaration, and joins the assembly.
It's an incredibly heavy gathering. The repetition of that exact phrase by each prophet is a crucial literary device. It amplifies the magnitude of the event. The text is arguing that Karbala isn't an isolated tragedy for just the Muslim community. It's a cosmic wound affecting the entire prophetic lineage.
The founders of faith are uniting in shared grief. But then the vision reaches its climax. A final massive cloud descends, and out comes the Prophet Muhammad himself, along with his daughter Fatima, his grandson Imam Hussain, and a vast multitude of angels.
The prophet goes directly to the blessed head, lifts it, holds it to his chest, and just weeps uncontrollably.
He passes the head to Fatima, who also holds it and cries. And then Adam approaches the Prophet Muhammad to offer formal condolences. Adam says, "May Allah grant you great reward and patience for your son Hussein." All the other prophets follow suit.
And then the Prophet Muhammad addresses them all. He says, "Be witness. Those of my ummah who killed my children after me have repaid me terribly."
That's when the cosmic tension spikes. An angel steps forward and makes this staggering offer. He says, "I am responsible for the sky of this world. If you order me, I can topple the sky on these wretches and ruin them."
And immediately after, the angel of the seas steps up and offers to summon a storm to destroy everyone.
I mean, here's where it gets really interesting. The angels are offering a quick, total destruction, like a cosmic reset button. But the prophet stops them. He says, "O angels, do not do such things." Why? Why spare them from a flood just to deal with them differently?
It comes down to the text's view of divine justice. A flood or a collapsing sky is indiscriminate. It's a mass extinction. But this worldview is deeply invested in individual accountability. A flood washes everyone away without differentiating between the archer's malice or the guard's complicity.
Mass destruction is too blunt an instrument.
Exactly. By rejecting the flood, the prophet mandates that each killer must individually bear the specific weight of their own actions.
And we see that immediately. Imam Hussain points out that the 70 guards outside are the ones who transported the head. The prophet orders the angels, kill them in compensation for their killing of my son.
It's a targeted, deliberate execution.
The guard telling the story watches in terror as the angels slaughter all 69 of his companions in moments. But he is left alive. An angel approaches him, and the guard cries out to the prophet for mercy.
And the prophet intervenes. He tells the angel to let the man be.
The prophet walks up to the trembling guard and asks, "Are you one of those 70 people who brought my son's head?" The guard admits it. The prophet strikes his shoulder, knocking him down, and personally curses him. "May Allah not be merciful to you and not forgive you. May he burn your bones in the fire of Jahannam."
This is the moment that resolves his despair at the Kaaba.
The guard tells Suleiman, "This is why I have no hope in Allah's mercy." He realized he was spared from the angelic execution just so he could survive and carry the unbearable weight of a direct personal curse from the prophet.
He is a walking embodiment of damnation. He exists at the center of forgiveness, but carries a sentence that overrides his location. And Suleiman's reaction is revealing. He immediately tells the man to get away from him, fearing the metaphysical punishment hovering over the guard might accidentally strike him by proximity.
The spiritual contagion is palpable. So we've seen the supernatural immune system and the heavenly tribunal. But while the angels were held back from dropping the sky, an earthly force was about to be unleashed. The narrative transitions from divine decrees into the bloody reality of historical vengeance. Enter the earthly avenger.
Right, the text shifts back to the gritty realities of 7th century realpolitik, but heavily laces it with divine mandate. It begins with the crushing collective guilt in the city of Kufa.
Because the Kufis originally invited Hussein.
Exactly. They sent thousands of letters begging him to come, promising an army. But when the Umayyad governor Ibn Ziyad threatened them, they abandoned Hussein. They left him to face the massive Syrian army alone.
The guilt there is immense. A leader named Suleiman ibn Sard channels this into a movement. They literally call themselves the penitents. They make a pact to either fight Ibn Ziyad and avenge Hussein or die trying to cleanse their conscience.
They visit Hussein's grave to weep and seek penance before marching out. They are driven by raw, bleeding guilt. But guilt doesn't equal military strategy.
They were just a small emotional force.
Right. They run into a disciplined 12,000-strong Syrian army sent by Ibn Ziyad. The penitents fight with suicidal ferocity, but they're hopelessly outnumbered. Suleiman is killed, and the remnants flee. The text uses their defeat to show that simple remorse isn't enough to enact the systemic vengeance the narrative demands.
Which paves the way for Mukhtar ibn Ubaidah Thaqafi. The text presents him with remarkable nuance. It acknowledges he wants political power, but realizes the only way to get it is to champion the cause of avenging Karbala.
He plays a brilliant, calculating game of political legitimacy. He claims to be the appointed deputy of Muhammad ibn Hanfiya, a respected member of the Prophet's family.
People were skeptical at first, though.
They were. They actually traveled to ask Muhammad ibn Hanfiya if Mukhtar was legit. Muhammad didn't hold Mukhtar in high regard, but he pragmatically affirmed that avenging Hussein was a religious obligation.
And for the masses, that vague endorsement was enough. Mukhtar uses it to assemble a massive armed movement. He takes over Kufa, drives out the Umayyad governor, and consolidates control over Iraq.
And once his power is secure, he unveils his uncompromising mission.
His public decree, he says, "Inform me of every person who is in the army of Ibn Sa'ad that went to fight against Imam Hussain or was happy with his killing." So what does this all mean for the region? Mukhtar sounds less like a traditional rebel leader and more like a historical bounty hunter. It's an organized, systemic purge.
That's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
Mukhtar masterfully weaponized the collective guilt of Kufa. He turned the populace into informants, transforming a traumatized society into a terrifyingly efficient military and judicial machine aimed squarely at the perpetrators.
The text says citizens, maybe trying to deflect from their own past cowardice, started forwarding thousands of names. Mukhtar's tribunals were swift. He executed them en masse. But then the text shifts from the macro view of these thousands of executions to a microscopic view of exactly how he dealt with the high-ranking generals.
This is where it gets incredibly detailed.
I have to interject here because reading this, it reads exactly like a true crime procedural. The soldiers aren't just killing these guys, they are staging the executions to perfectly mirror the crimes. It's an obsession with symmetry.
It connects right back to the measure for measure theme from the supernatural punishments. Earthly justice under Mukhtar attempts to replicate the poetic irony of divine retribution.
Let's look at Amr ibn Sa'ad, the commander-in-chief of the Umayyad forces. Mukhtar tells his followers, "Tomorrow I will kill someone whose killing will be rejoiced by all believers and angels." He summons Amr to court. Amr stalls, refuses to go, and sends his son Hafs instead.
It's a desperate stalling tactic, using his lineage as a shield, but it proves fatal for his whole line.
Hafs arrives. Mukhtar asks where his father is. Hafs says he's at home. Mukhtar is ice cold. He says, why is he home now? Why did he not stay at home the day Hussein was killed? He immediately sends his top enforcer, Abu Umrah, to Amr's house.
Abu Umrah breaches the home, beheads Amr, hides the head under his cloak, and goes back to the court.
Mukhtar suddenly pulls the severed head out and puts it in front of Hafs. He asks, "Do you recognize this head?" Hafs recites the verse of mourning and says, "There is truly no joy in life now after him."
And Mukhtar replies, "You have spoken the truth," and instantly orders his guards to execute the son right there.
A brutal double execution. But Mukhtar's justification is revealing. He points to the father's head and says it's revenge for Hussein, and the son's head is revenge for Ali ibn Hussein, Hussein's son.
He attempts to balance the equation, a father for a father, a son for a son.
But then he admits the math is flawed. He says, even though they cannot be equal, oath on Allah, even if I killed 1/3 of the Quraysh, they would not equal a finger of Hussein.
It highlights the text's core belief in the insurmountable asymmetry of the tragedy. The lives of the perpetrators have zero inherent value compared to the Prophet's family. Earthly revenge can punish, but it can never truly balance the scales. The text also notes a prophecy here. Imam Ali had warned Amr years prior, saying he'd have to choose between Jannah and Jahannam, heaven and hell, and that he'd unfortunately choose hell. Amr sold his soul for the promise of ruling a province called Rai, which he never even got to rule.
He fulfilled the prophecy of a terrible bargain. And then the narrative shifts to the individuals who committed the most intimate atrocities.
Like Khalid ibn Yazid. This is the man recorded as physically severing Hussein's blessed head. Mukhtar sends soldiers to his house. Khalid is terrified, hiding in a corner. He tells his wife to lie and deny he's there.
Pay attention to the domestic space here. The betrayal that leads to his capture echoes his grand historical betrayal.
The soldiers demand to know where he is. His wife looks at them and verbally says, "I do not know where he is," but at the exact same time, she points her hand directly at his hiding spot.
The guards drag him out, and Mukhtar has him executed and his corpse burned.
But the detail about his wife, Uyuf, is the focal point. The text explicitly says she deeply hated her husband from the exact day he brought Hussein's severed head into their home.
Think about the spiritual pollution there. He brought the ultimate symbol of contamination into his sanctuary. His moral decay alienated his wife so completely that she actively hands him over. His crime destroyed his home long before the soldiers arrived.
Then there's Shimir Zaljashin, one of the most universally reviled figures. He tries to flee Kufa on horseback. Mukhtar sends a slave named Zarbi after him. Shimir is a veteran warrior and literally cuts Zarbi in two during a skirmish.
Shimir rides off thinking he's safe. But the text shows how the net tightens not through military strategy, but mundane coincidences driven by his own fatal character flaws.
He reaches a remote village and violently forces a worker to deliver a letter begging a rival leader for sanctuary. The worker stops in another village to visit a friend and starts loudly complaining about how cruel Shimir is.
And by an incredible twist of fate, a captain of Mukhtar's guard is in that exact village.
Right, a soldier overhears, sees Shimir's seal on the letter, and alerts the captain. Shimir's own arrogance and brutality toward a messenger exposes him.
The captain mobilizes his forces. Back at Shimir's camp, a companion senses danger and suggests moving.
But Shimir arrogantly refuses, mocking the guy for fearing the liar Mukhtar. That very night, Mukhtar's soldiers encircle the camp in the dark, roaring, "Allahu Akbar!" The ambush is so sudden, Shimir doesn't even have time to put on clothes. He tries to fight off the soldiers wearing absolutely nothing but an old, tattered sheet.
The fearsome commander is stripped of his dignity and armor, reduced to fighting in a rag.
They kill him, and the text notes his corpse is left out and fed to feral dogs.
The post-mortem degradation is a recurring motif. The destruction of their remains previews their ultimate spiritual destination.
This obsession with symmetry is sharpest with Hakim ibn Tufail. He stole the clothing of Abbas, Hussein's brother, and shot arrows at Hussein. Mukhtar's forces capture him, but his family has political leverage. They get a respected tribal figure, Adi, to travel to Mukhtar's court for a pardon.
And Mukhtar genuinely respects Adi enough that he might grant it for political stability.
Exactly. The soldiers escorting Hakim know this. They realize he might walk free, so they enact street justice before the pardon can be processed.
And they don't just kill him quickly.
No, they drag him into a house, strip him completely naked, and say, "You removed the clothing of the son of Ali, so we should do the same to you."
The mirroring is explicit.
Then they say, "You fired arrows at Hussein, so we should also make you the target of arrows." They shoot him to death point blank while he's naked. By the time Adi reaches Mukhtar's court, the soldiers stroll in and say Hakim is already dead. They bypass the whole system to guarantee absolute symmetry.
The soldiers themselves fully internalize this theology of mirror punishment. They view themselves as active agents balancing a cosmic ledger.
And it continues. Zayd ibn Raqad shot an arrow, pinning a young man's hand to his forehead. When they corner Zayd, the commander forbids swords. He orders them to shoot him with arrows and stone him. They do, find him barely alive, and burn him.
Then there's Malik Budi, who admitted to stealing Hussein's hat.
Mukhtar asks him directly, "Did you remove Hussein's hat?" Malik confirms it, and Mukhtar orders both his hands and feet amputated, leaving him in the street to bleed to death.
The theft of a hat, a symbol of dignity, is repaid with the total removal of his limbs. Every violent action demands an equal, horrifyingly literal reaction.
So Mukhtar is methodically cleansing the earth. But there's a glaring hole. The ultimate architect, Ubaydullah ibn Ziyad, the governor who ordered the massacre, is still alive in the north.
Ibn Ziyad's existence is a severe theological problem. The revenge is incomplete while he draws breath.
The Mukhtar sends his best commander, Ibrahim ibn Malik, with an elite army to hunt him down. They crush Ibn Ziyad's forces near Mosul. Ibn Ziyad flees but is chased down and killed. Ibrahim severs his head and burns the body. But the power here is the timeline.
The timeline is what the text holds up as undeniable proof of divine orchestration.
If you wrote that in a movie script, people would say it's way too on the nose. The severed head of Ibn Ziyad arrives in the courtyard of Kufa on the exact day of Ashura, the 10th of Muharram. Precisely 6 years to the day after Hussein's head was brought to Ibn Ziyad in that exact same spot.
It's the terrifying closure of a historical loop. The text argues that history isn't random, it's cyclical and meticulously governed by divine justice. The massive architecture of power Ibn Ziyad used collapses on the exact anniversary, in the exact courtyard.
Mukhtar literally points to the head and says, 6 years ago, at this very place, the head of Hussein was brought before this wretch. Today, his head is before me.
And the text includes a famous hadith recorded by Tirmizi about a bizarre event that happens next.
Yeah, while the heads are publicly displayed, the crowd panics. People start shouting, "It has come! It has come!" A thin, highly venomous snake appears out of nowhere. It slithers rapidly through the heads, goes straight for Ibn Ziyad, and violently enters his open mouth.
The text notes, it stayed inside his skull for several minutes, exited through his nostril, and slithered away. And it did this several times.
It's like nature itself is deputized to mock the seed of his arrogance.
Why a snake, though? In Arab culture and Islamic theology, the snake is the ultimate symbol of deceit and spiritual venom. It's a horrific juxtaposition. The mouth that issued the commands to massacre the prophet's family is now a playground for the lowest creature on earth.
The text pairs this with a devastating quote from his own mother, Marjana. She told him after Karbala, "Wretch, you killed the grandson of the holy prophet. Oath on Allah, you will never be able to see Jannah."
To be condemned by your own mother is the ultimate earthly rejection. The snake provides visual confirmation of her prophecy.
The cycle of vengeance appears totally complete, but then the narrative throws a massive curveball regarding Mukhtar's ultimate legacy.
It introduces a severe moral complexity that challenges our desire for clean heroes.
Okay, I need to push back on this. We've spent the whole deep dive tracking Mukhtar as the ultimate avenger, but now he's the villain. It's like discovering the detective in your murder mystery is actually a serial killer himself.
He succeeds in avenging the family, but his success breeds a catastrophic inflation of his ego.
He makes wild, heretical claims. He literally announces, Jibreel comes to me with revelation and Allah enters me.
Claiming prophethood and divine incarnation is absolute heresy.
The text then reveals a prophecy from the Prophet Muhammad about a liar and a destroyer from the Thaqif tribe. Annotators agree the destroyer was Hajjaj, but the liar was Mukhtar.
The very instrument used for divine justice is definitively labeled a liar by the prophet.
And Imam Zainul Abidin, Hussein's surviving son, is seen publicly cursing Mukhtar at the Kaaba. A bystander asks, "Do you curse the person who killed for your sake?" And the Imam replies, "Undoubtedly he was a liar. He used to ascribe lies to Allah and his messenger." Mukhtar is eventually defeated and killed by Abdullah ibn Zubair's army.
It's a total fall from grace.
I have a really hard time accepting this turn. It feels like a massive textual contradiction. For hours, Mukhtar's actions perfectly mirror divine will, and now he's a cursed heretic. How does the text reconcile this without undermining its entire premise?
It reads like a contradiction to a modern mind that wants a clean hero. But the text anticipates this friction. It asks, how can someone chosen by Allah to avenge the prophet's family be a liar and cursed? The resolution requires us to fundamentally separate the deed from the doer.
Explain how that works here.
The text argues that a righteous outcome doesn't automatically sanctify the instrument used. God's justice is so absolute it doesn't need pure vessels. The text cites a Quranic verse. And so we set the cruel one against the other in lieu of what they did. God frequently uses oppressors to destroy other oppressors.
So Mukhtar isn't a hero, he's a scalpel.
Exactly. A scalpel can cut out a deadly tumor, but if it's infected with rust, it must be discarded after the surgery.
The text brings up the historical parallel of Bakhnassar Nebuchadnezzar, right?
Yes. He was a brutal Babylonian tyrant who claimed divinity. Yet God allowed him to sack Jerusalem to avenge the wrongful killing of the prophet Yahya, John the Baptist. He wasn't holy. He was a violent hammer.
The text argues Mukhtar's desire for power didn't disqualify him from being the hammer used on the killers of Karbala. It quotes a poem, "There is no tyrant who does not have another oppressor over him to cast him in hardship."
Having served his cosmic purpose, he's abhorred for his arrogance and ruined. God can utilize a deeply flawed individual to balance the scales and then hold that same individual strictly accountable for their own sins.
It's a deeply cynical yet cohesive view of history. You can't just look at who won the war to identify the good guy. Every actor is subject to the exact same unforgiving ledger. Which leads us to the final major transition. The text moves away from the darkness of retribution and concludes by focusing entirely on the enduring spiritual light of the specific day all this took place on, the 10th of Muharram, Ashura.
It pivots from historical trauma back to the eternal significance of time itself.
And it makes a vital theological point. Ashura wasn't made sacred by Karbala, it was sacred long before Hussein was born. The text lists 10 major prophets who experienced massive moments of deliverance or trial on this exact day.
Ashura is intrinsically defined by extreme trial and divine salvation.
Listen to this timeline. On the 10th of Muharram, Adam's penance was accepted. Noah's ark came to rest. Moses escaped Pharaoh. Jesus was born and raised to the heavens. Jonah was saved from the fish. Joseph was pulled out of the well. Job was cured of his illness. Idris was raised. Abraham was saved from the fire. Solomon was granted his dominion.
Time isn't a neutral sequence of dates here. Ashura is a point where the veil separating divine mercy from human suffering is at its thinnest.
It's almost described like a metaphysical portal. Actions taken on this day, good or bad, carry exponentially more weight. It acts as an amplifier. The text recommends fasting on the 9th and 10th, which forgives the previous year's sins. But the other major rule is charity.
For the one who provides an abundance on the day of Ashura, Allah provides an abundance for him throughout the entire year.
Let's delve into those stories. They're a beautiful contrast to the earlier horror. There's a story of an Egyptian man living in grinding poverty. He only owns a single piece of clothing. On Ashura, a destitute woman begs him for charity to feed her kids. He has no money or food, so he takes her home, steps behind his door, removes his only garment, and hands it to her.
An act of total, absolute sacrifice.
That night, shivering, he dreams of an exquisitely beautiful maiden in Jannah holding a flawless apple. The apple breaks open, revealing a heavenly garb. She says, "I am Ashura, your companion in Jannah." He wakes up, his house smells intensely of heaven, and he prays to die right then so he can join her, and he instantly passes away.
The amplifier effect is absolute. One piece of cloth, purchases eternal heavenly companionship. It's the exact inverse of the supernatural punishments. A profound act of charity on Ashura is amplified into overwhelming reward.
The text contrasts this with a wealthy judge in Re. A beggar asks him for flour and meat on Ashura. The judge delays him until noon, then until afternoon, and finally just denies him and kicks him off the property.
A broken promise born of arrogance on a day of immense spiritual weight.
The beggar wanders away and asks a Christian man for help in the name of the blessed day. The Christian asks what's special about it, the beggar tells the story of Karbala, and the Christian is so moved he gives the beggar 10 sacks of flour, meat, and money, and tells him to come back every year.
The generosity crosses religious boundaries.
That night, the stingy judge dreams of 2 opulent mansions in paradise. A divine voice says they could have been his, but they were transferred to a Christian who helped the beggar. The judge tracks down the Christian and desperately offers to buy the good deed for 100,000 dirhams.
The judge tries to apply earthly commerce to a completed cosmic transaction. He completely misunderstands the ledger.
The Christian refuses. He says, even if I am offered all the dirhams on earth, I still would not sell this good deed. This was a great exchange with the Creator. And because of that profound exchange, the Christian converts to Islam right there.
The arrogant, missed opportunity of the judge facilitates the salvation of the Christian.
Finally, there's a warning about trying to game the system. A man hears a scholar promise a 1,000 to 1 return on Ashura charity. Treating it like an investment, he gives 7 dirhams. A year passes, he sees no financial return, and he angrily confronts the scholar.
He's treating divine reward like a stock dividend.
That night, a mysterious figure shoves 7 dirhams back into his hands and scolds him. "Oh, untrue being! Take these 7 dirhams. Had you shown patience until Qiyamah, who knows the amount of reward you would have acquired?" He cashed out early for pennies when his patience could have secured him eternity.
The text reminds the reader that while shedding tears for Karbala is a sign of spiritual fortune, the ultimate lesson is absolute sacrifice and steadfastness. The historical oppressions were violently answered, and what remains is the opportunity for the individual to engage with the sacredness of the time.
We have covered an unbelievable expanse of ground today. We started by watching a dynasty collapse from the toxicity of its actions. We saw the universe's immune system physically rejecting the perpetrators, unquenchable thirsts, contradictory temperatures, metaphysical fires underwater.
We stood at the Kaaba and looked at a heavenly tribunal where prophets wept and angels were restrained in favor of individualized accountability.
We tracked Mukhtar, the earthly avenger who built a machine of vengeance, operating like a surgeon to mirror every crime, only to be revealed as a rusted scalpel, a dark instrument of higher justice who fell due to his own hubris.
And we returned to Ashura, the metaphysical portal where a piece of clothing rewrites your destiny, and a judge's arrogance transfers gold palaces to a stranger. It's a text that aggressively refuses to view history as random.
It demands that we see a terrifying, beautiful architecture of consequence. Which brings us back to where we started, the X-ray machine. When we look at history, do we just see a chaotic sequence of battles? Or, as this source insists, are we looking at a meticulously maintained cosmic ledger where every action echoes into eternity and no act of oppression goes unanswered?
It forces the reader to deeply consider the unseen weight of their own actions.
But as we close, the text leaves you wondering about a third category of people. We talked about the oppressors who were punished and the victims who were avenged. But what about the bystanders? What about the thousands in Kufa who wrote letters of support and then simply locked their doors and watched the tragedy unfold in silence? If every action has an equal cosmic reaction, if a single boast can set a man on fire, what is the supernatural price of doing absolutely nothing when the world demands you speak? Something to mull over. Thank you for joining us on this deep dive into the source material.